It's finally here. New voices, new faces. Welcome to the Pantheon. Let's get this party started!
You know, Robin, quite often people choke on a piece of food they're eating.
Right. What can you do for them?
Well, if I were choking, you'd stand behind me, wrap your arms around my waist, then make a fist with one of your hands and put it against my abdomen with your thumb against my body, slightly below my rib cage. Grab your fist and press in and upward. You might have to press and push up more than once. Try it again. It's important to get it right. Someone's life may depend on it.
Oh, hey. Hey. Hold on just a second. I'm eating a popsicle. It's strawberry. Really good. I haven't been around for a few days. I figured everything would stop because I wasn't around. I mean, that's how it usually works, right? I take a couple days off. Like everything just like is chill. So I figured I would relax with a delicious strawberry popsicle. It's cold. I mean, if I were to try to explain to you the feeling in my mouth right now, it'd probably be something like this. Oh my god! You know what's funny about that clip? That clip was shot during BVS filming. And we're still talking about that movie. Good movie, too. Hey, welcome once again to the Point Extra Lounge. My name is Enosh, and it's great to have you with me tonight. As always, and I know we're on a little bit earlier tonight, so hopefully some people who don't usually get to watch us live get to watch us live tonight. We're live just simply because I have some stuff to do in the morning, and so I can't be up until, 4, 5, 6 in the morning doing this thing. But I still wanted to do the thing, and I still wanted to talk about things. So welcome. Hey, if this is your first time to the lounge, just know that the Point Extra Lounge is a place for nerds. It's a place where you and me and my friends, and that means all of you, can get together and talk about the things that we love. Things like TV shows, movies, games, sci-fi, fantasy, comic books, superheroes, toys, and so much more. And if those things get you excited, those are the things that get you excited. See, my mouth is now cold and frozen. It's kind of hard to pronunciate when the roof of your mouth and your lips are like all frozen. But hey, if those are the things that get you excited, then please hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell, and join this growing group of nerds because we're growing. We're growing. I want to thank everyone who is part of the Pantheon. I got to tell you, I am so proud of the people that are part of the Pantheon because, listen, they may not even realize this, but I mean, the response to the Pantheon has been excuse me, so great. And you guys have been watching. You've been uh, part of it, and even if it's on a small level to a large level, everybody is doing such a great job. I mean, everybody's doing a fabulous job. Brian's holding it down on Mondays, man, with the Star Trek, I should say, sorry, Star Trek and food thing, man, and William is killing it with the Sci-Fi Center stuff, and dude, jiving with Jack is just doing an amazing job. All those guys, so thank you, and of course also our good friend Max on Saturday nights, and so I'm thankful to all of them because they are just killing it, and the numbers show it, and so excuse me, thank you to them, thank you to them for overcoming the naysayers, and so it's good to see that. Good to see that it's doing well. So if you wonder what the Pantheon is, of course we have a schedule that is up that you can find our different various shows. We got Jiving with Jack on Tuesdays and Thursdays at 4:30 p.m. Eastern. We got Brian on there at 8 p.m. Eastern on Monday nights, and Sci-Fi Center Presents is on 2 p.m. usually on Monday Eastern time, and then of course Saturday or Friday night is Sci-Fi Center Live, and then over there on Wednesdays, every other Wednesday, we got Austin with the greatest people I've ever met, and more to come. And then of course we got Max on Saturday nights. So hey, it's a good thing. It really is a good thing, and you guys are responding to it. So thank you guys so much for that. Okay, a couple of things. So right off the bat, I want to explain what happened to me. I did not have a heart attack. That was not true. That got reported by somebody, and that was not true. I am fine. So a little history for you, and then we'll jump into our night. 5 years ago, I've had sleep apnea for a long time. It's it's a common thing. A lot of people have sleep apnea, and a lot of people have untreated sleep apnea. I have always been the type of person, man. I've got a sleep apnea CPAP machine, and I've always used it religiously ever since I got it. I sleep better with it, and I love it. Something I did not know was if for some reason your CPAP machine is not calibrated right, man, it can mess you up. And so about 5 years ago, around this time, actually 5 years ago, back in 2017, it messed me up, and I ended up in the hospital with AFib. And so that just means that your heart is not beating in rhythm. The top part and the bottom part is not beating in rhythm. My heart is fine. I did not have a heart attack. I was not out for the count. I didn't have surgery, any of that kind of stuff. Basically, I went in back in 2017, and unfortunately, I went in on a Thursday. So it took them. Basically, it just means your heart is like accelerated. So when I went in, then I was completely out of breath. Okay, I could not breathe at all, and I ended up going into emergency, and they kept me, and basically it took them from Thursday night to Friday afternoon to figure out what was going on. To make sure that this is what it was, to do all the scans that were necessary and stuff to see what their next thing is, because usually when you have AFib, they do. I can't remember what it's called right now, but they shock you. They shock your heart, and it puts it back into rhythm, right? And so that was great, except for they couldn't do it then on Friday. And so they said, well, we'll do it Saturday. So I woke up Saturday, and for some reason, somebody messed up because they're like, hey, we realize now that the people who do that job aren't here on Saturdays and Sundays, so we're going to have to wait till Monday. So I had to wait 2 more days in the hospital. And then Monday came, and they didn't shock me until about 2:33 in the afternoon, which then they wanted to keep me for observation for another night. So altogether, I ended up spending 5 days in the hospital for something that I shouldn't have spent 5 days in the hospital for, but that's how it goes. Also, though, I would like to point out, I was in a completely different health situation back then. I was 430 pounds, and just not healthy. And so, thing is that I did the thing, and they put me on a medication to keep me in rhythm going forward. And that's been 5 years. I haven't had an incident since. Haven't had a problem with it since. And in fact, I literally went to the doctor last week and was talking to my doctor about the fact that he noticed that I hadn't had any incidents, of like going out of rhythm or whatever. I've been fine ever since. And so he said, "Hey, you know what? Let's talk to the cardiologist about taking you off this medication because I don't think that you probably need that medication anymore." Here's what happened. Leading up to Easter weekend, you guys all know what I do outside of this, that I'm a minister, I'm a pastor, and I was working really, really hard last week trying to get everything together. I'll be honest with you, and I was transparent with them. I'm one of those people like, man, I always do what I'm told, like medically, because I just believe that that's what you should do. And so, for the last 5 years, I have taken my medication 3 times a day, just like I'm supposed to. Unfortunately, over the last week and a half that I've been doing so much, I haven't always been home to take, I get up in the morning, take that first dose, go to work, go, to the church. And the problem is that I haven't had my medication at the church, or didn't come home to take it, or whatever, came home, forgot, with everything that's been going on. And so I'll be honest with you, and I was honest with them, I missed quite a few doses over the last week and a half in doing that. And it was one of those things that like would just happen and you go, oh crap, like not again. And so you just tell yourself, hey, I'm going to get back on tomorrow, and it is what it is. And then honestly, I've been working so hard that there were nights that I fell asleep with my laptop trying to get things set, because I'm having to do a lot of things the old-fashioned way because I don't have access to the finances that we need to be able to have like I had at the bigger church that I worked at, where we actually have a program where we put everything in and we put the lyrics up on the screen. I'm doing old school stuff like PowerPoint and having to copy and paste and put it in the font that I want and do all these things. And so I can do it, but it takes time. And so I've literally fallen asleep, on the couch without my CPAP machine. So, between the stress, my own stupidity of missing my medication, and then probably not using my CPAP very much in the last couple of weeks, apparently I put myself into AFib again. Now, this time was completely different. I wasn't like, feeling like I was going to die or anything like that. I literally just felt a little off on Monday. Just felt a little off. And you should listen to your body. You should get checked out if you need to get checked out, and you should pay attention to what's going on with your body. And so I felt a little off. And so I went to the after hours clinic, and first my vitals were fine. Then they did an EKG and it confirmed that I was out of rhythm. So, I went to the emergency room. They put me full of some medication to get me, kind of stabilized, whatever. And they sent me home this time. So it shows you like they didn't keep me. They didn't do any of that stuff. They sent me home and they said, hey, see your cardiologist. And that's what I'm doing on Friday. So I should have some more information on Friday. They're probably just going to shop me. I mean, I'm home, obviously. I'm doing the thing. You may hear me take a few deep breaths because I'm a little, because that's what it does. It makes you feel like you're exerting yourself more when you're just sitting. But, I'm not going to do anything tonight to get me all exerted. That's why I'm announcing right up here up at the front of the show. I know we're talking about Ezra Miller. If you say something that is contrary to what I've said, and you try to, be that guy, all right? You think you're going to come in here and you're going to say something to me and get me all riled up, and you're going to tell me how I've defended Ezra and all this junk because you obviously don't listen to my other stuff. Go listen to my like 5-6 other videos about this, all right? And be happy with yourself, because I will silence you tonight. I am fine with having this be a place for discussion if you actually want to come from a point of reference of actually treating people with respect, myself included. But I'm not going to get all wound up about it because I know what I've said, I know what I've done, and I know what I mean by what I said. And if you want to misrepresent that, there is no place for you. Period. Done and said. So like I said, I believe I'm just going to get shocked back, and then we should be good from there. And I'll have more updates for you for there. But my heart is fine. Contrary to a couple of reports that were out there. I'm here. Obviously, I'm home, and I'm doing this because I love doing this and because I have fun doing this. And I love all of you. And I love having fun with all of you. And that's what the Poindexter Lounge is for. And that's why we're here tonight, because there's lots of stuff to talk about. And of course, stuff happens the day I go away. I spend 2 days away, and it's like there's just too much stuff that fills up. So, anyways, that being said, now you know where I'm at with the whole thing and what's going on. So, yep. So tonight will be, yep, I guess so. Yeah, I guess tonight will just be a big freaking echo chamber. Yep. Because that's what I'm all about. Yep. I have done that plenty of times. I've opened up for people to have plenty. If this isn't, I will not silence you just for having a differing opinion, by the way. You all know that. But I will silence any junk just trying to say that I said something that I didn't say, because that's not conducive to actual conversation, and that's not conducive to actual discussion. You know, I mean, if you or I come from a place of what's the word I want to use? That you know, we're not being legitimate with each other, and I try to put words in your mouth, or you try to put words in my mouth that neither one of us said, then we're not respecting each other, and there's no point, because that's just an argument, right? So there you go. All right. So here we go. Real quick, Jeff, whoops, I can bring it up. Jeff Glaffelty, thank you, brother. Ooh, that's a cool, what is that? I'm looking at your avatar there. That's a pretty cool avatar. I don't know what that's from. I don't think. Hold on. Let me see if I can blow it up. What is that avatar from? That's a cool avatar, bro. Anyways, Jeff Glotfelty with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Says, glad you're feeling better. Thank you, man. I am feeling better. I'm doing better. It's a Pokemon. Yeah, you know what? That jives. Yep, that jives. So, no, thank you, brother. I appreciate it, man. I really do. And, you know, it's absolutely okay. You know, I see so many people. Yeah. You know, I always open it up for people to be able to have, plenty of interaction, you know, and I want people to have their points of view. So this is definitely not about, silencing people's points of view. It's just that I don't want to argue with anybody. Is that okay? Is that all right? I mean, I've had people try to argue with me over the last 2 days about this Ezra Miller thing, and I'm not in for a, hey, gotcha, or look, see what he did? I saw what he did, and we're going to talk about it tonight, and we're going to be open and honest with it. And I'm also going to give some opinions about what I think people can do to better themselves as far as reporting it. So there you go. But first, I'm going to bring in some wonderful people. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, you know him. I love him. He's a Rush connoisseur, and he's a pretty good guy. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Brian, Master of None.
You've reached the voicemail of Brian, the man with the world's largest brain. It's only one letter off. It's not brain, it's Brian. You've reached Brian. Leave a message.
Gave Daddy some of the sour candy. He had no reaction.
Oh, that's crazy. No, he just gave me some Warheads.
Oh, hey.
He wasn't wearing a shirt, so I'm like, get out.
Your head is lit up in dots.
Well, it's the sun shining through the...
Nice.
Right in the
Brian, I
eyeball.
got to tell you, man, I am on episode 5 of Picard, and I'm really, really enjoying it, actually.
I just got access and watched the last episode a couple nights ago. It wasn't too bad. It's been hit or miss for me.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Which episode was it now? Because I remember you were praising it until like you got at some point.
I got till about episode 3, and then I started getting like, okay. Well, see, like the one thing about Star Trek is that I've always been political and stuff, but sometimes
yeah,
they just hit
I know.
it too hard, and it's like, so it chafes, and it's messed up because I can see why people don't like it. And
oh sure, and I'll be honest with you, like I overlooked some of that, you know what I mean, with with some of that stuff. You know what I mean? Like I saw that they were hitting it pretty hard. You know, this is what I tell. This is he's in Reno, Sarge. He's in Reno, Nevada. Good for him. Huh?
It's the sun's still shining on the West Coast at 6 o'clock. So
I got to get down to Sergeant Red's and do an actual video, man. I got to get down there and like shoot an actual video with them and go through their toy store and see what got left that I didn't buy last time.
Absolutely.
But so just to finish off that thought before we bring everybody else in, I kind of ignored that because, like, look, you know, it's like anything. I get it when there are bad cops, there are good cops, there are bad Border Patrol people, there are good Border Patrol people. Everybody is not evil and the devil. You know, and so it's like, yeah, I get it, right, Brian? It's like you start to, you know, like you start to see where people have all these things. I also noticed that, like, besides two characters, like every other character so far that they've introduced is a woman. I don't have a problem with that. It's just funny how it's just one of those things. I can the first that they do it, like I just smile because I know that there's somebody somewhere
that's upset about it.
That like, oh, the Watcher's a woman. This is a woman. That's a woman. And it's like, no, just don't, just stop. So Scotty says, just wait for episode 6. Okay. All right. I'm there, man. I'm there. Also we got, Sith Holocron here with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Sith Holocron. Says Ezra is an adult. No need for you to worry, Enosh. Yeah. You know what? So we're going to talk about that a little bit. I got a couple fun, lighthearted stories because I wanted to balance this out, Brian. You know, Brian, if you look just right, it makes you look like a Klingon.
This is true
because the light dots go right down the center of your head. Oh, look at there! Oh, look at him. He's like, yeah, a Klingon or something. I don't know. Some Star Trek alien. I don't know. Thank you, Sith Holocron. Excuse me. So, all right. Hello to everyone, by the way. I see your comments in the chat. We will read comments in the chat tonight, but I kind of wanted to get to everything. Also, ladies and gentlemen, here, let's see. I got to find him something. I almost found him a new drop just the other day, but he is here. The bread is ready, ladies and gentlemen, and everything's ready to be spread. So we got plenty of mayo here. So welcome in, Caden.
Them pass through the upcoming machinery. For this sandwich, a jizz of mayonnaise is required, which is squirted onto the bread via an automated dispenser.
What's up, Caden?
Hey.
The thinker.
So
What's going on, my friend?
Nothing really. So there's a show called The Masked Singer, and a couple months ago, you know that whole story of Rudy Giuliani being like one of the contestants. So today they finally unmasked him today.
Nice.
And so it was just like, so it's like all hell is breaking loose on Twitter because of it, at least on that side of Twitter. And so I'm just like, it's just funny because, like, you know, like you have Robin Thicke and Ken Jeong, who Ken Jeong walked off set and Robin Thicke was like, what the fuck? And then like and then Nicole Scherzinger, she's like all talking giddy with him, and then well, not Nicole, or Jenny, and then Nicole's just like quiet, and the Cannon's also talking to him. So it's just hilarious to see like everyone's reaction to it. It's like,
the hell, like
I'm like,
well, you know,
it's like people freaking out about Army of the Dead because Sean Spicer was in it for like 30 seconds.
Well, it was just funny because I was just like, when it was announced that he's in the show, like I myself was like a bit concerned. I was like, really, like you got him, but at the same time I have to realize what the show is. It's for like crazy people and stuff to, like, no matter who you are, to go on there and like do whatever. So I'm like, honestly, it didn't faze me. So I was like, whatever.
Well, you know, here's the thing. In reality, I'm just going to share a little secret with you. People from different political beliefs or backgrounds or walks of life or anything, no matter if they're Republican, Democrat, conservative, liberal, whatever, they shouldn't upset you that much where you can't just let them exist and be in stuff. Okay? Like, I live in Michigan, and Debbie Stabenow, one of our state senators, was in Batman v Superman.
Right.
I can't stand her.
Yeah.
I don't care about her. I don't care if she's she is a Democrat, but that doesn't matter. Like, like the whole point is like, I've never liked her policies or the stuff that she's done. And every time I watch Batman v Superman, she's like front and center, man, in that museum scene, right?
Right.
And it's okay. Like, you know what I mean? I even joke about it. Like, oh, I gotta watch her every time, right? You know what I mean? But it's like, just because you have a differing opinion with somebody, that's we got to bring everybody else in. But it just always cracks me up when I hear people they're just like, if you disagree with me, unfriend me now. Well, listen, if people were honest with you, you wouldn't have any friends then.
I lost a lot of friends in 2017. It was bad.
I mean, like, you know, I disagree like completely with Rudy and everything, but I don't hate him.
Yeah.
Like to the core where I'm like, anything's in. Like, I'm like, to me, he's a terrible person, but I'm not going to be like, I hate him to the guts and like, I want, hate's a very strong word.
It is a hate. Hate is a very strong word. And the realization has to be there though, that like and hate can switch very quickly.
Yes.
At one point, Rudy Giuliani was like, he was
Everybody
America's
loved him.
mayor. Right? I mean, like everybody loved Mayor Giuliani. Like that was the whole point. They loved him because he stood up for New Yorkers and, and he did this. And then it's like, look, yeah, he's gotten really crazy over the last few years. But hey, what's up?
Yeah.
I've even been watching some stuff. I've been watching some old videos that include Donald Trump. And it's amazing to see the difference in how people acted about Donald Trump just a few years ago. You know what I mean?
Right.
And, even on Saturday Night Live. Saturday Night Live loved him. Like they absolutely loved him. He hosted and they loved him. And then, and then they hate him because he has different political views. And I get it, dude. He's crazy. Right. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But at the same time, there's
I
know it's crazy.
People are
like
definitely flip flop.
Yeah. Look, there's just people with different ideas and different ways of getting there. And, and listen, there are problems sometimes with the way that people on both sides of the aisle conduct themselves. That's why I find myself in the middle so many times.
Yeah.
And I wish that there was a viable third party. So we'll just put it that way. Also here, hey, we missed Anthony. So hey, we'll go ahead and bring in RJ. What's up, RJ?
Hello.
Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm doing okay. It's been a very chaotic couple of days, and glad to hear you're okay. We were all worried sick, but I'm glad you're all right.
I am.
So
100%.
Yeah, like I said, it's just been ups and downs in terms of entertainment news. Ups and downs, ever flowing. Some cool stuff, some horrible stuff, and everything in between.
Yeah, for sure. And also we got Anthony Beltre. What's going on, Anthony?
Doing fine, thank you, and I hope you're doing better now. And Caden, cancel yourself.
What?
Oh, I was waking Max up for his show. It started 15 minutes ago.
You're the alarm clock.
All right.
Well, as we've been doing here on the show, Tiffany
A
bought
Betty
me this.
White quote. Hey.
Yeah, this little the little guide to Betty White, and so we'd like to start off each show with a little Betty White-ism. Let's see. Okay, let's see. This is under life lessons still. There's different chapters, so right now we're under life lessons. She goes, "Oh, I don't much believe in meantime. Life happens in real time." So there you go.
There you go.
And I'm going to read two since we haven't been on here for a couple of days, so I think this one goes good too. Sometimes life just isn't fair, kiddo. Remember that.
Isn't that the truth?
Sometimes life just isn't fair. It's the truth. And life doesn't happen in the meantime. It happens in real time, and you don't always get what you want,
That's right.
And,
That is true.
just how life goes, man. Just how life goes. All right. First of all, hey, let's talk about a movie that came out over the weekend.
Something did come out over the weekend.
Well,
you want to talk about the sad stories or the happy stories first?
What movie came out on the
Technically,
weekend?
this story is kind of sad.
I can give you my thoughts on the Batman if you want, real quick.
Oh no!
Oh, did you finally see the Batman?
No, that's even
No,
a sad story
we're
too.
good.
Sad
We're good.
story
Hold
too.
on. No, wait. Brian never got to give his take on the Batman. So you know what? Before we get
Not
into
on the lounge, no.
before we get into the stumbling of Dumbledore, let's get into Brian's take on the Batman.
Okay, so there used to be this segment on this show called In Living Color where it was men on film. And
Hated it. 2 snaps and a
They didn't get that at all. No 2 snaps, no circle. Just hated it. It was bad.
Ouch.
Bad. I don't know if I was in the wrong frame of mind to watch that movie or what, but it just was horrible. It was a combination of a lot of things. I felt like that movie should have been someone else's. I felt like that movie just was way too goddamn long.
You mean Ben Affleck?
Yeah, it should have been Ben Affleck's movie. Okay. I'm sorry.
Would you like a Werther's original? It's my grandpa's
and
buttery candy.
The worst part of it all is it made me realize that cinematically speaking, DC is about as big a failure as it comes.
Ouch.
Because
he ain't lying.
This gear shift right here, and the fact that, let's just be honest, it might not have landed as well for everybody that they were expecting. Dude, like, you can't have this many failures at this stage in the game, man. I mean, I feel like DC, the only thing they're going to have going forward after these movies are done, because of all the nonsense that's been going on around them, it's all going to be streaming. It's all going to be Titans. It's all going to be like what the hell is that other show?
Basically, CW quality shows and streaming.
Yeah. CW quality shows are going to be DC content going forward from now on, because that's how many mistakes they've made. I'm sorry, dude. I
don't feel like the Batman was a mistake.
I'm just saying, like, disconnected movies are going to kill the DC brand. Just, that's my whole thing. Sorry, I might be a Marvel. Call me a Marvel shill. I honestly, dude, if they really wanted to fix things, they should restore the Snyderverse, because at least that made sense. So,
Kevin O'Doghair had you set up.
That's it. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not a Snyder bro. You guys know this. I don't get all, weak in the knees over certain things, but this movie was awful. It made me depressed. I was working the remote like I was playing Fortnite. Turn it up, turn it down, turn it up, turn it down. I was like, dude, they talk like this. The whole movie was just like this. I thought I was listening to an ASMR tape or something. It was just like, what the hell is going on?
Do you feel like the sound would have been better if you saw it in the theater?
Probably not, because that's even worse in the theater sometimes, where it's really, really quiet, and then boom, boom, just, it knocks you out of your. Dude, what the hell? And the music sucked. People were like, "Oh, the music's so epic." I'm like, The Dark Knight had better music, and it was just 3 tones.
Can I ask you a question, RJ?
Yeah, sure.
Because a lot of people have actually brought up the sound of this film, right? And I'm actually bringing it up right now. Hold on a second here.
And then, like, I ran into this thing
where in the way.
Dude. And this whole, like, I wanted to make a Kurt Cobain Batman. I'm like, just stop, please. Don't even put that in your mind, because that's how bad and stupid that idea is. I'm sorry. Him rambling on for almost an hour at DC Fandom in 2020 does not save that movie one freaking iota.
No, I feel like Matt might be a lot like me, and I'll be honest with you. I'm gonna be dead honest with you. This is how I am.
The guy deleted the tweet.
When I make something, I have such a hard time editing out stuff, right? Because I believe in all of it usually. And my problem is things that I do end up being longer than they probably should be sometimes, like short films or videos that I've shot or whatever. They've ended up being kind of longer than they should be. And it's been something that has been brought up to my attention many times. Maybe Matt Reeves kind of has that same problem. And look, I'm not against a 3-hour movie. I don't care about a 3-hour movie. I'm fine. It's just a lot of people have expressed that they felt like the end of this movie just kind of waxed on, and it was like the movie ended 3 times, and it just didn't kind of know when it should have ended, And look, I'm not here to bash it. I've given my opinion of the movie. I liked the movie, but there were a lot of things in the movie that personally I felt were.
Is it better than Batman Begins?
No, not for me. It didn't incite the same. Batman Begins, I'm gonna be honest with you, Anthony. When I first saw Batman Begins, it incited something in me. I was like, when I saw Batman Begins, dude, I was like, wow, this is really, really awesome. And it got me excited in a Batman that was like real life. This movie was just kind of like, oh, it's a new Batman. And I was just like, okay, it's a new Batman. And it wasn't horrible to me, but there were a lot of things that I just felt just weren't really needed, to be honest, and just kind of like weren't really important. But I wanted to ask you, RJ, about this because, okay, obviously,
did the guy get attacked by Madman fans?
So Mark Harris originally, and I feel like this was kind of just like a being nice now. Mark Harris, though, had tweeted about the sound in this film. And a lot of people have complained about the sound, even when it was in the theater. I saw it in the theater. I haven't watched it yet at home, but I saw it twice in the theater. And it's exactly what Brian said. It's very, very, very quiet in a lot of places you can barely hear. And then it's like super duper loud and like blowing you away. And it's just like,
I mean, I saw it in premium format, so maybe that's why sound was an issue for me personally. That could be it too. But I saw it in IMAX, and I saw it in another premium format, and for me, like, I heard everything very clearly, personally. I mean, again, it could just be an issue of theater chains or just sound mixing in general. I'm not for sure. I can only test to my own experience. Personally, I didn't have an issue with the sound mixing. Mm-hmm. Now, a movie like Tenet, I had an issue with the sound mixing.
Tenet's trash.
I saw that in IMAX still, and that was very loud at points to where it was way too loud, and you couldn't hear dialogue.
Yeah,
that was a movie I had issues with.
I've been dealing with this a lot, though, in my home system, where a lot of stuff is getting mixed this way nowadays, where it's super duper loud or it's super duper quiet, and you got to sit there with the remote control. I had to laugh because I was seeing this week, and I've never really voiced this, but I sit there a lot of times with the remote in my hand because, like, we'll turn it up, because we want that big loud sound, right? Like,
yeah, but you're working it like you're playing a video game. It's like, I know, man. Hell,
it's like I like being surrounded by the sound, but at the same time, my God, like if it's like really sharp or piercing or whatever, that's not the part that you want really loud.
True.
I don't know. But I think if I remember right, Mark was talking about like, why is it that every engine sounds like it's like huge and bombastic and whatnot. And then, every engine, man. Brum, brum,
I love that. That sound design for the Batmobile was just music to my ears, man. Look,
it sounds good, but it just didn't feel like it was mixed well.
It didn't do nothing for
but
me.
At the same time, Mark said, hey, but the dialogue is not very loud at all. And this is, I would write it off to individual things if it wasn't so many people who were having this issue with this movie. And so Matt answered him, actually retweeted him and answered and says, "I'm so sorry to hear that, Mark. There may be something wrong with the way it is playing or translating on your system. The film was mixed by the incredible Andy Nelson. He also mixed West Side Story. He is a master and the best there is. I love your books, by the way." And apparently Mark here says, "Matt, I will write this off to the inadequacies of my home system. I'd be interested to see what he's got. Thanks for your generous words, which are more than my crankiness merited. Please take my frustration as an expression of my desire to take in your whole movie as you would want it to be heard. Of course, thank you, Mark." Now, look, I'm glad that they were able. This happens a lot, and I've been in a lot of these situations, especially lately. Somebody says something, you kind of go back and forth a little bit, whatever. That's fine. But I'm glad that they worked that out. But it does bring up a legitimate concern that I think a lot of people have had. So I don't think it's just Mark. I think it's a lot of people, and I'm glad that RJ had it, sound really good on wherever he watched it. But I think that they should mix these things.
Though, I haven't seen it at home yet.
But I think that they should mix these things. Look, they should mix these things where people can just watch them and get a. And I get it. Mixing sucks, man. I'm a musician, and having recorded so many things, it really sucks when you listen to it on one system. Like you would listen to an album on one system. Like I would record something, play it on one system, and it sounds amazing. And you're just like, wow, this is great. And you play it on something else, and it sounds like absolute garbage. Like it literally sounds like you didn't even know what you were doing, And it's a hard thing to get that like nice mastered sound where it's not too harsh. It's just kind of, mellow, but yet it has dynamics. It's hard. But these guys are also making millions of dollars doing it. So and they have everything at their disposal, right? So I don't know, get it right. But
Yeah.
I'm glad, Brian, that you had the opportunity to see it. I mean, what would you rate it, dude?
The 6 out of 10. It like I said, it really wasn't that good. The one last thing I'll say about it, and then I'll be quiet, is okay. So everyone like complains about jokes and blah 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 in movies. It's like there's a difference between jokes and levity, and I think this is going to be another compliment to the Snyder Cut, because I think the Snyder Cut handled that with aplomb. You know, this movie did not have any levity in it at all. Like there was no break from the action. Hell, even Star Wars. Why do you think we have C-3PO and R2-D2? They were the comic relief. Like you cannot have a story just be completely dour. Like I even said, like, and I will admit it, I find BVS to be a depressing film. They were like, here, hold my beer. It was just like that bad. And like, but no, it's just, you can have jokes in a Batman movie, dude. Everybody liked Batman Forever, right? I mean, I think it was campy and goofy. But
I mean, Batman Forever. Some people thought, well, it depends who you're talking to. The parents at the time loved
just wait for the Schumacher cut.
No, I'm just saying, like, if you're gonna throw stones in a glass house, man, just be chill, you know.
Yeah, like I said, I didn't think it was the worst Batman movie ever, but I also honestly, I don't think that it lived up to the hype for me of being this amazing, like you know, like that it was the greatest thing ever, and it, you know, like we
pure
cinema,
cinema,
anything like this. Yeah. I mean, no, yeah, dude, it was fine. It was a Batman story, and I was fine with it. I liked the fact that it was still dark, that it was all those things, but at the same time, I didn't think that it was this like masterpiece, and I kept hearing that word a lot, Brian. It was masterpiece.
Yeah, I'm like, where's this masterpiece everyone's talking about?
And honestly, now that it's been out a while, I hear people saying that, and I think a lot of the reaction to it. And RJ, Caden, listen, we've had these discussions. I'm willing to hear your takes on this, and I'm honestly not saying this to degrade the movie. Okay, please hear me. I get it. We're coming out of the pandemic. Okay, so I'm taking that into account. What has been the biggest thing that people have mocked about Zack Snyder's movies?
That they're dark and depressing and grim. They're not Marvel movies.
That they're dark, depressing, grim, and how much money they've made. Right? That they didn't make over $1 billion, or they didn't, hit that mark, right? So here's my question for you. How is it that this is any different when you have a dark, gritty, depressing movie that's even darker and grittier and more depressing than anything Zack Snyder put out?
Yeah.
And it didn't even make the kind of money that Zack Snyder's movie made.
Surpassed Suicide Squad by David Ayer.
That's not a Zack Snyder movie. It's in the
it's in that universe.
Suicide Squad. I get it. I get that.
It's a really low bar, RJ. Come on.
Suicide Squad. Let's be honest, though. I get it, but hold on. Because Suicide Squad, nobody even knew what that property was, right? Most people did not know what that property was until it came out.
Watch the animated movies.
Yeah, but the thing is like the general public didn't have a lot of exposure to Suicide Squad before it came out. And so but I mean, do you think it's kind of I find it very interesting that people defend the Batman, and I'm fine with it. Listen, I don't think I've said it many times. I don't think every movie has to make $1 billion to be considered a success. I don't. But like, it's being heralded because of the amount of money that it made. And I don't understand.
Well, I think it's all about expectations too, because let's think about it like this, all right? It's a brand new franchise, a brand new start to a brand new iteration of Batman. Last time there was a solo Batman movie that got off the ground, right? It was Batman Begins, which was not profitable. It made like less than 400
But that
million.
excuse has not been accepted for Man of Steel.
Different character, though. I mean, I'm not saying. Listen, there is some. I think there is a double standard that exists.
I would say that Batman in this day and age, as much as a Superman fan as I am, Batman is a much more popular character than Superman. So
Well, I would
I would say that the expectation on Batman would be greater than the expectation on
I'll say
Superman
this
in a solo film, wouldn't you?
is that this okay? So by looking at the box office numbers right now, and it's like it's still in theaters. The Batman's still in theaters. It still can make a lot more money, but now it's on HBO Max, so it depends. Yeah, and that's on Warner Brothers because they announced that it was going to HBO Max right after 45 days of being in theaters. So with it right now, worldwide, it's made 752 million, and going, and as you stated, with Man of Steel and BVS, Man of Steel made 668 million, and BVS made 873 million. So out of the three, it goes BVS, the Batman, and Man of Steel, based off of box office. So although like someone has said that with all of the movies, Man of Steel and BVS, it progressed in box office numbers by like 100 million plus each one. But with I'll say this is that Man of Steel, people, it's the same thing with Batman. It was it's an untested Superman, like when it was around, untested Superman, and new in the franchise. People didn't really know what to expect with this, and so I give both the Batman and Man of Steel that they're both untested characters, like new iterations of these characters, but at the same time, with I know it's like a big deal. Like with BVS, you rushed some of the stories, but that's not on Zach at all. I would put again it's all on the development of that movie, which there was two different comparisons because on the said Man of Steel, as Jay Oliva and Zach has said, that they were already going to do Batman and Man of Steel 2, but they were just going to introduce him at the end, like as like there's a hero in Gotham, like something like that, like, and have him like meet Superman or something, and that was like the idea. But then Warner Bros. Came in and was like, put Batman and Wonder Woman, Doomsday all into this movie, and then they're like, okay.
It was gonna be Metallo.
And yeah, it was gonna be Metallo as the villain, but then that whole thing was. But then, and with that, you have to think like, okay, they're introducing, like this Trinity in this now. So, you have an untested Batman and an untested. You have now an untested Batman, but you have a tested Superman and a tested Wonder Woman in this movie, because Wonder Woman already came. Didn't Wonder Woman come out before BVS?
No.
Okay, so it came out.
That was
after
the introduction of Wonder Woman and Batman.
Okay, so you have a tested Superman, but you don't have a tested Wonder Woman and Batman.
Just to jump in for a second, it's all about expectations too, right? Because
it's
the first ever meeting cinematically of Batman, Superman, and the first ever live action cinematic incarnation of Wonder Woman. Plus, it's a setup movie for a giant team up movie, Justice League. Right. Again, it's all about perspective and again. Didn't open during the pandemic either.
I mean, and like I said, I'm not trying to get into a fight over all that. I just, again, I just think that the expectation, I find it interesting because I feel like the expectation on Batman v Superman was like way out of whack. That's my personal opinion.
I mean,
a couple of things though. Hold on, Caden.
Yeah.
Because a couple of things. Because first of all, I just think that the expectation on BVS was way out of whack. I feel that people expected way too much from a movie that wasn't going to deliver that. I
think it should have delivered $1 billion personally, but again, I blame the studio for cutting 30 minutes out. So,
exactly. I would have loved to have seen what it would have been like because RJ, we both know that there's a lot of people who have now never given the Ultimate Edition even a chance because they saw it in the theaters and they hated it.
A lot of the general public still hasn't seen the Ultimate Edition.
Exactly.
A lot of people.
And most people who see the Ultimate Edition, there's always going to be those who are like, it still sucks. It's the same movie, whatever. Okay. And I get that. But most of the people who see the Ultimate Edition end up coming around and they go, you know what? The movie makes a lot more sense to me and I appreciate it more. And I've seen a lot of people lately actually talking about it online just because I'm in groups that I kind of lurk, and I see groups on Twitter and I see people on Facebook and stuff where more and more people are going, you know what? I rewatched it, and it's actually pretty good. Like now that I watched this, the Ultimate Edition, and it's like, so I'm seeing that. But also, two things. So one thing that I will give to somebody, and one thing that I won't. Gary, Snyder's movies didn't lose money. They didn't lose money. They may not have made the amount of money that the studio supposedly wanted, in $1 billion, but they absolutely didn't lose money. And
no,
money,
they made money, just didn't meet the expectations what they wanted.
Yeah, and the money was going up as more movies were coming out,
right.
Just as you would want it to. It's not like the returns were going away. It was making more money as it was going on, as that story was going on. So it would have been interesting to see Zack Snyder actually get his Justice League out there, because
which we know was the 214 cut, not this exact cut.
Yes, we do. Yeah. Yes, we do. But who knows if we would have actually got to see maybe a director's cut, right? You know what I mean? Because we've seen that before, like of Watchmen and other things. So maybe we would have got the 214 cut, but
maybe
we would have
gotten 2 hours and 45 minutes
more, later. And then also, if everything hadn't gone down the way that it did, been able to be opened up to Justice League 2 and 3, right? But the problem is we got a great Wonder Woman after BVS, which then hyped it up and everybody was excited. And honestly, the reaction to Suicide Squad was pretty good at first. Okay. And I know people have their problems with Jared Leto's Joker, and that's fine. You can either like it or not like it. That's on you. What I hear mostly though from people about Jared Leto's Joker, I want to see more. Right? It intrigued them. It was like one of those weird things that like it kind of caught you by surprise and you didn't get a full movie of. So it left people wanting more. There's a lot of things like that at first, like we look at and we go, oh, this is weird. I don't know what, this is. And so because especially if you don't even get a half a movie of it, it's going to throw you off and you're going to want, so Gary, I'd say, no, I can't go along with this idea that he lost money because he didn't lose money. That's just not factual. But I was a bear says, you're taking budget into account. That is fair. That is absolutely fair. The Batman only had $185 million budget and made $742 million, which is 4 times the production budget figure. That's why it's a success compared to the others.
Well, also it was also, let's be fair, it also got audiences and the critics. I mean, at least when you go off the data that we have, people generally like the movie. I mean, it's been talked about pretty positively, which also helps.
Well, but now a few weeks later, though, honestly, I'm seeing a lot of that goodwill start to turn, though, which is concerning.
So basically every single DC movie ever.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, like whatever.
And like, Ibrahim here says the Batman made this money with no Russia and COVID China lockdown.
Well, also too, I was going to mention also too the war in Ukraine as well. That was also a factor in terms of the international box office.
I will absolutely give you that.
I'll say this as well is so with the Batman, BVS, and Man of Steel, the Batman has made more domestically over those two movies. And like especially Man of Steel, but like if we're going off of untested Superman and untested Batman with both of them, I will say that definitely the Batman is more a success than Man of Steel, both domestically and internationally.
That's not. I mean, I don't care about the money, guys. You guys are going on about how much money these movies made.
Well, it's just what Enoch brought up.
No, I get it. No, I understand that. I understand that. But what I'm trying to say though is that. To me, okay, why do people like Marvel? In my opinion, people like Marvel because you know what? They know what they're gonna get. People kind of like that, especially the general public. They know what the next movie is gonna be. They're down for that. Dude, I have no excitement for DC because I don't know what's coming next. And frankly, like William says, I don't care what's coming next. Like, they're losing people as customers with this kind of shit.
Well, and that goes into something else. Like the situation right now doesn't make things better either. But
no. But I will say this. Though, even a few $1 million though between like say Batman or the Batman and like some of the other stuff that we were just talking about, right? Even with maybe some does anybody? I don't want to get too deep into this because we actually have topics, but
plus breaking news. Yeah,
we could do like a deep dive into the whole situation of like how much money did this make versus its budget, versus COVID versus China versus Russia and all these things. I think at the end of the day, it's just that like even with all that, I don't feel that like it's a runaway success.
It's not going to change my.
But it's a solid foundation for a future.
It's a solid movie. It's a decent movie, even for like Brian represents somebody who really didn't like it, right? I represent somebody that liked it, but that I liked it, but it just didn't spark something in for me that like I was excited that like honestly I walked out of it going, man, this is what we got to look forward to for the next like 2 movies of like being kind of depressed and like weird stuff. And I've even had you know what was great though. I love my friends because like and I love the people that I talk to and stuff and people who are on the lounge because I had a conversation with Phil. I've had conversations with a few of you guys about like the chase scene, for example, right? Like and my opinion about that, right? It's like, so I realized kind of coming out, it's like, okay, so we're going to get more of this Batman who, but maybe he's got an arc that Batman is something else, but also like, I don't know. I don't agree that Batman's supposed to be like this symbol of hope and like.
That's right from the comics though.
Yeah, that is from the comics.
I don't know.
He's not a symbol of hope in the same way other characters are. He's a symbol of hope to the good people of Gotham, as a light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, like
but I think that he's more of a mysterious, like in the dark kind of hero.
No, he still can be, but like he can be both. Is kind of the thing. Like, it depends.
No, I get that he can be. Listen, I think the people of Gotham, like they do get to a point in the comics where like they know Batman's out there, and so that helps them feel safe, right? In a crazy world, because Gotham is crazy and dark and evil and whatnot. But at the same time, like, I don't know, it's weird seeing Batman like out there like in the daytime like doing humanitarian work. You know what I mean?
think for a one-off thing like the crisis at the end of that movie, I think it's okay. I mean, I'm not expecting Batman.
I'm not saying it's bad.
Time,
like I said, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it's just it's just things like that. I just don't know. I hope that the next story is just better for me. And Gary, look, man, if you think that they wasted $70 million on the Snyder cut,
well,
good at you, bro. You know that, but you know what? There's plenty of people who don't feel that way, and it definitely made its money back. So, I mean, DVD sales alone did well. People watched it, so you know it's there, man. So,
yeah.
I don't know what to tell you.
In other news, there's some breaking news, actually, I figured you might want to touch upon.
What's that?
Caden, do you want to bring it up?
I can't bring it up because Firefox. If someone can.
Well, I put it in the private chat.
Which
There's a couple things. Sony just announced they delayed all their movies.
Really? Well, not all of them.
You know what?
Which one is it? You dropped 3 links. Which one am I going?
You can go to the Jeff Snyder one, I guess. That's probably the easiest one.
You know why? Because Morbius fell at the box office. That's why.
Probably, yes. That's probably a big factor, yes.
And Morbius is a big factor to it because they thought that Morbius was going to clear.
Well, Morbius crashed and burned its second weekend. It was bad.
It did crash.
It was.
Yeah, the worst one is they delayed Across the Spider-Verse from October to June 2nd, 2023.
Oh, that sucks.
Which, that's even worse for another little movie coming out in June, The Flash, because now it's sandwiched right in between Spider-Verse and Indy 5.
Oh, that is damn. That's wow. Damn, Sony.
So I think you might be seeing Warner Brothers play release date chicken again, because now it's sandwiched in between 2 giant movies, like back to back.
Yeah, that's June is filled with movies now. It's filled with.
So I'm saying I think if Warner Brothers was smart, they might be moving Flash again, because.
And June and July are filled with.
June and July are really packed.
You think Sony was scared of Black Adam coming out in October?
No, I think they just probably. I don't know what the reason was, honestly.
I think it's Morbius.
Okay, hold on a second. So, Madam Web's coming to theaters July 7th, 2023.
Yes,
Listen, I'm just gonna tell you something right now. So Across the Spider-Verse is coming to June 2nd. Okay, that and
Prime summer release date. Yeah.
The Flash comes out June 23rd.
Yes, yeah. But it's like right in between that and Indy 5.
I have the reason.
Dude, unless they do something that makes people like care about Madam Web. I think I'm just telling you, man. I don't think
that's gonna be a Morbius level movie. To be honest, if they don't play their cards right, like it has to be something really special.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that Madam Web is going to shake up like industry unless it's like, something crazy.
Well, I
thank you.
What's the
Nobody
reason
knows who Madam Web is.
Thank you, Brian.
It's like the other movies that Warner and everyone delayed is because of visual effects, because of backup in all these visual effects workshops. There's like
the reason is like visual effects.
Yeah, visual effects.
Okay, I guess
because there's only the thing is people have to realize that there's not that many visual effects workshops that do post on these movies, and so once you have like 15 movies from one studio and 5 from another studio and 20 from another studio coming in, you don't have enough time to work on each one in a year. So you will have some movies that will have visual effects working during production, and even those movies will still have like 3 months left of post-production. So it's like these things, that's why there needs to be more visual effects workshops, and people also need to stop
attacking them.
I think especially with recently with the Thor thing, especially people were like, oh, like everyone's like praising cinematography of the movie, and then people were like, oh, this is cinematography.
Well, people are just very dismissive of visual effects artists and artists in general who like work so hard on computer graphics.
What they do, they probably work on 5 to 10 movies like a week, and that's a lot for them.
Well, not even just that. They also work like it's multiple countries who have to communicate with each other and transfer files over. It's a lengthy and arduous process.
It's
not easy.
It's also studios that are because some workshops have a certain deadline that they have to have the movie submitted by, and if the studio does send the movie by that deadline, the movie that's at the studio that has the movie after that deadline moves up, and so then if the Flash had like a delay in production and they don't vocalize that to the post-production workshop and then you have Craven who's finished filming and they have like tiny bit of visual effects to do, then Craven will move up and in that production office, and other movies behind Craven will also move up, and the Flash will now be however longer after. So that's like it's like a wish list or a checklist.
No, I get you. I mean, I just feel bad for Flash once again because now it's sandwiched in between 2 big movies once again.
Yeah. I think the reason why Sony moved is because they saw financially that Morbius fell, and then because they were expecting.
Well, Morbius definitely played a role somewhat. Yes,
they were expecting Morbius to make $500 million easily. And they fell at the box office. So
Morbius isn't even going to make like $200 million worldwide. I don't think.
I'm definitely seeing.
No, it's a disaster. It is a disaster.
And the post credit scene was garbage.
Oh no, it was a horrible movie.
And when Craven, who the fuck knows what Craven movie is?
I feel like Craven's gonna do the same as Morbius.
Well, Craven, they didn't move. Craven, they're keeping Craven in January 2023.
Isn't Blue Beetle coming out in July too? The same as Adam Web?
Yes, Blue Beetle is in July as well, yeah.
Blue Beetle have like a 2-week window.
I think Blue Beetle's gonna be bigger hit than freaking Madam Web.
Probably.
They call it Adam Webb, the next Doctor Strange. Like, shut the fuck up, Sony.
Yeah, like Madam Web and I feel like those.
Oh wait, no, it's in August.
Oh, Blue Beetle's in August. Okay.
Oh yeah, it's making money in August regardless.
Yeah.
That's good. It's like Adam Webb. I don't see they call him Adam Webb, the next Doctor Strange.
I just feel like it's just gonna make basically the same money as probably Morbius. Like they're just not very. Like to me,
here's the instant strike against the Madam Web movie. Same writers as the freaking Morbius movie. So no, thank you.
Christ, no, thank you.
Please get a rewrite before you start filming, please. Thank you.
The thing is with Madam Web, they start filming in Boston in 3 weeks.
Mm-hmm. Oh great!
It's crazy that that Wendy Snyder's not playing. It's not playing Black Cat, but it's whatever. It's whatever, Sony.
You know? I'm just saying, like, I have no. I'm looking forward to Snyder or to Spider-Verse.
Yeah, that movie was amazing.
Well, that's gonna be huge.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Spider-Verse. I think that movie's gonna kill, and have traction.
So the first trailer was nothing.
Yeah.
Well, it was just a teaser. I mean, again,
that was a teaser, but it was nothing.
Yeah.
So now we have.
Well, hold on. Before we go forward, I do want to get this one in here. Thank you, Vin Frost, for the $5 super chat. Says, do you think DC should just do animation going forward? I've seen some people bring it up as a suggestion. No, I don't. I don't. And and here's why, Vin Frost. I think there's a lot of change coming. Okay.
Can't come soon enough.
Yeah, and well, a friend of mine said they're not changing anything. They didn't say they were changing anything.
Oh, they will.
They don't need to change. All their stuff has been good. Well, apparently the company disagrees.
Well, you don't say you're going to do an overhaul and change nothing. So
exactly.
I mean,
so the thing is that there's change coming. These properties are too big to not be utilized, right?
No, I mean, you have to do live action too, because that's where the money's at.
Yeah, you have to do live action. And I'll be honest with you, like, so as much as I've loved DC animation, I mean, DC animation has been the strongest thing, man, in forever.
Yeah, with DC.
But even the animation lately has kind of taken a weird.
Well, it's because they don't put enough money or resources.
Yeah, should put more money.
Yeah, it's like it feels like they rush some of it.
They rush it. They don't spend enough time with it. I feel like they don't let things gel. The creative teams are constantly shifting around as well. It's not the same people working on it as in the old days.
Bro, look at Injustice.
Brian, did you see the Death in the Family DVD?
I started watching it, but I checked out. I liked the animated, like the series they did where kind of started with Flashpoint, ended with Apocalypse War.
Yeah,
that was pretty good.
Apocalypse War, man, was amazing.
Phenomenal.
Zack Snyder ripoff.
That's
one thing. It felt like it, didn't it? Didn't it feel like that was what was Zack Snyder's like? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brian.
I was just sorry. I'll say this and then I'll be quiet about it. But like,
no, Brian. I was giving you the floor because you were talking.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
No, we're good. Those animated movies were great because there was another story afterwards. I got the continuation, and this is like my problem with DC. And like once again, that's like my issue with the movie we've been talking about with Batman. It's like I don't want to be pulled in another direction right now. I like the direction. I don't know. I feel like I've been pulled around, and I don't like that. I don't like that.
I will say just upgrade, give DC Animation a little bit more money. Like, look at What If. What If is expensive to make?
Well, What If they actually poured love and resources into because they treated it just like a live action property.
But I'll be honest with you, what I honestly didn't like about it, like, so watching Death in the Family, it sounded like a cool concept that they were going to do this like interactive thing, but at the same time it was kind of annoying too, because
the story elements,
you only had a limited time where you can switch in.
Yeah, well, and it didn't feel like you could actually just sit back and just watch it and enjoy it.
No,
it was Death in the Family. Movie, yeah, a Death in the Family is one of those things, man. I want to watch that story.
Yeah, you want to be interrupted and be like, "Oh, make a choice." It's like,
right.
Let me just watch.
It's not choose your own adventure.
Well, that's what they made it. That's what they made it into. Yeah. So I don't know. I'll talk. I could talk more about it. I don't know. I'll get when we get to the Ezra stuff. I'll speak on that because I think they got to reevaluate some things. So we'll get there though.
Yeah. So that was that.
How about Fantastic Beasts?
Okay, so Fantastic Beasts. Well, let's hit this real quick.
Well, I wanted to say before we move on from the Sony Marvel stuff.
Oh wait, was there something else in there? Because there was two more links. What were?
Well,
no, it was just more stuff about the delay. It was just like
okay. I just wanted to make sure that
it's going to be sandwiched in between the Flash.
Okay, I was just trying to make sure that I hit all that stuff. Yeah. So okay. So Dumbledore, underperforming.
Yep.
Yeah.
No other way to really put that. I mean, it's underperforming. It's.
Yeah.
Harry Potter's probably taking a break for a while.
I saw it that it suggested that it will be the first Harry Potter themed film to not break 500 million.
Yeah.
That is sad, bro. That is sad.
Damn.
Yeah, like I said, they're probably gonna. Hey, this could be what happens to DC one day too.
That's what I keep trying to tell everybody, but nobody wants to listen.
It's gonna. I think Harry Potter is gonna go on ice for a while. Probably until 2025 when they get the TV and streaming rights back, and then they'll probably just do like some kind of series to either finish the Fantastic Beasts story or do something else. I don't know.
Give me adult Harry Potter.
No, I don't think they're gonna do that.
Give me adult Harry Potter, man. I'm telling you, if you want the money, if you want the money and you want the general audience,
pay
give us
Daniel.
adult Harry
Play
Potter.
Daniel. Pay Daniel. Just pay him.
Either pay him or recast it. If you can, recast everybody else in the series, apparently, you got to be able to recast that if need be. But I'm telling you right now, you give us adult Harry Potter, the general audience is there on day one.
Oh, I'll be there. I'll buy 600 tickets. I'm going.
Well, I would agree and I would disagree.
Okay.
Because we were talking about this the other day on To the Max when we were talking with Sean O'Rourke.
You better not talk with Sean O'Connell. If you talk with Sean O'Connell, the whole internet will kill you.
It was Sean O'Rourke, okay? I
know, I'm messing.
I didn't even finish what I was saying. Everybody calm down, okay?
I know. No, okay. No, but it just better not be Sean O'Connell. That's all I'm saying.
No. We don't do that.
We don't talk about Sean O'Connell.
We don't talk.
But no, he was talking about how like we are aging out of the key demographic, guys. So the fact that we're getting older doesn't necessarily mean that, like, yes, we want more adult content, which is all well and good, but I think that's selfish. As we as adults that got into this stuff as children are going to take that away from kids. I wouldn't let my kid watch any of these recent DC movies. None of them. So what are you going to do? Take him to the Suicide Squad? Yeah, that's a hell of an idea.
What about Shazam?
Oh, that would be the only one.
Which one?
Shazam. That's it. Maybe Shazam 2 when it comes out. But other than that, I mean, look, it's just we're forget. It's like Star Wars. We're forgetting where we were when we first saw it. You know, and we're taking that away from other people.
So Brodan here with a $2 super chat says, in a flight delay, RJ is at fault for this, to be honest.
All right.
Yeah. You know.
What'd you do, RJ? Why are you delaying flight?
Well, it was just the thunder. You know, the thunder.
he's on the stream instead of working the flashlights with the cones on top, trying to land planes.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
I mean, that's the end of the day. Just like DC, they got to reevaluate what to do with Harry Potter. Yeah. What's more likely going to happen is, like I said, it's just going to take a break for a while, for a number of years until they can
5 years.
Probably 3 to 5 years until they can reevaluate what they want to do with it and make new plans. And I don't know, because it's the J.K. Rowling thing too, and the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard thing, which is more legal drama for DC as well.
So much distraction. Mm-hmm. So much distraction.
Two of their biggest franchises are enveloped in legal drama and just creative drama as well. So
yeah, and the creative stuff, it would be better. This would be forgivable if these movies were better, but unfortunately, they're kind of just all over the place. So it's hard to forgive when there's not a good result.
Yeah, no, it's true.
I think it didn't make it didn't like Chris the new Fantastic Beasts movie. It didn't make money because of Johnny Depp. In the situation where Amber stuff like
I think it was also too. Let's be fair.
The movies were just garbage.
The second movie was just so bad that nobody cared anymore. I mean, the Johnny Depp thing didn't help either. Plus, the J.K. Rowling controversy that had an impact for some people as well. There was just everything was working against that movie. Like, even if it was the best movie ever, it was gonna have a tough time just because
she was gonna do
everything going on.
A George Lucas route.
She's not gonna sell Harry Potter. She's not. She's going to carry that franchise in an iron grip till the day she dies. She's not selling it.
What if she do a partnership? No, actually, never mind.
She's already in a working partnership. It's what this deal is.
That's true. Yeah.
No.
So I don't know.
She's gonna hold on to Harry Potter.
But just give me something like from Harry Potter fans. Like, if
They're
you
going.
don't give
I'm
me
telling you,
if
2025.
you don't
When they
give
get,
me,
no, I'm saying
yeah,
2025 when they get the TV and streaming rights back, they'll make some kind of TV show announcement for HBO Max.
what was a
and
TV
then
show? Like,
probably Dumbledore and Grindelwald finish that story, and then maybe something else. Maybe a Voldemort
I don't know
TV
that people
show.
even want to. I don't even know that people care.
I don't think people
Or
care
do a
about that
Voldemort
story no
prequel
more.
series or something about Tom Riddle.
Okay, that would be good. I'll take
Maybe,
that, but other than
maybe,
that-
but I'm telling you right now, guys, the only thing that is guaranteed that they can't keep doing prequels. Prequels suck, man. I am so sick of seeing prequel after prequel after prequel. If you wanted to tell that story, just tell the story. Listen, it was interesting when George did it, with Star Wars.
Amazing movies.
It has gotten to be like now we need the backstory to every character, to every little thing, and I think people are getting burned out on that stuff. It's like they get burned out knowing where the story's going. There's no excitement about what could happen, and honestly, I think that it's part of the problem that has created this world that we live in now, where everybody just wants to know the story before it even comes out. They don't care about storytelling. They don't want to be told a new story. They say that. Oh, people say that all day long. I want a new story. I want a new story. I want new characters. I want whatever. And then they get it and they don't like it. They don't appreciate it or whatever because they don't know where the story went and it doesn't go in the place that they thought or they anticipated it's going to go in. And so honestly, I think all these prequel things, man, like it's one of the things that like, look, I was just telling you guys earlier, like I started watching Picard, right? Season 2. And I will say this, is it perfect? No. Is there a bunch of stuff that messes up? Yeah. And I understand why people complain about it. But here's the thing. At least it's telling a story like in the future.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, 2 years in the future, but yeah, sure.
Kind of. I mean, they went back in the past, but you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I'm just joshing.
Spoiler alert. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. But you know what I'm saying? Like, at least it's like a future Trek thing instead of like, once again, like, look, I'm actually kind of looking forward to the new one with the Enterprise.
Strange New Worlds.
Strange New Worlds. I'm actually kind of looking forward to that one. That one actually looks kind of interesting to me. But honestly, I just think people are just...
They're bringing back everybody, right?
No,
they're not bringing back anybody. No,
they're recasting a a lot of favorites.
Bro,
I mean, it's the Enterprise. No, I mean,
I don't know.
They're bringing back the Next
it's a
Generation
prequel.
crew.
It's a prequel
Yeah, it's a
too,
prequel
I mean.
still. It's a prequel to Kirk. So I mean, it's when Pike was, captain of the Enterprise. So they've
more
recast.
prequels.
That's what I'm saying. They've recast Spock, Uhura.
Probably so they can do a reboot of the original Star Trek series with Enterprise with Captain Kirk and the Spock actor. And
they've already got Kirk.
They've already cast Kirk for season 2.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's their end game right there to do original series reboot.
I agree with Silent Scotty. I think they're doing it on purpose. They're like, you can kind of see it with Picard. They're blaming Picard for like old Trek. Old Trek bad, new Trek great. It's like, no, dude.
Wow, blaming the OG.
Where's that comment? I'm trying to look for that comment. Where's that?
No. We talked about this the other night.
I thought I was looking.
And I kind of.
I was looking forward to. I'm like, where's that comment?
No, Silent was on in here earlier, but no, it's just something he said the other night on the show, and I was like, that makes sense.
Yeah. Hey, Luke, I did see your comment. I did see your video too that you sent me.
Oh, that's terrible.
Scotty got a personalized video from Kevin Smith down there in Puerto Rico. He couldn't get to actually meet him. And
you mean Laser Luke?
Who did I say?
You said Scotty.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, not Scotty. No, I'm sorry. Yes, Laser Luke.
Oh, Scotty's here.
Yeah, Laser Luke though. He sent me a video of it, and it was cool. Very, very cool, man. Peter Rabbit's Defender here with the $4.99 super chat says,
Fantastic Beasts 3.
Oh, Fantastic Beasts 3 is a fair improvement to the terrible Fantastic Beasts 2, except Ezra, he's phoning it in. With the ending like that, I'm kind of satisfying.
Mads Mikkelsen is a better Grindelwald than Johnny Depp.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
By the way, have you guys been keeping up with that trial at all?
I watched a little bit of it
it's
today.
It's spicy, man.
I watched.
He called out Disney though. He called out.
Yeah, he didn't really call him out, but like Amber Heard looks worse and worse every single day that trial goes on.
She was crying.
Oh, it's so bad for her. It's so bad for her, man. I'm watching this with like
of Johnny Depp.
he's looking better and better. I'll say that much.
Yeah, like I actually felt for him, man. I watched that whole thing about him talking about getting into drugs at a young age and all those things, and
Drinking alcohol.
Yeah, and
Well,
like
he relapsed
starting
on
off
alcohol because of Amber and all that. And, yeah, it's a very sad situation. I don't think you're gonna see
the
Mara
Watcher.
after,
I will say this. Like I know this isn't a popular thing, but Watcher, I've said it. Like I know my friend Dave. Dave took a huge hit for this. Like what I mean. Oh my God. Like God forbid that we get anything other than live action, directed, written, produced by Zack Snyder. All I want is something that's a continuation of his story, right? Look, do I want live action? Yes, I would love live action. Would I love a theatrical run of Zack Snyder's Justice League 2 and 3? Absolutely. But here's the thing. I'm at a point, guys, and I've made this very clear. I just want to see it, right? So if it's on HBO Max as a series or something like that, I'm down. He's obviously using the stagecraft technology, because we're going to talk in just a second about
Thor.
Rebel
Moon, right? That he's using the stagecraft technology, so he could do that, right? Like and make that for a lot cheaper than what people are giving him credit for. But I would love to see that. But if there's no other way to get it, and it's animation, you know what? I would be down for that even. Give it to me.
Directed by Jay Oliva.
Better than a poke in the eye,
Why not? Listen, I just don't think that we should be like all just like, no, it's this way or no way, like, and we're just going to be pissed off if we don't get it.
There's got to be some compromise.
Yeah, I just that's not how I look at the whole thing, right? So and I wanted to say to Protoss and Peter Rabbit's Defender, I'm not saying that all prequels are bad. I'm not saying that at all. I liked Rogue One. I don't think that Rogue One is the best Star Wars movie that some people are. I think it's a good Star Wars movie. It tells a good story, but it's a one-off. It's fine. And and I know that there's people who love the prequels. Especially there's people who love the prequels over the sequels, and that's fine. You can like whatever you like. There are good sequels and there are good prequels. I'm just saying, I think a lot of people are getting burned out on prequels in general, because I think that they use it sometimes to phone it in, and just instead of progressing a story because they're scared they're too worried that they're going to like do something that messes up these main characters, they go back in time and they tell these other stories from other characters, and whatnot. And it just, I just think that at that point it just kind of gets old, especially when you don't
You love The Mandalorian?
Yeah, I like The Mandalorian. But see, I don't look at The Mandalorian as necessarily going back. I feel that that's going forward from episode 6.
Yeah.
In some ways, it does that as a prequel to the sequel trilogy, though. In some ways.
Yeah, I get that. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think that they're all bad.
What about the book of Boba Fett?
I'd put that in the same category, man.
The Book of Mandalorian, yeah, it was good.
Yeah, no,
the book of Mandalorian, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, no, so I look at that as that way. Yeah, Marcus, we already talked about.
Marcus, you always late, bro.
Whatever, bro. Okay, so moving right along.
Is there any nice stories before we get into the heavy stuff?
Yeah. I actually do. So let me share this. So we got this. Elsa. Look at this, man.
Damn.
Elsa just continues to just nail it with this thing. I mean, my God.
That's epic.
Look.
That shit looks epic, man. Like, what
dude,
the hell?
I'm jealous. I'm so jealous.
Yeah.
I'm so just look. She's got Vader and Luke start up there. It's one of my favorite poses, man, of Vader and Luke from Jedi.
Yep.
And I love those two iconic things because they got there's one from Empire with them on Bespin that's just iconic, and then there's also one from Return of the Jedi. This one that's just iconic as well. And so
I had that on a T-shirt as a kid.
Me too. And my God, I mean, look at the probe droid there. Yoda, the detail. So good job,
Cool.
Elsa.
Leia
Keep it up.
details.
I mean,
Leia.
look at how good Leia looks. I mean, that, my gosh, it looks just like Carrie Fisher. And you got the Falcon over here. The Falcon over here, and the Han's legs there.
Luke.
As she goes up, it'll be bigger. But yeah, you got Luke there, farm boy Luke. C-3PO, R2-D2 looks great.
I am your father.
Man. Look at the shadowing here too. I mean, that look at how you got the shadow of the AT-AT. Oh my God,
that looks good, bro. Details.
Yeah, heck yeah, it does. So shout out to Elsa. Good work. Continue it. Keep up the good work. I can't wait to see the finished product. We will obviously share it when it comes out. All right, real quick, and then we will move along here. We got Peter Rabbit's Defender with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Peter Rabbit. This is my ranking of Harry Potter and the Fantastic Beasts movies. Number 11.
Jesus.
Are there 11?
There's 11, yeah. As of now, there's 11, yeah.
Good Lord. 11 is Grindelwald. 10 is
Secrets of Dumbledore.
Secrets of Dumbledore. Well, that kind of tells you something, doesn't it? I mean, those are the least favorite right now.
Yeah, Order of the Phoenix. Okay. Yeah, I told you.
Order of Phoenix, Sorcerer's Stone, 7 Fantastic Beasts, 6
Deathly Hallows Part 1.
Oh, yeah, Deathly Hallows Part 1.
5 is Half-Blood Prince.
Oh, yeah, Half-Blood Prince. 4 is Chamber of Secrets. 3 is Goblet of Fire. 2 is Azkaban, and 1 is Deathly Hallow.
Part 2.
I'm gonna have to do a Potter ranking one of these days because I disagree. My 2 favorite movies are the Chris Columbus movies out the gate. They're the only 2 that are somewhat close to the book. You start getting into Alfonso Cuarón's blurry movie.
Oh, 3. No. Prisoner of Azkaban is a phenomenal film.
No. It might be a phenomenal film, but what they took out of the book ruined that movie. Because
I love the books too, man. But
how can you have the Marauders map and not explain who Prongs is? It kind of helps out at the end of the movie when people are confused as hell as to why Harry Potter is, casting a stag Patronus. Yeah. Okay. They never went into that. They never gave any explanation to anything. They took the most important parts of the book out of it, and it was just it ruined.
I think Order of the Phoenix is more egregious when it came to taking.
However, I will say I do like the change of aesthetic that took place after that movie or in that movie, and it was carried on throughout. I think they filmed it at Cambridge or something like that, where it was an actual location to where the stonework and all that kind of stuff was legit. So that's a lot better as far as that goes. But no, I think the more and honestly, how do you put the Half-Blood Prince or in a book? That's my least favorite of the movies. Hands down, I hated Half-Blood Prince. It was they left out the 2 most important visions that explain what the Horcruxes are, and at the end of the movie, you're just like, "What's a Horcrux?" Still, it was so stupid. Sorry. What are your thoughts on the ranking as far as the Harry Potter films? And those are good.
I would really have to. It's been a while since I love all of them. Each of them, I feel do something different.
The bad ones.
I don't think there's really a truly bad Harry Potter movie, personally. The weakest ones are 5 and 6, but even then, they're not bad movies, in my opinion. You could say they're bad adaptations, maybe, but they're not bad films. I think 7 is phenomenal, parts 1 and parts 2. One of the few times a 2-parter really worked, because most 2-part movies, the first part's boring and awful. I felt like Harry Potter, Deathly Hallows, that part 1 was great.
I liked the fact they split the last one up into 2. I kind of wish they'd have done that with the last 3.
It's the first time we saw that, really.
Oh, here we go. Just the man I wanted to talk to. What's up, DM?
Hey, we talking Harry Potter? Cause I'm
Well,
ready.
see, okay, here's what I'll say in defense of the Time Turners. Even though, okay, see, these aren't like comic. Well, these aren't like comic book movies. This isn't a movie that I don't like. Okay, this is number 3. But in defense of the Time Turners and the Harry Potter franchise in general, those are direct adaptations from the novels. Like J.K. Rowling made dead sure that that's how it was going to go down. It's not like Marvel where it's like they'll take elements of different stories, call it a story, and be like, go from there. So it's a little bit different, but all right. Sorry, go ahead.
Hey, no, I totally get it. He's doing it exactly like the books. And again, I will say this: I really, when people say, but the book says this, and that, I'm like, I don't care what the book says. This is the movie. It needs to work in the context of the movie, and that was the biggest Deus Ex Machina of the entire film. I could not stand it. They introduced one of the most powerful objects in the Wizarding world that can literally affect what happens in the movies going forward, but it never comes back ever again. It's just for that one little detail when this Lily could have saved lives after this movie.
It didn't come back. It didn't come back in the books either.
Yeah, it never came back in the books either.
JK even knew how powerful
that was. I'm pretty sure after the events of Azkaban, they got rid of the Time Turners. Like they were all destroyed or something.
Well, what they did is they put them all in the Ministry of Magic, and in the book in number 5, when they're fighting the Death Eaters through the forbidden rooms of the Ministry, they go with one of them goes into the Time Turner rune, and it does like the Scott Lang in Endgame thing, where it turns them into babies and stuff.
Oh yeah, okay.
So
yeah, like no one, it's basically like you can never get in there kind of thing.
Yeah,
but I definitely agree with you though. The Chris Columbus movies are very underrated. Like Sorcerer's Stone is personally still my favorite Harry Potter movie. Like I love that movie so much.
No, I agree. Well, Peter Rabbit's Defender. Sorry, keep going. Yeah, my apologies.
No,
I'll
it's
answer
okay.
This one we're done.
Oh, no, it's okay. Yeah, the first two really captured that sense of magic and wonder, and it was fun. And I'm not to say that I don't appreciate seeing the kids grow up and mature as the movies go on. That was still great. We grew up with these characters; it's amazing. But it's just I personally felt like the movies got dark a little too quickly. And then it's got to the point, we're still in the David Yates era of Harry Potter, where things are still depressing and dour, even when we're in a different time period. We kind of forgot to have fun in the Wizarding world. There could be serious stakes, there could still be, sophisticated stuff in the Wizarding world, but I think it just forgot that sense of wonder that the first two had,
Sure. Well, you kind of felt like you were in Diagon Alley or you were in Hogwarts.
Yeah,
it felt like the world was lived in. So Peter Rabbit's Defender.
I've been there, bro.
I've been there too.
It's a dream. It's a dream. One of these days I'm going to Universal.
Dude, it's awesome. It's awesome.
So he was responding to me. Harry Potter 1 was very disrespectful to the readers. No, I agree. The stuff with Quirrell at the end, it was really bad. They turned him into a murderer for some reason. Professor Quirrell didn't die. Off to Azkaban with Harry. They cut a good load of it from the book. That's very true. Well, I like it because it kind of got me jazzed about Harry Potter.
Well, it captured the magic, captured the spirit of it all. That's the thing.
Old and wanted to see more, so I was like, "Yeah, let's go." And that's why the Fantastic Beasts movies were awesome because it's hell yeah, I want to see more of the world. But the first one, it had that sense of wonder and magic. But after that, it just kind of, like you said, the owl, it kind of David Yates it, where it's
everything's very dour.
Yeah, just like the Batman.
Oh, I heard your rant about the Batman. I'm so sorry to hear that,
dude. Did you go into Gringotts, dude?
Dude, I've never been. Like, I want to.
Yeah, I went there. It was really cool.
This is cool.
list.
Like, you literally just go like back through this like little like hole in the wall, man. And then when you come out on the other side,
there it is.
Bam, you're just there.
Wow.
Yeah.
You would just walk right past it. And the cool thing is, like, once you're in there, you don't hear the rest of the park, and the rest of the park doesn't like hear you.
Nope. It's just Harry Potter.
It's
Is
amazing.
that Weasley's Wizard and Wheezes?
Yes, it is. It has a bunch of stuff in there. 2
Sorry,
stories.
I'm a bookmark. Okay, I read all the books first, but I have them all on my Audible.
By the way, you gotta get the butterbeer. You gotta get the butterbeer.
Yep. You gotta have a butterbeer.
Dude.
I mean, there's just.
Do you book something?
Did you go on the Gringotts ride, by the way?
Yeah, we went on all the rides. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The only I take it back. The only ride we didn't get to go on was Hagrid's roller coaster because it was literally down all day.
Okay.
It just
I
never
didn't get to
opened
go.
that
I
day.
didn't go. I didn't get to go on the main one because it was like a rush trip. Like it was unplanned. There was like no time to do anything. I only got to go on the Gringotts ride. But like, our Forbidden Journey, the one in the castle's fun, but like it's
Quality
like
Quidditch supply.
not a lot of people can ride it apparently because it's very restrictive. Like the seating.
I gotta go to
Is that true?
Ollivanders.
I don't know that. I don't know if that's true.
I heard like the seating for like Forbidden Journey, it's like super restrictive. Like if you're like a bigger set dude, like you cannot fit in there whatsoever.
Do they have
like,
Nocturne Alley too?
I don't know, man. I used to have that problem, but when we went, like I had lost all my weight, so I don't know, man.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. Are these?
This is a great picture. Look at this picture. Look at this picture. This is epic. This is epic, and this
that
is
just cool,
dude. This is just us, like.
Oh man.
Where are we now?
Do they have Borgin and Burke's like freaking Nocturne Alley?
Yeah, they do have Nocturne Alley. Yeah, they do.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's in a corner. You
The
can walk
music's
down there.
playing. Lots of cool stuff. Did you go on the train?
Yes, I did. It was amazing.
Hogwarts
Dude,
Express.
like,
It's cool. They got these screens that look like make it look like a Harry Potter and Hermione and Ron Weasley are outside your little,
Yeah, like they're talking
car.
to you. It's like we're going around. Did your train get stopped by the Dementors, by the way?
Oh, that one.
Yes.
That was amazing when that happened.
Yeah. Now I will say this. Yeah, they got all these wands and stuff, but these do
You
not
got one of
compare to
those?
the handmade ones that Tiffany's brother made for my boys.
Don't they have, like, a
I'll have to
thing where,
pull
like,
those out sometime and
wasn't
show
there, like,
those to you guys.
Can't
Yeah,
you,
I'd
like,
love to see them.
The Ollivanders show where like you can be the one who gets to like the wand chooses you or something.
Yeah. But yeah,
man.
my brother-in-law made all three of my boys like handcrafted ones and put them in like cases that have like an insignia thing on top of it.
Oh.
And I mean, dude, he.
Well, I think the wands at the park, like if you use them in the park, they interact with stuff and like
They
you
do.
things.
They do. Yeah, they interact because you can go up to
What?
fountains and make fountains like work and stuff. With
Yeah, you
water
can like
and
do
stuff.
weird little
Wow.
things. Yeah,
You point your wand at stuff and it
it does something. Yeah,
It does something. Yeah.
Wow.
This is amazing.
yeah, and then because this is the one in Florida, right?
Yes. This is one.
Okay, yeah, because this one you have to ride the train to get there.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, not this one. No, not this one. No.
Do they have like?
You have to ride the train to get to Hagrid's and to get to
The castle. Hogwarts. Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah, because like isn't the park like split between Islands of
Yeah,
Adventure and
Yes.
Universal?
Yes, the Diagon Alley portion is connected to the main park.
That's some BS though.
The Forbidden Journey and the Hogwarts Castle.
I mean, we were going to both anyways, but that's some BS that they make people buy basically 2 tickets to do the whole Harry Potter
That's how they
experience.
get you. That's how they
That
get
is
you.
how they get you.
It's
Todd
probably
Fair
'cause
with a
there's so
$5
much
super
going
chat.
on.
Todd with the $5 super chat says, Enosh wearing a Feige t-shirt in that video. I think I'm wearing a Star Wars shirt, aren't I?
You're wearing.
Oh,
a
dude,
fight?
this was amazing.
Yeah.
No, I'm wearing a
yeah.
Superman shirt. What are you talking about? I'm wearing a Superman shirt underneath that. Todd.
Oh yeah, with the goblins.
Yeah. Oh, they're all just working.
And they're
Doing their thing.
all of them are animatronics too, which is awesome.
Yeah.
Well, didn't Feige work on Superman?
No, he watches Superman.
Well, he
worked under Richard Donner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was his assistant.
So,
but not,
so I mean, if
not-
we're gonna get technical,
Well, he doesn't. He didn't work on Superman.
No.
They just watch Superman apparently when they go to make their new stuff. But This is all just crazy, man. Like how you go down these stairs and
Oh Lord.
Yeah, it's a long line, man. You have to go down, like you're like going all the way down. You're taking stairs up and down. Like, they make you work to get to that ride. You know, they
yeah,
go.
they have to get out of that building, man.
I
And
will
there's
walk
stalag-
down all of the stairs.
By the way, I just want everybody to know. Stay tuned. We're going to be announcing in just a few minutes Tiffany's new show here on the line.
heck
Oh,
yeah.
Tiffany got a show. Yeah.
Right on.
So stay tuned for that because we'll be announcing that soon
All
with the
right,
name and the
all
logo
right,
and
all
everything.
Nice.
Oh, and here the fire. It actually breathes fire.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nice.
Bro.
Very nice.
Man. Okay, so I do have a question. You know how
Yeah.
like most places like
Oh,
just have
here's the
the
people
wall-
pointing their
making the lights come on.
making the no, it makes it rain.
Oh, that's cool.
What was your question, Brian?
Well, no. So do they have like old timey photo booth where you can put on like
That's pretty cool.
robes to take one of those old timey pictures?
No, I don't think so.
I
didn't
don't
see
know.
anything
They
like
have a
that.
restaurant in there in Diagon Alley. It's a restaurant in there that you can eat at.
Oh, that's cool.
Because that would be super cool. Like, because you know what I'm talking about, like those old time pictures.
Oh
that
yeah,
you'll
yeah,
get
yeah.
in,
We
like,
got
a-
some of that. Yeah, we got some of them from our family and stuff. Yeah.
So I gotta ask, because everyone compares them. What's better, the Harry Potter experience
Star
in Universal
Wars.
Studios or Star Wars?
Star Wars.
Okay, I figured. I figured.
Star
I just wanted to ask.
Wars, Star Wars.
So if
Star
I'm gonna
Wars.
drop the money, I need to go to Disneyland and go to freaking.
Yeah.
I
I mean, I'm just
plead
being
I mean-
honest. This was so cool. This was very, very cool. But I'm sorry to be able to actually look at a real life Millennium Falcon and then board it and be able to be in the cockpit and in the actual Millennium Falcon. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. No, and then go through the ride, Rise of the Resistance. Rise of the Resistance was like freaking amazing. So there you go. Yeah.
Wow.
So that was our look at that
All
slow
right.
motion.
All right.
Yeah, slow mo. Well, Brian, let's be fair. If you're gonna go all the way to Florida, you might as well just do both.
You might as well. We did it in 2 days.
No,
man.
I'm not going to Florida. I'm going to California.
Oh yeah, well.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. California has Harry Potter stuff too there, so yeah.
Closer.
It's basically the same thing.
But you might as well do if you go to Florida, you might as well do both. That's what I say. Now, obviously, we didn't do the entire like Magic Kingdom thing and everything at Disney.
You mostly
in
just
2
focus on
days.
Star Wars stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we just went to Hollywood Studios and we went to all of Universal. So we did all Universal in 1 day. But if you're going to do that, get their they got a fast pass kind of thing. It's absolutely worth it. We didn't have to wait for one ride. You literally just walked on everything. It was amazing. And because you get one or two whatever like per ride or whatever. And we ended up riding the Hulk coaster, which that Hulk coaster.
Oh man, that was.
Oh
so cool.
God,
it was so cool.
That Hulk coaster is awesome, isn't it?
It's scary though, man. I can't. Do
I haven't
it.
ridden a
I
roller
couldn't do
coaster
it.
in
Nah,
20 years.
it looks too scary, man.
You don't
can't
like
do
roller
it.
coasters, RJ?
It depends on the kind of roller coaster. Hulk is like, nah. That it goes with like, nah, man. I can't do it.
I'll
I'll
say
be
this,
honest.
as someone,
You talking about the Hulk one?
Yeah, I'm not big on the roller coasters. I gotta admit. Like
I'll
if it's
say
Big
th-
Thunder Mountain or something like that. Yeah, okay, I can deal with that. Like Hulk style roller coaster? Hell no.
I'll say this
missing.
as someone who doesn't like roller coasters either, RJ. That was
It's
actually
too scary, man.
fun.
The loops and the speed. No,
I
thank
know,
you.
but like it's
I
Oh,
love
bro,
the
come on, it's not scary.
Dude, it's awesome, man.
It looks too scary, man. I'm
it-
sorry.
No.
it's actually
It's so cool.
It's
Dude,
actually
you
very
blast off
neat,
like
though.
70 miles per hour. Heck no.
Yeah. Hulk throws you, bro.
I'm
Yeah, throw your shit.
He just throws
Like-
you, man. It's awesome.
I
Freaking
used to be
amazing.
scared of heights usually, but when I got older, I phased out of that and I could just go on the highest roller coaster ever and just drop down.
When I was a kid, I used to hate the idea of roller coasters. I used to be scared of roller coasters when I was a kid. But then something happened, something changed, and I just then I loved it all. You know what it was I decided one day. That's awesome, by the way, Watcher, that you watched Tron Legacy. It is a great film. It's a
Hey,
beautiful
Disney
film.
should make a ride. I don't know why
The-
They are.
They
do
got
have
one.
They do have
They
a
got
ride.
one in Euro Disney. Yeah.
It's Shanghai Disney.
Yeah, but I'm talking about
Oh, Shanghai Disney?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
Shanghai
bringing that
Disney.
Tron.
Yeah,
It's a
Shanghai,
Tron
I'm
roller
talking about
coaster that was in Shanghai Disney. They're bringing it to Florida, to the Magic
Oh, they
Kingdom
are?
and
Yeah,
Tomorrowland. Yeah.
It looks awesome. We've
Yeah,
showed
I'm
it.
ready.
We've showed it. Yeah, so I'm ready for it. But you know the thing was, I was scared of roller coasters too until I went to had gone to Cedar Point, which has more roller coasters than anywhere else in the world, and it's in Ohio. And I'd gone the first time, and I didn't go on anything. And the second time I went, I was just like, you know what, I'm going to go on everything, and I did, and I loved it. And ever since, I've just been addicted. My son Landon, he loves everything, man. He's just.
It's not that I don't like roller coasters. I'm not scared of them. When you're a big person,
yeah,
rides aren't made for you. And I was at Paramount's Great America one time and was trying to get on Top Gun. And I was like, oh, upright roller coaster or whatever, you'll be good. No, like 4 people are trying to push the safety thing on me, and I'm just like, ugh. So there was only one roller coaster I could ride all day long, and that was the Demon. It was awful. No, I hate going to theme parks just because it costs too much damn money. Like everything.
Well, that's the hard thing, right? If you can't ride the roller coaster, and
I've been there.
I've been a big guy. I've been a big guy most of my life, and so I get that, man. If you can't, if you're too big, then
you like Six Flags.
I liked it when they had it was Marine World and they had whales and shit. That was pretty cool. But no, I don't care about.
Peter Rabbit's Defender here with the $4.99 super chat, and then we'll go on to the next thing. And don't forget, coming up, Tiffany is going to reveal the name of her show, and it's going to be a cool thing here on Poindexter Pantheon. And
he's got a Lantern ride.
Also coming up, don't forget we got more topics. Of course, we've got Ezra Miller is rested again. We already talked about Dumbledore, but the Thor trailer, Voltron, and next up we got some Rebel Moon news. But here, first of all, we've got this $4.99 super chat from Peter Rabbit's Defender. Thank you, man. It says best movies of 2022 so far. 10 Dog. I haven't seen that one.
355.
9 355.
Oh, the
Adam Project
movie.
Adam Project. I really liked Adam Project. I have not seen Ambulance yet. I've not seen Turning Red yet.
It's so good. I just saw it yesterday. It was.
I really like.
Did you,
I really like Turning Red. I really like that film actually.
Okay.
As well.
All right. Number 5 is Wheel
Sean
of Fortune.
O'Connell hated
In fantasy. Wheel of Fortune in fantasy.
I've never heard of that one.
I've never heard of that one.
Maybe is that a documentary or something?
It's a summer film.
Number 4 is One for the Road.
Never
heard of that one either.
Number 3, it's a summer film. Number 2, The Batman, and number 1, Phoenix Rising.
Never heard of
a lot of movies on that list I've never heard of, but
I only heard 3 of those movies. Well, no, 4. Actually, The Batman, Turning Red, and stuff like that.
Don't worry, Kevin. By the time you catch up, don't worry, bro, because Brian and I usually make a lot of good points. Right, Brian?
Oh, there's a delay on his side. That is terrible.
Yep. Okay. So moving right along. So Rebel Moon started filming.
Rebel Moon.
Yeah.
I'm actually really looking forward to this film. I really want to see what Zach does with
Why
this.
does it remind me of the Justice League ship?
It does kind of, doesn't it?
Yeah, like it's crazy.
It's a similar type of ship.
Yeah, I mean, it's got that back that lowers down, obviously. But production has begun on Zack Snyder's sci-fi adventure saga Rebel Moon, with the filmmaker releasing a tweet with some photos confirming his massive space opera is very much happening. Sophia Boutella, Ray Fisher,
Jumon.
Is it Jumon?
It's Jumon.
Yeah, Jumon Hansu.
Charlie Hunnam.
Green Arrow.
Rupert.
It's not Green Arrow.
Rupert Friend.
that?
Duna
He should
Bay.
be.
They got Ray Fisher in there twice. Ray Fisher. So good, he's in there twice. Corey Stoll.
That's his clone brother. That's his
right.
clone
Michelle Huseman. Alfonso Herrera. Carrie Ells is in the movie. Star in the film is based on a Star Wars pitch that Snyder took to Lucasfilm a decade ago and serves as both his love letter to that franchise and the works of Akira Kurosawa.
Oh, they messed up twice in that paragraph. They messed up putting double Ray Fisher, and also he said that he had the idea for Lucasfilm, but he didn't pitch it yet because he was afraid that Star Wars was moved too far from what he was going to do. So, two errors in the same
full of
paragraph.
inaccuracies. They can't even spell things right. They don't get the story right. Like,
he never pitched
So
it.
the article.
No, he never pitched
he was
it.
going to pitch it, but he never
He was
pitched
going
it.
to pitch it,
Yeah.
but then
That's a rare.
I mean,
Rare-
the same
rare-
thing happened with James Gunn. He had two pitches for Marvel, but he didn't pitch them because he's like, you know what, this is not
That's
a story that
rare
I
flub
Wasn't
for
it gonna
Garth.
be like
That's
a
a rare
Nova
flub for
movie?
Garth. I usually really like Dark Horizons because I really think that
Yeah.
they're fair. They don't have an agenda, and they kind of tell their story. But the story tells of a peaceful colony on the galaxy's edge threatened by a tyrannical regent. The desperate colonists dispatch a young woman, Botella, with a mysterious past to seek out warriors from neighboring planets to help them make a stand. It kind of reminds me of Battle Beyond the Stars.
Battle Beyond the Stars, Seven Samurai.
Yeah, Seven Samurai.
Battle
Battle Beyond the Stars was based on Seven Samurai, but it was
yeah,
in space.
and we all know that Zach loves Seven Samurai because he was going to do a Seven Samurai story.
So Snyder
for
co-wrote the script with Shay Hatton and Kurt Johnstead, with the film aiming to launch a new franchise IP. So of course.
And today it was announced that he's also the cinematographer, which I'm not happy about.
I'm not happy about that either, to be honest.
Yeah,
I wish it was he got somebody.
If he doesn't use the dream lens in this, I'll be fine, because the dream lens in Army of the Dead was terrible and made
I said, Army of the Dead was fine. I think some of the camera work, especially with the dream lens, I wasn't a fan of. I mean, maybe he'll get better at that. I just would prefer he have a cinematographer working with, like a Larry Fong or someone he's worked with on BVS or Man of Steel, for example.
It'll be fine. So we got that. We got this one, and we got this.
Look at the detail in that suit.
Rumon Ansu looks amazing.
Which, by the way, I gotta ask you guys a question. I know this isn't related to this, but tell me what you guys think. So, by the way, I got 2 of these boxes that I'm supposed to be giving away. I have not yet heard from Fourth 1000, and I have not yet heard from Todd on where I can send you your Skelegod Crunch. But I got that. So the next thing that I was going to give away is, for our giveaway, for anyone who becomes a member or a patron or gives super chats, was Optimus Prime, right? But for the first time ever, I thought, what if we up the stakes a little bit? And I don't know what to do yet with this, but I figured, what would Optimus be without Megatron?
So you're giving both to someone?
So that's the question. I got to come up with a good way to give this away, though, that takes it to the next level. Because this is honestly $100 value right here. Mm-hmm. These are worth $50 a piece. So
can I win that?
So I'm thinking of so this is your next giveaway, right? And everybody's is in so far, but I gotta think up something. So I'm thinking about it. So if you got any ideas, let me know. But yeah,
also, hi Tiff.
Tiff's here. Yes, they're saying hi to you, Tiff. They're saying hi to you, babe.
Hello.
In the wave.
Hello.
Tiff brought me some coffee. Thank you, babe. And doesn't she look beautiful? Here, I'm going to blow this up.
No, I can't because I've just been working for the last 4 hours at church.
Yep. Hold on a second. Let me go to settings here. And
is it time?
It's time. We're going to announce what the name of her show is. Now, Tiff, you've been working on this show. You want to tell them? Just tell them a little bit about what the show is going to be, like who you're working with and what's going on.
It's going to be a couple of kick butt chicks. We have some of you may know a person named Wonder Meg. She's going to be
Wonder Meg, fellow Michigander.
What was that?
Fellow Michigander, Wonder Meg.
Exactly.
Awesome.
And then we also have someone from Portland, Oregon. We're going to be having Sophie, who was on our channel many times. She is very knowledgeable, very
nice.
Sophie's always cool.
At everything that we're going to be talking about. And then I also got the about a week or 2 ago that Amanda Colbert is going to be joining our group of 4 chicks, and there's a possible 5th. That's going to be possible. She'll be added later. But we're going to be talking about all different kinds of stuff when it comes to women in cosplay, toy collecting from a woman's point of view versus a man's point of view, just how men are inundated.
It's going to be woke.
Oh, whatever.
So woke.
Woke. Enosh really said go woke or go broke, and he decided to go woke.
I decided to go woke with the channel. What can I say?
Change Poindexter Lounge to Feminist Lounge.
Feminist Lounge. Feminist Lounge.
Well, I, for one, say welcome to the Pantheon.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Tim?
So what are we going to sell? Poindexter tampons?
Maybe.
Wow.
Hey, you know what?
Merchandising. Oh.
Did you hear what she said?
Sorry.
Oh, I heard what she said.
It's after hours. I'm exhausted.
Except for when you're being a,
Hey.
Dog.
Hey, he said it.
She said it. I didn't say it. She said it.
She said it. Okay.
You said it.
Okay.
We're not the vaginal lounge. We're the.
Oh God.
Maybe if we have 4 to 5 girls on my shows, who knows?
That's a yes. Imagine
Oof.
that. There's
So
will
you're not
have
just a
all the
girl
nerd girls.
confirmed.
We will have all the nerd girls in the world.
All the nerd girls.
All 5 of them. They will be here on the lounge.
Only
That's
5 of them.
That's how exclusive the lounge is. No. There are. You know what? No, seriously. There are so many women all over the world who are into nerd culture and pop culture and stuff, and I think a lot of times, guys they act like we own this stuff.
Well, there's different people that there's things that we're gonna be talking about, especially on the first episode. But there's a difference in sometimes if you talk to a woman and you're like, oh, that's so cute, you're gonna cosplay, where if you talk to a guy, or oh, that's cute, you're collecting that thing. But if you talk to a guy, sometimes it's like, oh, that's a really great investment. It's how there's a difference of the way that people look, whether you're a man or a woman. And it's not some like feminist thing, but just kind of seeing the way that the culture is different between men and women. So
yeah. Well, women's
off,
cosplays are usually over sexualized, and and things like that. But it's just gonna be fun.
I would love to see
and
Liz
then we'd
Wonder
like
on
to
the
end
show.
each episode with question and answer and stuff like that. So
heck yeah. Now do you have the time yet?
I do not. I'm trying to get the okay from the other girls. We're looking at possible Friday. So I got to get the okay from 2 of the 4 to 5 girls.
So Friday could be really popping here on the lounge between Sci-Fi Center Live.
And it'll be every other week.
Who?
Sci-Fi Center Live.
I don't know who's William.
It'll be live and it'll be every other week.
He didn't even say William, and then you were like, I don't
Yeah,
even know
William is a bully.
William's a bully. All right. So are you ready for the big reveal of what it's going to be called?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah. Okay. So I want to say a shout out once again to Slade and Friends, who designed the logo.
Thank you so much.
Reached out to me.
You brought my vision to life.
Yep, reached out to me and said, "Hey, can I do this for you?" And I said, "Hey, you know what? I'm sure Tiffany would love that." And so here you go, guys. This is the big reveal of Tiffany's new show here on the Poindexter Pantheon.
Let's go.
Babes in Toilet. Nice.
Hey. All right.
It's a play on word. We're babes. We're talking about toys, talking about cosplay, talking about stuff and things.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Heck yeah. So you can be looking for T-shirts and all kinds of cool stuff with that logo on it pretty soon.
And all of us women
Oh
are,
my God.
raised in the 80s and 90s, so we wanted to go for that look for our logo.
Yeah.
Anybody just get that?
So
it's like the toys that made
what's
us.
that? What was so funny?
Oh, I heard what she said. I was gonna let it slide.
What did she say?
Yeah. No, what you said, Enosh.
I think you could look for it on T-shirts and
stuff. Yeah.
And stuff. I'm
And
sorry.
toys.
Yes,
Stuff and
I'm
things.
I'm
Stuff and
hawking
things.
T-shirts. I'm hawking T-shirts. I know it's a horrible.
Caden, relax.
I'm not. What? No, it's not me.
Caden,
I blame
sit down.
RJ.
Caden, sit
it
down.
wasn't me.
Caden, girls are cool.
No,
it's
just one of those situations where if we'd have made a similar Freudian slip, it would have became a drop.
That we're gonna have
Stuff
put
and
on
things.
T-shirts and stuff and other things.
No, just the way you said stuff and things. Yeah.
Oh, stuff and
It's
things.
about stuff and things. I'm like,
well, you
what are you doing? Taxidermy?
Chuck Testa.
Chuck Testa. I
I'm just kidding.
don't think they all get that joke, but yeah. But yeah, so look for Babes in Toyland coming
gonna be
here to
awesome.
the Poindexter Pantheon.
Yeah, should be awesome.
With some cool new perspectives, and I'm super happy that Tiff is branching out and doing a show finally, because I tried to get her on as much as possible, but sometimes her schedule doesn't permit, and so.
Well, when you do shows that start at 1 and I get up at 6, I'm beyond. I'm exhausted now because I worked my 8 hours and then I went to the church and worked another 5 hours, and I need to eat. So I wanted to come in to at least say hi to everybody and also to announce the new show name.
Yeah, but the thing is, guys, is like without her, there would be no Poindexter Lounge.
Facts.
She's really been the driving force behind us doing what we do here. So if y'all don't like me, whatever, it's okay. But she's the driving force. She pushed me to do it. She was the one who gave me the idea to even do it in the first place. And on top of that, she named it. There's so many things that Tiff has been a part of.
Most importantly, she lets you continue to do it.
Yes. That's the most important thing. She lets me stay up late at night with all of you guys.
Interesting.
Yes, while she sleeps cuddly with the dogs and stuff. And but we got a new king size bed though.
Mm-hmm.
We got a new king size bed with
memory foam where the dogs are even like passing out and snoring.
Nice.
Well, hey, Tiff.
Congratulations and welcome to the
Congratulations.
Heck yeah. So there's a lot of people in the chat right now. Silent Scotty says, let's all show Tiff some support in the chat right now. Heck yeah.
Damn right.
So congrats, Tiff. Can't wait.
And show Sophie some support too there, Mr. Cylon.
Yes. Enosh and Tiff working together. Hell yeah. Heck yeah. Yeah, so lots of love coming through. Yes, can't wait to see Meg in the new show, in the new Tiff show. So
wait until you see Sophie's gaming room.
Oh, they have.
Oh,
Scotty showed up.
Scotty's been previewing it. It looks real nice.
I am so excited.
Heck yeah. And I will say this too. We're kind of sharing Meg a little bit because Meg's going to be on my gaming show, or my show, not gaming show, my show about toys. I don't know, my toy show. And so we're kind of splitting.
That's why we're doing
Meg
every
duties.
other week.
Yeah, we're splitting Super Meg, Wonder Meg duties.
Because I'm gonna have to do this show, and then we also have to split our church stuff that we got to do, and classes and leading. And
so look at there, lots of love coming from everybody about the
show.
So Integrity says nothing beats sitting on the couch at 3 a.m. watching a bunch of middle-aged men talk about superheroes and toys.
Integrity.
I'm in bed.
Integrity.
I'm in bed.
Integrity 101.
That's got integrity.
Very funny. Sky Monk says, "Whoa, is that your daughter, Enosh?"
Thank you. 10
It's a compliment for Tiff.
I would hope not. If you've seen the things that this woman and I have done.
I was gonna say that just made things weird.
Oh wow, interesting.
Yeah, you made it even weirder. Wow.
Alrighty. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Weird.
Barf.
Oh damn! All right.
Wait, hey, the jacuzzi's gonna be back open here pretty soon. We're gonna go do jacuzzi shows too.
In the
Hey,
jacuzzi show. Nothing better than topless Enosh.
Oh my god!
It's 10.
Keep that water churning.
Enough, right?
Keep that water churning, right? Keep that water
churning. Peter Rebs Defender here with the 10.99 with a 9.99 super chat says Wheel of Fortune is the new film from Driving My Car's filmmaker. One for the Road is a good film from my country. It's a summer film. Is Japanese. Super 8. Oh, that's interesting. And Phoenix Rising is hashtag I stand with Rachel Wood documentary in HBO. Oh, cool. That's good to know. All right. Thank you guys for all your love. So yes, be looking for Babes in Toyland coming to Poindexter Pantheon.
I would like to see Liz there on the show.
I'm so down for that integrity. Can
Liz
it be July?
Heck yeah. Okay, real quick. So we did the Rebel Moon thing.
Poses.
I'm looking forward to. Everybody's looking forward to Rebel Moon, right?
What's going?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Well, what's
then
going
finally,
on with Voltron?
So this thing, and then we'll get into the meat of the story tonight. Which I don't really think is going to be. I mean, I don't know. We'll see.
Well, there's more too.
Yeah, I'm sure people will give their 2 cents. Amazon Studios leads bidding on Voltron live action film with Red Notice Helmer, Rawson, Marshall, Thurber. So we've talked about this.
No.
Apparently, this showed up out of nowhere.
Well, there's a massive bidding war. Everyone's trying to get the script.
Everybody's trying to get this thing.
Yeah.
It came out of nowhere. Nobody saw this coming. Nobody was like talking about
all
this.
the studios are bidding for this.
And then all of a sudden it was everybody was in this. All of them except for Netflix.
Oh, Apple.
Oh yeah, they're kind of broke at the
Netflix
moment.
apparently stayed out of it, which is kind of funny given the fact that they led the revolution, bringing back Voltron with their series, and
and
So,
they're the ones that released Red Notice as well.
Yeah, Red Notice was on there, so it's surprising that it's not going.
You know what it is? I don't know if you saw the other headlines about Netflix losing subscribers, and there's another breaking news story.
They're losing money.
They're losing money. They're losing subs by 2 million the next quarter. Also, too, Netflix is saying that they're canceling their animation plans. Like a lot of their animation just got shuttered today. So I don't know what's going on with Netflix.
So that means
there's some rocky water. There's some rocky waters ahead for Netflix right now. I don't think they have money to invest in a Voltron. That might be the issue.
That's interesting. Maybe. Yeah.
Well, we already got the Power Rangers movies.
So is this the downfall of Netflix?
Yeah, 2017
I don't think it's the downfall. Just that they can't be spending the kind of money that they were, because again, they
also canceled their Jeff Smith.
Oh yeah, Jeff Smith. I'm so sad about that. I'm so looking forward to Netflix adapting Bone as an animated series. Now it got canceled. Yeah, they didn't get to make it. Like I said, all their animation efforts is being capoodled right now.
So what does that mean then for? Yeah, this is a good question. So what does that mean for Army?
Oh, it's already done. It's already done.
It's already done, but
it's already done. Okay.
More animated stuff at Netflix. I don't know. They're gonna be very more selective with their projects.
Yeah, I wonder if because people were like, oh, what about Arcane and like Cuphead and all that stuff?
I think Arcane will be fine.
Arcane
will be fine.
Well, the thing is, Arcane.
Yeah, Cuphead was fun.
Yeah, the thing about Arcane, it's Netflix isn't the producer or anything; they're distribution. So honestly, it can move to Amazon, it can move to Paramount, like anyone can distribute that.
It can move to Apple. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I knew all this spending from Netflix is gonna come back and haunt them. Like they have not been spending responsibly.
Just looks like another Power Rangers ripoff to me.
Spherical Man. How do you know I don't have one already?
It's funny because like the Voltron people claim that Power Rangers is a ripoff of Voltron.
Well, it is.
I was trying to piss off fanboys.
It is.
Yeah, I get it.
I like.
Well, here's this is what I want to mention.
I love Power Rangers too, Brian. I do too.
Right?
What I want to mention real quick is how good is this script if all these studios are bidding so much money?
That's what I'm saying. Like, this doesn't sound like another Power Rangers thing if like literally everybody was fighting over getting it. And yes, I know, Jason. Listen, I had to pick everything because like, look, we're already 2 hours into this thing, and like we got the main story to go. So yes, Jason Momoa is starring in Minecraft. We might have to talk about that like at some other time, but yeah, it's interesting.
There is.
But yeah, Warner Brothers movie too. Yeah.
So we got Voltron here, and it says that bidding is heating up on Voltron, a live-action version that went out to the town recently. With Red Notice and Dodgeballs, Ross and Marshall Thurber attached to direct. Deal's not done yet, but Deadline hears that Amazon Studios is in talks to be home to the giant robot. Several studios have been in the mix on the property. Todd Lieberman and David Hoberman are on board to produce with Bob Koppler. Ellen Shanman is writing the script with Thurber. Voltron is based on the Japanese sci-fi series that became the 80s syndicated show Voltron, Defender of the Universe, about a group of pilots whose vehicles join together to form the giant robot.
Like a Megazord.
Yeah, like a Megazord. Isn't that amazing that they copied that? So stay tuned. We will update when the deal closes. I want to see. There's 13 comments. There's 13 comments. What do you think? Do you think that they're
positive or negative?
Positive or negative?
Positive.
Got 13. More positive or more negative?
I think it's more. It's gonna be mixed.
Gonna be mixed.
Right down the center.
It could be mixed.
Okay, probably mixed. But what do you think? Out of 13,
we're gonna get Brian, a tiebreaker. So
yeah, Brian. What do you think? Like more positive or more negative?
I would say confused, but in the negative direction.
I would say it's gonna lean negative.
What about
as well.
What about what?
Oh, just like I said, this looks like Power Rangers to me.
What's this question
Nat,
about?
It was an awesome episode too. By the way,
Caden, pay attention, then you'll know.
Caden, what are you doing, man?
Caden,
I'm looking at stuff.
Sit down.
You're looking at stuff?
No, I'm being a good host and producer of things and looking at the news that's coming up right now. Are you looking
at naughty pictures on the internet again?
No, there's two things.
I know Tiffany and I just made out for a second here on the show, and that we talked about girls and stuff and girls. So you probably got you hot and bothered. Now you're looking at, you're probably looking at like some Star Wars inappropriate stuff, right?
No,
well, he posted something on Twitter.
Looking at Black Widow. You looking at that Black Widow? Not safe for work stuff, huh?
No.
Is that what you're looking at there, Katie?
Yeah, all that ass, girl.
I'm looking at Twitter, and I'm
You're looking at
the
pictures of
Bones
Rey from
story.
Star Wars that don't look proportionally like Rey does in the movie.
Hell yeah!
No.
You
Oh
looking
my
at
God.
Scarlett Johansson butt?
I just found out that Searchlight Pictures suspends production on an adaptation of Bill Murray and Aziz Ansari's movie that was supposed to start production in 3 weeks. So.
Don't care.
Yawn.
What the
It's
heck
not a
is
yawn.
that? What the heck is that?
Tiffany got Caden all hot under the collar.
The movie was supposed to be like is really good. Like the script and everything's pretty good, but it gets
okay.
All right. So Brian, you said negative. I think RJ said negative.
What's the question?
There's 13 comments on the Voltron thing. Do you think that they're going to lean more positive or negative? There's 13 comments. Do you think they're going to be more positive or more negative?
Middle.
It can't be middle. There's 13 comments.
Okay,
See,
so
that's
like...
fandom nowadays. You
Dear
can't
God.
be middle. You either have to be negative or
Oh
positive.
my-
That's the
okay.
Yes. I'm being the fandom menace right here on you right now.
Fine.
By the way, to the chat, you guys vote for what do you guys think it's going to be positive or negative?
Fine, it's gonna be negative. I don't know. I don't care about Voltron. I don't care about.
Fuck you.
I just don't care.
Okay,
Like,
fine.
How about
Fine,
sit
we'll
down-
exclude you
how
from the
about sit down and
conversation.
watch the episode?
Anthony, what do you think? Positive or negative?
I'll say negative.
Oh boy, Arkham Gaming, what do you think?
Negative.
Damn.
Actually,
Okay,
you know
well,
what?
then you know
Since
what?
everyone's saying negative, I'll say positive.
You don't get to vote. You don't get
No,
to
You don't get to
I
vote.
will.
Sit down. Sit down. Okay?
Since everybody went negative, I'm going to go positive. Sneeze goes positive.
Wow.
Says the comments are probably going to hate on Pidge. That's awesome.
Well, you cast
Does
your vote
anybody
against
care
it.
what I think?
No, nobody cares what you
DL,
feel.
I thought you already expressed what you said.
I didn't even say a word.
Yeah, you did.
Well, I
Yeah,
did
you
because
did.
we're
You
messing
did.
with Caden. We're messing with Caden. But anyway,
Oh, okay. Okay.
Honestly, you'll be lucky if you get three positive comments. That's my thoughts right there.
Oh, okay. Wow. Out of 13. Wow. Oh, come
I
on,
feel
Peter
like
Rabbit
you
Defender.
read
Red
this.
Notice wasn't effing garbage. It was.
Red.
Wait a second. I said effing. I used a harsh letter.
Oh, God.
Oh my God!
Use
Pastor
the
should
F
have used
word.
that.
Use the F
Somebody's
word.
gonna tell your boss.
We're all gonna just be
Oh,
destroyed.
that's right. My boss is God. Okay.
If-
By the way, to the person on Twitter who was like, I should report Enosh to his superior. You realize we're an independent church, right?
Right.
Like I'm literally not part of a denomination any longer. I'm literally like an independent church, non-denominational. If you call there, you're gonna get me. So yes, effing, F, harsh letters, F.
I can say what I want.
I'll do what I want. No. I answer to a higher calling. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. So yeah.
Unless
Peter
Tim
Rabbit-
tells you to be quiet. You know.
Red Notice wasn't that bad. I thought Red
But it
Notice
wasn't
was
that
pretty
great
good.
either. It makes me worried for
It wasn't
Voltron.
exactly great, but it's
Well, because it had the
just
rock
a
in it.
du-
Let's
It's
be
a
honest.
dumb
It
action
makes me
movie.
worried for
It's-
Voltron.
It
Bro,
wasn't
it remind me
amazing.
of Indiana Jones. It remind me of Indiana
Well,
Jones, though.
honestly,
Like, Ryan
okay.
Reynolds playing a
I'll say
younger
this.
Ford and stuff like that. That's what it remind me of.
I'll say this, DL. If it's the, I know you said this just now with the Red Notice being the writer, Red Notice being the writer of this, but like how RJ and Enosh said that since everyone was clamoring for this script, I honestly think he might have actually made a good script, because since everyone was clamoring for the script.
Yeah, there's something good about it. Let's be honest, right?
I
Yeah.
hope so.
I mean, the script for Red Notice. I'm saying the script for Red Notice and the idea of Red Notice is good. I think it was just the way that they portrayed it on screen.
So
was
you know
the
what?
part.
Watch Red Notice 2 and 3.
I'll watch it. Sure, it's dumb action movies.
Okay, let's get to this real quick because I got to talk about Thor here too. Okay, so ready? First one. A last-ditch effort to get a one last counter from a studio. Guys, let it go. Take the money.
That's one negative.
That's
Is that
negative.
negative?
That is negative.
I mean, is that negative or
that is
or
negative? That's not.
That is negative.
It's not really negative about the movie. It's negative like
About Amazon.
It's telling them just like, guys, let it go. Take the money.
But do you?
Like-
Is that a nice
I don't
comment
even
to
know
say?
what that
Is that a
means.
nice comment?
Okay, I'll give you
That's
negative.
not a
Okay,
nice
that's one
comment.
negative. All right, that's also from Anonymous. Here's another Anonymous. So, what good movie has Rawson made? And don't say Dodgeball either. Serious question.
That's negative.
Dodgeball is such a good movie.
One good movie.
If you can dodge a ball, you can dodge if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
Oh
and
my
apparently,
God.
if you can dodge this comet, you can get a Voltron movie.
You can't dodge bad directly.
Okay, that's two negatives. That's two negatives. Here we go.
Can't dodge
He has
bad
never
directly.
made a good movie, but
Oh
that's
my
irrelevant.
God.
He makes profitable product. He has never pretended to be anything other than a studio content maker, and I think it's unfair to hold him to the standard of an artist. If he tries to make a good movie, we can judge him on the quality then. Like, do you think he cared if Red Notice was good? No.
That's negative.
That's like
wow.
that's a middle. That's
pretty
like a
negative.
middle.
That's
like,
kind of like a backhanded compliment.
Yeah, it's like
Roast.
saying like although he's not great, but at least he doesn't care.
Yes.
God damn it! It sounds like a snark off. They're like, "Oh, I can one up that guy's comment."
Right, dude. But that's how like all these. It's because there's like all these movie snobs on like Deadline.
Oh wait,
and
he's
all this-
replying to the other non.
Oh, that was reply. Does that count as 13? Okay, I don't know. Okay, so by the way, Jason E's here with a $2 super chat. Thank you so much, my friend. Says Fantastic Beasts 3 did fine. The Batman, no, thank you.
Yeah, I like Fantastic Beasts 3.
There you go. And welcome, Chris here. What's up, Chris?
I can't believe what I'm hearing.
What do you mean you can't believe what you're
What?
hearing?
Red Notice was better than Raiders of the Lost Ark. You guys are crazy.
Okay, get him out.
Okay,
Get him
yeah.
out. Get him out. Get him out. Get him out right
Okay,
now.
yeah,
Get
no.
him out.
I'm sorry.
Maybe I have to watch Red Notice. I don't know. Something I missed.
Get him out.
Arian got to the comments,
man.
Our brains are broken.
Okay, it's a tie with Raiders.
Ansel
It's
the poor
better than
guy.
Temple of Doom.
It's a tie. What?
Well,
Okay,
That's
it's better
like
than
it's
Kingdom
not.
of the Crystal Skull.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
right on.
maybe that.
When wolves greet, they will want a lick inside your mouth.
What? The guy looks like Daniel Bryan in a little bit when he's doing the beard thing.
Right?
Like beef. I smell 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 like beef. Like
Beef.
Yeah.
Actually, Red Notice was one of the most uneventful. It was so predictable. I watched it though. 'Cause that's
Okay.
a funny
All right.
part.
So here we go. So we got two negatives. I mean, what do you consider that? Is that a negative or is that like
Yeah.
Yeah,
Those are all
it's a
negative.
a backhanded compliment? Okay, well,
That's
I'll go.
piling
All right,
on.
we'll go negative. All right.
Not
Red
a nice
Notice
thing to
wasn't
say.
good. Oh, hey, that's a positive.
That's a positive.
That's a neutral comment. It's asking a question.
Red Notice
Wow.
wasn't good.
I sense the snark.
Yeah, I think that's a positive. I'm gonna take that as a positive. So that's 3 to 1.
All right. I'll
All right.
give it 10.
Hello, cool. Although I thought it would be produced by Universal Pictures, since World Events Productions licensed Voltron to Comcast, NBC, Universal.
Okay, that's
Hello,
positive.
cool.
That's positive.
That's positive. So we got 3 to 2. We got 3 to 2.
All right, there you go.
Clance part. K-Lance part
What?
2. Who's ready to fight?
Clance was a ship in the Voltron show. There's a lot of things with that. Yeah, it's a long story.
That's
Clance
a
part
positive
2. Who's
one,
ready to
yes.
fight? I think we're going 3-on-3 on that one. That
All
wasn't
right,
negative.
all right.
All right. No, another ship war, please.
That's negative.
You think so?
Yeah,
Yes,
it's asking,
that's
please
a-
don't fight. This is horrible.
But there wasn't just another ship. That's all. They're not saying anything negative about the film. They're just saying no to the comment. It's just a no.
Oh, come
It's
on.
negative. It leads
The
negative.
sell job here, man.
Okay. Hopefully this ignores all the stupid reboots and goes back to what worked in the 80s, including Keith and Allura together, and Pidge is male.
Okay.
Otherwise, it will be another failed Voltron
That's
attempt.
positive.
That's
Go back
negative.
to watching the Doomcock video.
That's a very negative
Oh
comment.
wow, I
I
didn't
don't know.
think
I think
about
that's
that.
positive. I think it's positive. It's saying that they like the 80s, and that's what they want them to make it off of, and I agree with that. So I'm going to go positive. I'm going to go 4 and 4 on that one. I'm going to make an
Pidge
executive
was
decision.
very
This is more
androgynous.
I
rigged
get the
than-
save.
this is
I get the one
this is
save.
rigged.
I get the one
Very
save. I get the
ambiguous
one save.
there.
Okay. Failed. Netflix's ran for 8 seasons with a 95% Rotten Tomatoes rating and 8.1 IMDb rating, 88%
That's positive.
Google. That's positive. We got 4 to 5. Ooh.
Wow.
4 to 5.
Carte
My milk.
here, or Cart,
4 to 5.
says the Netflix reboot was
Oh, this is
outstanding.
positive.
The only thing it was missing was the iconic theme. What worked in the 80s was shallow monster of the week repetition. Well, it was for kids. That's why. And there's zero reason to revisit that era of
Power
anything
Rangers, awesome.
unless the only goal is to sell toys to children. I think that this is positive. This is actually having a conversation. This is not slamming it. It's just saying, hey, this is what worked then. This is what worked. I'm gonna go. I think we go positive, don't you?
Yep.
Sure.
Okay, so I think we got 4-6 now. 4-6. We live in a dead culture.
That's negative.
That's
negative.
5-6. Yes, that. Wow. Thanks, Anonymous.
However, that might be true.
I mean, it's true, but all right.
That is true, though.
This is going to a streaming platform. No doubts about it. The director couldn't do Red Notice with a studio because it was too expensive. That movie was just an action movie. What do you think is going to happen with a movie like that, which needs plenty more VFX?
Negative.
So we got 6-6. That's 12.
What's
According
going to be
to
the
this, there's
tiebreaker?
One more.
Tiebreaker.
The
Response.
theatrical studios obviously can make a big, stupid, expensive movie. Just look, Nolan and Cameron, but not want another Pacific Rim failure in his list.
That sounds negative.
That's negative.
Dang it!
Damn negative to me.
But it was close. It was literally
7-6.
It was literally 7-6.
It was down to the razor's edge.
I mean, come on. That was.
It's close.
It was.
All right, quick. Somebody put a
Josh, it was a lot closer
positive
than I thought it was
comment
going to be.
in the section.
It was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. Yes, Enosh will have a stern talking to with Enosh for the use of effing. Yes.
That's right.
You want what? I need to write a religious Christian song about Andrew Casale?
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
What?
Toby.
Toby
Light up my life.
Toby. Toby Maguire. Jesus.
You're the best
around.
Michael Keaton
No one's
is
ever
the
gonna keep
greatest
you down. You're the
Batman.
best around. Maguire. Just switch some stuff
I'm
up.
married Toby Maguire.
Okay, so real quick, Thor, the thing finally dropped, folks.
Yo, man,
Thor finally dropped. Finally.
And with this, did you see the poster?
Yeah, I saw the poster.
Yeah,
Two
posters. They released a new one today.
Yeah, I saw it. They released a new one. That's fine. That's fine. But everybody's talking about this, of course.
Ezra Miller?
Ezra and Jamon?
I will say this. She looks a whole lot better than I thought she was going to.
Dude, she looks bulked out, man. Like,
yeah,
those
she does. Look at her
arms.
arms, man.
Her arms look nice.
Enosh Paul Perney,
Jesus,
that
Caden,
CGI.
relax.
Enosh Paul Perney, that CGI is not real. So no.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Get out of here with
did
that.
you hear that the response, Enosh, that this is the death of Marvel? This one shot for 1 second is the death of Marvel, and everything's
Dear
downhill
God.
from here. And also that
quartering all the MCU guys. It's the MCU.
yeah, the MCU is real now.
The MCU, the DCU.
She's hot
it's all-
AF. That's 2 letters. You're gonna get me in lots of
Uh-oh.
I just want to mess with that camera.
Bro, I would let Natalie
Dude, come on. Sneeze and I talk a lot offline. But I will say this. Sneeze, come on. Like, that's a pretty easy thing to just say that the hammer got reforged.
Well, it's a magic. Well, hold on. It's a magical hammer. I mean, like,
yeah, and like because I think what it is someone said it perfectly. Now I can't find it, but someone said it like how like she's willing to still be a hero even though she is dying basically with cancer, and so that's what makes her worthy. And the hammer.
Yeah,
response to
know,
that.
Caden, you shared this recently.
We saw the hammer broken in pieces, but it could be reforged.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's reforged because of the worthiness that Jane.
Yeah,
Foster
I was going to
had.
jump in real quick and just say this because Caden, you shared this. There were some new toys and merchandise that came out that did confirm they are doing the cancer storyline. They are going to say that she has cancer. So
don't tell me they've got a cancer action figure of Jane.
No. They revealed like no.
I was trying to put that together too. Like
that would be the death of Marvel.
That would be.
No. I was saying because they revealed like her helmet or something.
Share the article. Hold on, I'm gonna send the article, the actual toy article, not the direct.
Yeah, because that's the new poster that Natalie Portman dropped on Instagram. So that's the original. It says the one and only, but Thor, right?
Yeah.
I love that poster. The new tagline for her poster is "The one is not the only."
I'm telling you, dude, I fell in love. She hasn't looked this good since Attack of the Clones.
If you pull up the art by whoever link I
Yeah,
just
I'm pulling up now. Give me a second.
Yeah, no, she look. I'll say this: she looks great. Okay.
What do you think of the trailer overall, though? That's the question.
I will say this: look, I love the music. I know there was a lot of people complaining because it had Guns N' Roses. I love that because I'm
love
sorry,
Guns N' Roses,
I'm sorry.
man.
From the second I hear, it's one of my favorite songs, and I love playing it live. And I'll be honest with you, like just to hear that opening guitar riff, it gets me in the mood, right? Like it
Does
just,
it remind you of He-Man, the poster?
A little bit, yeah. Like some of the iconography it does look a little He-Man-y. Yeah.
It's definitely got an 80s vibe to it.
Well, it's
The
meant to be
80s
like an
yeah.
80s rock album. That's the whole
So,
point.
yeah.
Like it's a heavy metal album. The title, the visual iconography,
okay. So
everything.
that's all cool. That's all cool.
Enos, what is your thoughts on people complaining about Marvel using the
Let
volume on Twitter?
Let him talk.
Using the what on Twitter?
The volume.
They're using. Remember the Mandalorian, the stagecraft technology. This is the first Marvel movie to use that.
Okay.
Well, people are complaining, saying that Marvel, like everything's too much. I don't know. People are just bitching.
Okay,
and
look,
moaning for no
I
reason.
get that. Look, I would like to see more things like shot on location. I'll be honest with you.
They shot it during COVID, though. To be fair, which is also
Yep, and that's fine. Yeah, I mean, look, I like the look. I don't like it when I can tell. Okay, that I even said that about Justice League, right? That like the Aquaman scene, you know, when he gets ready to jump in the water, you can so tell that that's like green screen, and it just like even in Zack Snyder's version, like it still doesn't look quite right. There's just stuff like that, right? This just kind of bugs. I mean, you know, look, it's gonna be the way of the future, and it's gonna be how they save money on films.
Well, stagecraft in the volume, yeah, that is the way of the future.
Yeah, it's just gonna be it, and I don't have to like it, but you know, it is what it is. But anyways, as far as this, look, I loved the way that the song started off. I was fine with all that. I thought the imagery was great. I loved
Visually, it looks amazing. It looks like a step
visually,
up
it
from
looks
Rock-
amazing.
yeah.
I thought Thor working out, kind of showing him how he gets out of the whole, you know,
his hat's the
Thor.
strongest Avenger. He's like,
yeah,
they
like,
better play an 80s mod. I want a Survivor song. I want like
Montage, yeah.
Eye of the Tiger or something.
Yeah,
in there,
heck
man,
yeah.
you know.
Hearts on fire.
I will
look.
walk out of the theater if they play Eye of the Tiger. I will walk out.
I don't want Eye of the Tiger.
No,
I
you
like
won't.
Hearts on Fire,
No, you
like
won't.
Rocky IV, where he's running up the mountain. Boom, boom, boom. That's the
That'd
best
be
part of the whole
awesome.
damn movie. Come on.
That'd be awesome. I did like how they like brought in the you know, the stuff from the comics, right, where he's standing there and you know they're looking over.
Well, yeah, like it's straight from the Jason Aaron run, like down like to
Exactly.
the T with the artwork. Yeah,
Exactly.
I mean, it's a very brief teaser. It really doesn't show very much. It's just saying, hey, the
Okay,
movie's
so
coming.
here's my only complaint, right? With the whole thing, I thought the whole thing looked great. I thought that it hit. I thought it probably hit all the stuff. I mean, obviously the Jane thing, you know, was
Yeah,
awesome.
the big reveal.
And listen, I've been kind of concerned about that, like how they're going to play that. I almost have a feeling though that they're going to almost play it as a variant now. I don't know. We'll see. But here's my complaint about it. It didn't tell us squat.
It's a teaser.
Yeah, but it doesn't play like a teaser. It plays like a it plays like a trailer, and it shows us a ton of stuff, but none of it within any kind of context whatsoever.
You want a teaser to tell you context?
I would like something to just kind of tell us a little bit. It's just kind of like it's just a bunch of random stuff kind of thrown together, and it looks all great. Listen, I don't want to be negative because I think it looks great.
I'm the one that's not excited for this movie, and I'm like, it's a good teaser to be.
No, I think it's a fine teaser. I think it's a fine teaser. I just think that there's just like tons of stuff just thrown in there with no context whatsoever.
Well, can I jump in for a second? Because what I wanted to say is that I think he gives you. There's some it doesn't tell you the story, right? Like what's the plot? You have to read the synopsis. The synopsis talks about Gore and everything else. We don't see Gore in the trailer. We get hints about him with like the dead gods, like that giant monster. And we know Jane's coming back as the mighty Thor. But what the teaser does give you, though, it gives you a sense of where Thor's at emotionally and mentally, to where it's like he's reflecting on his life and being like, I don't really want to be a superhero anymore. I think I'm ready to retire and find out what I need to do next. And something pulls him out of retirement, basically. So it gives you context, at least in that regard. But yeah,
it's a bunch of exposition and a bunch of the footage from the film. I was already going to be excited for the movie, so it didn't move the needle for me either way. You know, I just really did. I'm still excited for. I still have faith in this movie. I'm excited for the movie. I love Taika Waititi. You know, I love his work. I just didn't really care too much for the song choice. You know.
Yes, this is what got released today. It gives you a little blurb about Jane in this movie. It says, suffering from cancer, astrophysicist and Thor's ex-girlfriend Jane Foster visits New Asgard, and her life was changed forever. Mysteriously, the broken pieces of Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god, transformed her into the mighty Thor and gifted her the superpowers of Thor to battle threats internal and external. Wielding Mjolnir herself, she had become a godly protector, and a new hero was born. With the help of Thor, Valkyrie, and the Guardians of the Galaxy, the mighty Thor was faced by the powerful Gore, the God Butcher. With divine powers himself, Gore was driven to rid the universe of gods whenever he found them. Battling cancer in human form and Gore or godly form, Jane Foster was embroiled in an epic struggle with plenty of love and thunder.
Oh, no, so they're doing this cancer storyline.
How guilty is Thor gonna feel when he finds out that all those rides on the Bifrost, it was the radiation from that gave her the cancer?
Also, you really remember Peter Quill's mom died of cancer. So what if he's like feels sympathy for Thor as well too? So he's like, you know, he understands.
Well, that's what made that's what made the Mighty Thor comic so interesting, because every time she would transform and use the powers of Thor, it would reset.
It would heal her.
It would heal her, but it would also reset her chemotherapy.
Yeah.
So that she has to she's going through it all over again, and it keeps killing her more and more. And she's like basically a woman with nothing left to lose at this point, right?
So she's worthy of, because she doesn't care. She's saving.
Yeah, she doesn't care about her own life.
Could she just stay in Thor form?
No, because that's I'm not. I mean, again, I'm not sure how they're gonna play it in this, but maybe like in the comics, I don't remember how they explained why she couldn't. I think it's more so the dual identity thing. But if the hammer's breaking, if it's like still broken, maybe she can't be Thor all the time. It's limited.
Well, I think because in the comics, like even though as Odin says, whoever builds the hammer, so you have to be wielding the hammer to have the power of Thor.
Yeah, if you're not holding it, if you don't grab
you don't have the power of Thor. So the reason why, she is now, when she holds it, she has the power of Thor, and when she doesn't have the power of Thor. So she's powerless.
We have a picture of we got a clip actually of the first time she finds Mjolnir. You know that got released.
Sure, let's
because she finds
the
broken pieces. She finds the broken pieces in the trash. She finds the broken pieces in the trash.
Ouch.
That's fucked up.
Okay.
I mean, it would be.
There's a pottery scene between her and it's Thor on Thor action. It's all Thor until they get Thor.
Well, I don't know. We got Loki on Loki action in Loki.
That's what I'm saying. So we're gonna have Thor on Thor, Loki on Loki.
Well, that's what. I'm glad you mentioned that, because that's my theory about the movie. Like the reason it's called Love and Thunder, it's about Thor and Jane rediscovering their love for each other and getting back together. Like that's like the major heart of the film.
So, and does that mean that when they do it, it makes thunder?
Nah, it's reunited and they feel so good, man.
Yeah, it blesses it gets the rains going down in Africa, you know.
The Spherical Man says the Bifrost gave her cancer, not the years of doing research and being around devices that probably dealt out way more radiation.
I think Spherical Man, I think Chris was doing what we call a joke.
That's MCU.
I don't know how
blame it on a man.
Yeah, like I didn't think you're like she got cancer from the Bifrost was serious. I assumed that was a joke.
It was probably from all that toxic masculinity. Is probably how she got it. You know?
Oh yeah. Just being around men themselves gave her cancer. That's usually how it is. I mean,
that's probably how I got
you think about it. You think about it. Guys touching women all the time. You know. There you go. That's what happens, man.
Great.
That's what
so
happens.
how woke is this movie going to be?
Pretty damn woke by the looks of it.
Literally, dude, female Thor is like the least of my concerns.
That word holds not even hold meaning anymore.
Woke doesn't even mean anything anymore, man. That's the
word doesn't even hold meaning anymore.
It's not even a real word at this point.
I know. I don't even care about that stuff anymore, man. There's so many. It's now the boy that cried wolf so bad that it's like, really? Okay. You think it's woke? Okay, that means absolutely.
Thank you. Your opinion's
nothing.
now invalid. Whatever.
It's all valid. Yeah.
Hey, Jared, I don't see.
The word used too much.
I don't see anything from you, bro. I don't see any DMs from you on Twitter, bro.
Yeah.
I've been looking here, so I'm sorry.
I was gonna ask you, Enoch.
account?
Yeah, well, I was gonna ask you,
Yeah,
because I know you want to move through these topics. I just want to ask you, did it raise your anticipation for this movie at all, or was it kind of is that the same place?
Nope, not at all.
I mean,
Nope.
Oh, I'm sorry, DL. Are you speaking for me? You know?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay.
Are you Enoch?
How does it feel? How does it feel, Enoch?
No, when you're asked a question, DL, I let you answer the question. I'm always fighting for you, bro. Don't be trying to take my questions. You don't become the new William.
Masculinity, man. I'm telling you.
Don't become the new William. I love Williams. Now that William has power to bring up comments, you just see William just be sitting here and just be like we're all talking about something, and all of a sudden a comment will just pop up. Yeah, you want him to be Thor? Yeah, bring back my hand. Yeah, exactly. And just goes on for 15 minutes, and I'm just like, William. Nobody asked you a question, bro.
He's answering for you.
All right, I'll be quiet.
No, I'm just messing with you. Okay, so no, I'm already excited about this. I like Thor. Thor is one of my favorites out of the whole thing. Did
you like Ragnarok? I never asked you.
I actually liked Ragnarok.
Love Ragnarok.
So
I just watched that before I got on here with you guys. That's what I watched.
I don't understand why everybody hates on Ragnarok. I like Ragnarok. I'm going to continue liking what I like, regardless of what other people want to like or doesn't like. That's who I am, and other people's negative is not going to change my positive, and it's just. It is. Now, like I said, it doesn't mean that Thor 2.
Yeah, that one was a rough. That one's kind of hard to get through.
Yeah, but I think this looks cool. I like the imagery. But I was already excited for it. And honestly, this was kind of one of those things that we kept getting teased that ooh, the trailer's coming. Ooh, the trailer's coming. Ooh, the trailer's coming.
And it just dropped on a random Monday, and it was just, hey, it's here. Here you go.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Yeah, after Easter, yeah.
Brian, are you any more excited for it, man?
Yes, actually. I fell in love, dude. I'm telling you, I love Natalie Portman. She's amazing. And
Brian, you see the bottom half of her face and part of her upper arm. That's all you can see. Okay, just checking.
That's all you need.
I still have the Kiss song stuck in my head.
Yeah, I'm getting some pizza. Yeah.
Oh, dude, I'm sorry. She's amazing.
She does a great. You know who she favors a lot in that picture, Enosh? If you look real close, is she not giving off a Rene Russo vibe? Is she not giving off a Thor's mom vibe right there?
A little bit,
maybe. A little bit.
I mean, I'm thinking from Major League, Rene Russo.
Yeah, because when I first saw it, I was like, "Was that his mom?" No, that. Oh my God, is that Jane?
I'm practicing misogyny today.
Now, can we point out a couple things for Brian? First of all, Brian, it looks like you got some new earrings.
Yes, I did. I bought a kit.
Did you puncture your own ears?
They've been like this for a really long time.
Okay.
I had 5/8 plugs in my ears, and I decided, what the hell? I'm going to go back up again.
So are your earrings...
Gage, you're going to go up?
Well, real quick, are your earrings now deadly weapons? They look very sharp.
Pretty much. No, these are plastic.
So can I ask you a question, Brian? So we kind of joked about this, me and my friend Mandy at church, because she was over. She's got gauged ears, right? And they're just big enough for a finger. So I just I've always wanted to do this because we're always just messing with each other. And so I went over and I put my finger in the hole, and she's like, "Wow, I never thought that my pastor would be fingering my."
Right?
Whoa.
Yeah. And then I said, "Well, hey, come over here." And
no, I went.
And I got both of them at the same time.
Oh my God!
And then her husband came over, and he was he put his finger in one.
That sounds so weird.
I'm just saying we're all really close friends here, and Brian, I'm just wondering how big that hole is going to be. So when I finally get to meet you in person, will I be able to put my finger?
It's not going to be any bigger than this. These are double zeros.
Okay.
That's
finger. So you're saying my finger is too big for your hole?
Yeah. Yes. It'll
Okay.
tear and cause bleeding. Yeah.
We don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. Also, Brian, you got to show us Mr. Wayne. So, Brian, you also got to show us your tattoo, bro. You got to show us your tattoo.
Absolutely. We got the 2112 from Rush there.
Heck yeah.
Starman.
Heck yeah.
Huge Rush fan. You know?
Love it.
We do what we can.
I love it. I love it.
Where's your new Xbox?
I did not purchase one. You know what I got instead?
No.
A new phone.
Okay.
Heck yeah.
I was listening to YouTube when I was doing dishes. This is I get Straight Talk Wireless from Walmart, so the phones are fairly cheap. But this is a Samsung A32.
Oh, cool.
Well, all right. So, so Thor. Look, everybody who's a part, I think, of the Pantheon played the Thor trailer, and I had to deal with copyright claim after copyright claim.
I didn't play the.
Good job,
you didn't. No, it's just
probably
funny.
those
It's
greedy
just funny.
bastards from Guns N' Roses wanted their money.
I'm telling you. No, but I just replaced this. I just replaced the audio with like other audio, so it makes no sense whatsoever. No, it's all good.
Did you request the Care Bear song?
Brian's my Care Bear.
Look, I'm looking forward to Thor. I like it.
Brian and RJ. I have two Care Bears in my life, Enosh. Brian and RJ. We got to name them though.
Care Bear stare.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
All right. So now the most controversial thing at all, because there I was in the ER on Monday night with my heart beating rapidly. My heart beating rapidly. I got sent home after a night of medication at 3 a.m. Came home. I woke up. Literally, I slept, guys, from about 4:30 in the morning until 3 in the afternoon on Tuesday. I woke up Tuesday to literally, yes, I'm going to use a harsh letter. Whoops, wrong guy here. Hold on.
It's all right.
do this for StreamYard for some reason. I woke up to a bunch of a-holes. Poindexter Lounge. Right there. We told you.
Really?
We told you, didn't we? What do you say now, Poindexter
assholes.
Lounge? Oh, he got arrested again. He got
Did they
arrested
really commit
again.
you over the? Did they really?
I kid
like
you
you're
not.
Ezra's agent or some
Wait,
shit?
were they messages or just tweets?
Private messages. Now, some people were just messaging
Jesus
me to tell me
Christ,
that it
dude.
happened, right? You know,
You're
so
the
that I was
official
aware that it
spokesperson.
happened.
Yeah, I could see that.
Right, and that's fine.
Yeah.
And then there were literally people, and a couple of them I've kind of had a couple conversations with now. Some public, and then a couple private. One that was very public last night was Paul, from was it?
Halogen Helix.
Yeah, Halogen Helix. He came at me pretty hard. And was just like, hey, yeah, Poindexter Lounge, what now? You know, and stuff. And then like somebody else was like, oh, what about your boy now, huh? You gonna defend him now? Huh? You gonna defend that now? And like I was just like, dude, I literally just got out of like ER, man. Like my heart is like not beating. I didn't get put back into rhythm, so like I need to keep my chill because like literally my heart will race up. Like it's the whole point of
Well,
AFib.
stay the fuck
like
off Twitter then.
Right. Well, yeah, right. Exactly. No, but I mean, like I was getting the, you know, the things and the notifications or whatever, and so like I was trying to have conversations with people, and look, there were people who were doing that. Now I will say this. To Paul's credit, he messaged me today and he's like, hey mate, he's from Australia, and he's like, hey mate, I'm sorry, I wouldn't have done that if I would have known about your health issue, and and then he's like, hey, I just wanted to talk about it, it came across that way, I didn't mean for it to come across that way. Awesome. So I accept that. So Paul, if you're watching, I accept that, bro, and Paul and I are good as far as I'm concerned. There are others though who just wanted to be a-holes.
That's got to be it, because I can't count how many times that not only did you say, but actually made half your streams about, listen, people, we are none of us are saying we condone what Ezra did in any of his behavior. We said we're not going to judge the guy. It's not our job to judge the guy. We're not going to judge the guy. Now, will some people be a little more forgiving of this dude? Yeah, but I don't understand. Do they not watch your? They know that you like Ezra, but they don't stick around long enough to watch the streams to hear you say, I am not condoning this person's actions.
That's the problem, Chris. And like, I don't know anymore how to put that, right? Like, and every time I say anything, it's like, oh, you're just making
you say it.
Every time I say anything, it's just, oh, you're trying to make excuses for him. No. I have not. nor do I intend to make an excuse. Like, okay, even a good friend in real life literally messaged me today. The same person that I was talking about last week, that I got into a back and forth with on that Saturday night, and I love him, but my God, like, he should know that I'm going through what I'm going through, and literally like texting me just to be like, and he's like, FYI, like I don't know this already on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Again, and you know what I told him? I said, I think you need to pay attention more to my streams, and you need to pay more attention to me because, dude, I'm like literally sitting here trying to chill, and like, what do you want to be right?
People
like,
are just looking for reasons to argue. I said, listen,
and that's the thing.
Last time this happened, Enosh, RJ was saying, "Hey, man, benefit of the doubt. We don't know what's really going on." This time, RJ kind of came out strong, saying, "You know what? Fuck Ezra. This is messed up." And then the same people that were giving RJ shit for saying he was defending Ezra are now coming to RJ for not defending Ezra. I'm not gonna say no names, but RJ, you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah, well,
and I was like, these people just want to argue, man.
In my credit, I've been fairly consistent.
Yep. Well, so look, most of the people here have been. Okay, I don't understand. This is and this is why, like, I really don't intend this. And I've already said, listen, if you're watching at this point and you think you got a comment to make it as a valid comment and make it your opinion, not what you've heard somebody else say. Not random stuff that like you thought you saw on the internet or like elaborating on like what happened that didn't happen or attacking me, trying to tell me what I said because I know what I said. I got plenty of people around me who've heard what I've said over and over again. We've had this conversation. Even RJ went out today, man, and I saw at the beginning of the stream, like RJ was even telling people at the beginning of this, like literally get off of Enosh's case because people came in at the beginning when I just posted this video.
Well, they did that. The thing that upset me is that they were making assumptions about what you were going to say, and you haven't even said anything yet. Like you've not commented on this once. I don't think.
I've never heard you stand up for any of the things that look. Well,
I'm just saying, like, wait until like if you're going to criticize Enosh, at least wait for him to talk first.
Ezra's got a track record. He's obviously being consistent in his let's just say not so flattering behavior, but none of us really know what the dude's going through. None of us really know what happened. It went from he threw a chair and it hit a girl to he threw a chair at a girl. Those are two different things. Now, should the girl have gotten hit with a chair? Absolutely not. But now they're making it look like he just walked into the bar, singled out the first piece of string he could find, and chucked the chair at her. We don't know what's going on with this dude. I've made so many mistakes in my life. You're not ever going to hear me judge somebody else.
Well, we kind of have an idea. I'll say we kind of have an idea of what happened because he was at a party and he overstayed his stay and they asked him to leave and he was like, no, and threw the chair in retaliation. And then it hit a girl in the forehead and now she has a 1-inch gash in her head. That's what happened.
So he's obviously
can I tell you something? I'm gonna be straight up with you right here before I read the super chat. So the other day I was messing around in my bedroom with Tiffany. Something else. But I was messing.
You're really sticking your foot in your mouth tonight.
Were you hanging a cloth?
That's not what I stuck in my mouth.
Oh my God!
Discover the
I ain't got a problem with toes. I ain't got a problem with toes. Listen. Girls like toes, man. Girls like their toes getting. Well, anyway, that's a whole other lesson, guys. If you need a lesson,
finish what you were saying.
I'm just saying. I'll give you a lesson in love. But here's the deal. I was messing around in the bedroom, acting stupid, acting silly, whatever, and I kicked my dog across the room.
Is that what you're calling it these days?
Yes, kicking the dog. And I felt horrible afterwards, right? I felt horrible. But I did. I kicked, the dog across the room.
Not the little one, right?
Yeah, the little one.
I mean, how often?
That's why, it was like I punted him, dude.
The big one would have went across the room.
Well, to be fair, but how many times
the big one went across the room? Yeah, the 50-pound one went across the room.
How many times we accidentally stepped on like our dogs by accident?
Or like,
I felt so bad every time,
Right. And so listen, I've thrown
I
stuff
threw a
being
chair
stupid.
at some people sometimes.
I'll be honest with you. I've played sports with people that I've accidentally hit people. I've even gotten mad and like done something stupid and like put a hole in a wall or whatever, like not meaning to. And I've watched plenty of people do that. Now listen again, this is not making any excuse for this man because hold on, let me read this super chat real quick and so I don't miss that. But Peter Ravis Feder with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, buddy. Says my country got Multiverse of Madness and M. Night's finale in the same day. M. Night's
Moon Knight.
Moon Knight.
Like in his country.
Oh, Moon Knight.
Yeah, in
Oh,
his
Moon
country,
Knight
they're
finale.
both
I thought it was
dropped at the
talking
same
about M. Night Shyamalan there. If I was like, I didn't know that there was a new M. Night movie out. Okay, so you got Multiverse of Madness and Moon Knight's finale in the same day. I just hope that both of post-credit scenes are sync up together. That'd be dope. I'm more excited for Sif than Lady Thor. Look, I love Sif. So
Sith is great.
I love Sith too. I love Sith. Do you love Sith or are you just looking at Sith? No, I love Sith. Okay, so here's the deal. When I woke up at 3 in the afternoon yesterday to all of these beautiful, wonderful messages informing me out of love
of course,
that Ezra Miller had screwed up again, and one even saying, "See, I told you that he would be, that he would get arrested again before the movie came out." Oh, that's a great call, 1.5 years in advance.
I mean, while you were reading it, I bet you heard the Circle of Life playing in the background while you were reading these messages.
Oh my gosh, it was such a love fest, man. Like I tell you what, I was overcome with the amount of compassion that I heard, and the love. And Thade was even there. Thade saw some of the compassion and love that we experienced.
Definitely.
Yes, and then others, jumped in, to on some of those conversations to also just share with me out of kindness how they felt about Ezra Miller, and of course tell me exactly what I had said, and to inform me that they have clips of what I had said. Okay, yeah, I've got whole videos. I can, you know what I think I'm going to start doing, like on nights that I don't stream. I think I'm going to restream old shows, like reruns.
Yeah,
you're going to go into syndication,
right? I did that before once, and actually people watched. So there you go. I'll just put a little disclaimer on. This is previously
we're just airing last night's show again.
Previously, some of you in the back didn't hear me loud enough, so I'm going to repeat it without having to actually repeat it. And you know what? For those of you who missed the fart around the world a couple of years ago,
you're gonna fart. Wow.
There you go.
Wow.
That's what I think of all of the opinions that come at me and tell me about how horrible I am for defending this man, about putting words in my mouth and saying that I said something that I didn't say, and that, but we were there. We know you said this. Oh my God. Here's the thing. Who cares? Okay? Here's my thing to you. If you found it necessary to run out and make a video or do a podcast or post about it or make sure that your opinion got out there about what you think about somebody that you've never met, probably never will meet, or if you do meet them, you're probably only going to have like a couple of seconds with them, like at a Comic-Con or something like that, to like not really get to know them, but literally just to say hi and bye. And you took it upon yourself to do that. My question is, what did you do to try to help the man? For all of you posting out there, he needs help, he needs help, he needs help. Some people posting, he needs jail time. Okay.
Well, he needs help is like helping, right?
Yeah, like if you think that he needs help, what are you doing to him? Because I will say this. Yes, I've been messaging him, right? Oh my gosh, I took flack for that. Oh, you mentioned that you messaged him. Yep. When it's relevant. I don't know, maybe when I'm talking about him, okay. But that really has nothing to do with any of this. What it has to do with is, you know what? When I saw that this was going on, you know what I did? I actually reached out to him. And now I haven't heard back. I haven't heard a word back from him, right? And I'm sure he's going through a lot, and I'm sure he doesn't really want to say a lot to the public, given what he's going through. But, I messaged him and I said, hey, man, I want you to know that I know there's a lot of people saying things about you, and I know that you're kind of in a bind right now. You've gotten yourself into some situations here, but I want you to know that you're not alone. And if you need somebody to talk to, I'm here. I also know people that did it as a long shot because he followed pretty much everybody there for a while, that followed him on Instagram, right?
Yeah.
So he made himself very open and available. And so I know people within our circle that messaged him literally saying, hey, I know this is a long shot that you even see this, but I want you to know I've gone through issues in my life with either addiction or mental illness or whatever, and I don't know what's going on with you, but please know that we're here for you if you need just talk to somebody. Literally people who don't know him just reaching out to him saying that. So my question is what are you doing to help? Now, the flip side of that is this. The guy has done some really bad stuff. Okay? Yeah, even if you throw a chair in an accident and you hit somebody in the head, there's a price to pay for that. Okay? And that's not all right. That's not okay at all. And you need to be held accountable. Now, what that means different things. I know Stella messaged me today and pointed out again that everybody's just like, well, they're just paying everybody off. Possibly. I don't know. But nobody knows that. Nobody knows that for sure. Show me the documentation where supposedly WB is paying everybody off. The news that came out from Deadline, I guess, was that Deadline really isn't paying much attention to it, or that Warner Brothers isn't really much paying attention to this much, because they've got a lot of other things on their mind. They'll deal with it when they have to deal with it. This movie is 1.5 years out. In that time, Ezra can get the help that he needs. He can move on to doing whatever else he needs to do, and by that time, be ready to do this. There's people already that I get, and this is absolutely your right to say, I don't want to see the movie now. I get it. I understand it. I totally understand it. But I think there's a lot of things here too. And I'll just say this, and then I want you guys' opinions, but I need to state this as clearly as I can. What he's done is wrong. Absolutely wrong. There's no excuse for it. Now, there's a difference because both Saggy and I are actually going to do a show, just her and I, about mental health issues. Okay? Because I think that this plays such a big part in this. Here's the problem. People that deal with mental issues or emotional issues or whatever, they appear very much to be okay most of the time. And so because they appear to be okay most of the time, they're judged that way. My mother, you say, well, I don't care about your personal story. Okay, well then turn away, because I'm going to tell you my personal story. Okay? If you don't want to hear it, don't watch it. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I don't have to prove myself to you. I don't have to prove myself to anybody. I'm telling you, you want to know why that I think the way that I think? That's based upon my experience, not yours. Okay? So here's the deal. My mother was diagnosed paranoid schizophrenic, manic depressive. She was bipolar. She was addicted to alcohol. She was addicted to crack. She was addicted to cocaine. And the least of her worries, she smoked pot. Okay. My mother took all kinds of crazy drugs during the time that she was alive. She once took an elephant tranquilizer. She used to drop acid. My mother disappeared for days at a time where we didn't know where she was. And yes, I was 4 or 5 years old. The reason why I came to live with my grandmother was because my mother had me smoking pot and drinking beer with her from the time I was 3 until the time I was 6. Okay. There was a reason why I was raised by my grandmother, and my 2 sisters were raised by my grandmother. Okay, we all 3 had different dads. One of my sisters, my mother met her dad in an asylum. My mother was in and out of psych wards. My mother was in and out of jail. My mother was in and out of group homes. And you know what? They all failed her, because eventually they just said, oh, she'll be all right on her own. They gave her a check every month, and my grandmother had to take care of her needs. But you know what? It didn't stop the fact that one day we were driving down the road at about 10 p.m. at night, and outside of a bar that was just around the corner from our house, I saw a woman in the dark run up and drop kick another woman in the face in a parking lot. And it was my mother drop kicking this woman in the face.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, just ran up and drop kicked the woman right in the face. My mother threw me through a wall once at the church that I pastor right now, threw me through the men's bathroom wall, cracked the wall, broke the wall. I had to get my mother off of my grandmother with a baseball bat when I was 9 years old. She pulled the hair out of my grandmother, at the top of my grandmother's hair, so that the rest of her life she had thin hair on top of her head. Don't tell me I don't know what these things look like or what the possibilities are when it comes to this, because there were many times my mother could turn it off. When my mother was on her proper meds and she was fine. She was absolutely fine. People thought that she was fine. And she could go in and talk to a caseworker, and they'd be like, yeah, well, Pam's fine. Sign off on her, and she'd go back her merry way. And then you know what? My mom was known to pick fights in bars with people. And it didn't mean that they had to even do anything to her. It could be the littlest thing that would set her off because she was bipolar. She would go from 0 to 100 like that. And a lot of times, you know what? She got the better of people, okay? Until one time, somebody came to her house, broke in her house, and beat her within an inch of her life. And my mother almost died because of it. All right? So don't tell me I don't know what these issues look like. And don't tell me that, oh, well, your story's different. You know, it may very well be. But here's the problem. There are people who judged my mother and thought that, well, she should just be in jail. Well, there's help for her if she wants help, right? If she really wanted to get help, there's help for her. Here's the problem. When you have those kind of issues, you're not in the right mind to want help. You don't think you need help. People avoid taking medication. I've worked with plenty of people with these types of personality disorders and these kind of things over the course of my life, not just my mother, okay? Many of them, they're on medication. The medication makes them feel weird after a time. Yes, during that time, they may be mellowed out. They may be fine. They may be fine for society, but they don't feel right after a while, and they don't feel like themselves, and they don't like that feeling, and so they think, I can be okay on my own. And they get off the meds, and they're fine for a little bit, and then something snaps, and they start all over again. I did that many times over with my mother over the course of my life. Many times. I am shocked to this day that my mother did not die at the hands of somebody that she picked a fight with, or being in the situation. She was living in abandoned houses for a while, guys. Like, my mother fell down. My mother was high on crack and went to what she thought was a restroom in a house that was abandoned. And it wasn't. It was the stairs to the basement, fell down the stairs and broke her arm in multiple places. They cast her arm, and because of her condition, it drove her nuts to have a cast on her arm. So she took the cast off, and for the rest of her life, her arm looked weird. Okay? Don't tell me I don't know about these things. Don't tell me you're just a YouTuber. You just like Ezra. You just want to see him in the next movie. I said it before, and I'll say it again. Here's a harsh letter for you. It sounds like F. And here's another letter. U. Because that is the basic equivalent of what I think of those types of opinions. Because they don't matter to me. But when I see somebody, I don't care if they are in Hollywood. I don't care if it's somebody on the street. I've seen this kind of thing over and over again. People don't go from 0 to 100 without there being some underlying issue. Now, we've had people try to say, well, if Ezra, Ezra has the money, he has the ability, he should just get people who wrangle him in and keep him sane and all this thing. Do we just act like we don't know anything about Hollywood? Hollywood is not good about wrangling people in or keeping people safe or keeping people away from bad situations. Even if you hire them to do it, no, that's not what happens. That's not what happens because it doesn't help them to do that. It doesn't. And so here's the thing. You can't sit here. You cannot judge somebody who is dealing with mental issues or addictions or those kind of things. You cannot judge them like you're the normal person who doesn't have those issues. Even though they may seem fine, they are not capable of making those same kind of decisions. To say, I need help. Yeah, there are many people who are addicted. It takes them their whole life to get to a point, to hit rock bottom, to finally say, I need help. And some of them, a lot of them, never get to that point. They never admit that they need help because they think that it shows weakness. They think that they can do it on their own. And many of them don't think that there's a problem to begin with because they cannot mentally recognize that there's a problem. Is it an excuse? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But this idea of send him to jail, fire him from this job, do all this stuff without knowing what it is that's going on in his head, without knowing what it is that's bothering him, without knowing what the circumstances are. I mean, you and me being there, that's all I've ever said. We don't have all these things. Yes, it's easy to read a headline that says, hey, he threw a chair, or he ran into a room and screamed at somebody or whatever. It's easy to read those things. It's harder to read deeper into what's actually going on. And yes, I agree. I think that he needs some help. I think that he needs some help dealing with this thing. And look, I've talked about it. Grace Randolph, you may not like her, but I think she's aware now that there's something else that was going on. I've been telling you guys now for 3 weeks, there's a reason why he's been in Hawaii. There's something that was going on. Now, if that comes out, and we can talk about that. Okay? But you got to understand, it does not make what he did right. It does not make it right for the people who are victims of that anger or those reactions or the violence or whatever. It doesn't make it right. It's not an excuse for what he's done. It's saying, well, yeah, he needs some rehab. He needs to go to jail. Jail time will set him straight. He's not going to get the help that he needs sitting in a jail cell. That's not going to be what does it. Saying, well, just fire him. Listen, people got to understand, people with addictions and disorders, shunning them from society and just acting like they're horrible people, like that they have the plague or that they're lepers, isn't going to help them. As much as we need to be, as much as we need to have compassion on those who have been affected by the actions of Ezra Miller, we also need to have some kind of compassion and understand that there is something going on in Ezra Miller's brain. Something going on with his emotions or their emotions. Okay, I'm sorry. Their emotions. Something that's going on with Ezra that needs to be corrected. But somebody around him, somebody around them needs to come alongside Ezra. We can't do that. But I'm telling you, demonizing him and just saying, well, that's it. That's it. He should just be, oh, no, I'm done with him. He's a horrible person. He's done these horrible things. Let's just totally dismiss him. I get it. Look, if you don't want to go see the Flash movie, don't go see the Flash movie. If you want to boycott his stuff, boycott the movies that he's in. You have absolutely that right. But I would tell you, inasmuch as you have the right to do that, why don't you, I don't know, say a prayer for the guy if you believe in that. Say a prayer for Ezra. Say a prayer that maybe Ezra gets through what they're going through. Because it's so easy to sit back up on a judgmental, pedestal and look down and say, I wouldn't do that. You don't know. If you're thinking with a different kind of mind, you don't even know what you're dealing with. I was angry at my mother for years. For years, I was angry at her for what she put me through. The hell that she put me through. Living in drug houses, living in an apartment where people broke into our apartment while I was staying there. Literally in a situation where drug deals were going on left and right. I've showed you guys my Intellivision 2, right? That I got when we were talking about the Amico and all that stuff. You know how I got that? It was freaking drug money. That's the only thing that I ever had that I remember positive from my mother that I got when I was 5. Because my stepdad bought me that from a guy during a drug deal. Okay? And I didn't really realize or understand it until years later. So even one of the best memories that I have of my mother is tainted by something like that. I literally stood in Vegas where I could take you right back to the very spot I took my family to 2 years ago, where my mother had disappeared for 2 days and finally came back telling me stories about how she had met some doppelganger of my stepdad, and there's a good and bad of everybody on the planet, and she had met the evil version of my stepdad. Well, the good version was a drug dealer who didn't care about anybody and beat her? Okay, I'd really hate to meet that guy. But he wooed her in, supposedly. And then, supposedly, Engelbert Humperdinck as Spider-Man came and saved her from this guy and set her free so that she could come home finally. And that Engelbert Humperdinck was going to fly down in the spider copter and come get us and take us someplace. People who have issues, you cannot treat them as if They're just anybody else on the street who has the capacity to make regular decisions. People treated my mother that way. The same woman who told me Spider-Man was going to come get me and was Engelbert Humperdinck, okay, was judged to be just fine when it wasn't convenient for the system. Why do I feel the way? Why have I said over and over again that, yes, I understand this, but like we should have all the information? Because you don't know, and I don't know fully what Ezra is dealing with. It doesn't make it right. Look, does it make it right that my mother dropkicked that woman in the face? No. We went to that woman's aid. We were down there. We called an ambulance for her because she got kicked in the nose, and I don't even know what ended up happening to her, but she was laying there, and we got her, taken care of and stuff. And then I had to go chase my mother down a street to follow her back to a place that she was living in, an abandoned house, to get the cops out there that night. Okay? She left one of my sisters by the road once, going out to take out the trash, and left the bassinet, the baby car seat out there because she just forgot. Yeah, there are victims. I have been one of those freaking victims. It doesn't make it right. But there's a reason. And if you can't see that, and honestly, somebody told me yesterday, well, I only have compassion when somebody like says that they're sorry and recognizes what they've done. That's not how compassion works. And yes, we should have compassion on people. And yet I hear the thing, oh, but what about Jeff Johns? What about Walter Hamada? Look, I have heard the testimony of somebody that things happened to. And I have not been up here going, anything like I've seen people attack Ezra Miller on. And I believe Ray Fisher's story. Because yes, I've had conversations with Ray, and yes, he's been here, and I've listened to the things that he says, and I've listened to the testimony of others, and those are people that I do feel should be held accountable, because yes, accountability is greater than entertainment. And even in this situation with Ezra, accountability is greater than entertainment. Ezra probably needs to take some time off. He needs to go. He needs to figure out these things. He needs to work at this. He needs to get to the bottom of what his problem really is and correct that problem. But you know what doesn't help? People acting the way that they are and jumping on it because you just want to see someone eaten by one of the lions. You want a victim. You want a bad guy, because that's the society that we live in. Everybody wants the bad guy. If that's what you want, that is completely up to you. But you're not going to change my mind, and that's why I'm not going to foster an environment where people are just going to come in. I'm going to start muting people. If you come at me and try to tell me that I said something that I didn't say, or I'm making excuses for a man, or all these different things, or I'm okay with him hitting a woman in the head with a chair, and I'm supposedly okay with him attacking somebody or whatever, you know what? Keep all that BS to yourself. Yeah, there's another couple letters for you, right? Keep all of that to yourself. Because I don't care. I don't have anything to prove to you. I don't have anything to prove to Ezra. I don't have anything to prove to anybody other than this is what I feel based upon my experience. If you have a different experience, God bless you. You make your own decisions. This is my channel. This is my opinion. I respect other people's opinions who have differing opinions, who want to handle it in a positive and polite way. But if you just are here to tell me, oh, look, Enosh, look, I told you he was going to get arrested. I told you something was going to happen. See, I'm right. Good for you. There's your slow clap. The infamous slow clap. So happy for you that you were right. That you were right that somebody is failing in their capacities. So glad that you're right. What do you think you win? What do you win? Huh? Did you bet something on this? Huh? Did you go to Vegas? Was there some kind of pool that you were able to get into if he gets arrested, if something else bad happens? What do you win? Why would you be happy with yourself that Ezra made another mistake, that he did something else that was stupid and dumb and hurt somebody. You don't win anything. You're not helping anyone. You're literally just sitting there going, oh, I was right. Ezra's a bad person. Good for you, I guess. I mean, listen, we from the very beginning of this, we have literally gone over all of the information. The night of the first thing, we had his
police report.
We went over that in detail. I mean, we got the police report here from the new one where he was arrested. Listen, people are like, well, why doesn't he just leave Hawaii? I don't know. He's got a bunch of legal things going on now.
Yeah, because he can't. Legally,
because he probably can't. Right? Yeah. So, I mean, and you know what? The thing is, yeah, he probably needs to stay away from bars and different places that are going to get him into trouble. But you got to understand too, I given the types of things that these people deal with, I don't think that, and the videos that have come out of him, like buying drinks for people, being nice to people, hanging out with people, laughing and joking with people, he's not going and looking for these things. But you got to understand people who suffer from things like this. And I do believe that there is something that he is suffering from, that he's dealing with, that he's not dealing with. And the problem is it can be one little thing and it sets him off. That's the problem. So he needs to stay away from those places. He needs to probably stay away from something, but I don't know who's around him. If I was around him, I would tell him that. That would be my thing. Ezra, if you're watching right now, Ezra, there are people who care about you, right? There's people who've enjoyed your art and your acting and the movies that you've been in. Don't throw that away. Understand what's going on. And I don't know fully what's going on. I know some things, but I don't know fully what's going on. I've heard things and whatnot. But just know this. Whatever you're going through, and this is for everyone, whatever hurt you're going through, whatever obstacle you're facing, there is help. There are people who do care about you. And if you are somebody who is around Ezra, push him in that direction and get him out of these circumstances that he can be easily set off. If there are people around him that are ridiculing the LGBTQ and that's setting him off because of who he is, keep him out of that environment or redirect him. You know, help. If you report entertainment news, if you are a YouTuber, if you're a celebrity, whatever, why don't you use your platform to try to raise awareness and attention to these mental issues, to these substance abuse issues possibly, and what they can cause, and bring awareness to it. I don't know how much more clear I can be. I've poured out my heart in so many different ways that I don't know what more you want. But you guys are calling for basically the crucifixion of somebody who let's be honest, yes, even though the things that he's done like are bad. Listen, if Ezra threw a chair at my wife and it hit her in the head, I would be pissed. Right? And I would want him prosecuted and I would want him all these things, right? But also, if I found out that he's dealing with stuff that maybe is beyond his control, kind of changes the circumstance too. It does. Doesn't change that I'm mad. Doesn't change that it was wrong. Doesn't change that I would still be pissed off. But it does change the way that you look at why it happened and how it happened. So again, I say, if you don't have a dog in that fight, if you're not there in Hawaii getting in fights with Ezra Miller, maybe stop adding to the fire. by adding to the things. Like I said, talking to people. He punched 3 people in the face. No, he didn't. Talking to somebody else. Well, there was video released from the bar that he was at that showed him attacking people. No, it's not, because it doesn't exist, and that wasn't even what was in the freaking complaint. Right? So we see how this has spiraled into something bigger. It's a snowball now of people just hating on Ezra Miller. And let's be honest, the most he's gotten is a $500 fine. And I've talked to plenty of people who've gotten arrested and gone to jail. Like even this thing on Tuesday, he was, from the time that he got picked up to the time that he got let go was 4 hours. Stop trying to crucify somebody based on your opinion of something that you're not even a part of. Wait for all the information to come out. Look at this thing that we're watching right now with Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. Right? What were all the things that she accused him of? Obviously, that was a volatile situation for both of them, right? But it's amazing how people's minds have changed about that situation over the last couple years. As new information comes out, even today, even this week, we've heard new information from Johnny Depp himself that has like brought a lot of clarity. You know, some people would just say, well, yeah, he's just drug user. He's just like, he deserves what he's getting, man. And then you find out from the time he was 4, he used to go get his mother's pain pills for her nerve pills. And from the time he was 11, he started taking them. And then the people around him started giving him other things. Environment created who he was and put him in a position of why he reacted the way that he did to things. So I'm just saying, treat people like human beings. And I don't know what else to say to that. So I'm done. I've spoken my piece. If somebody has an opposing view, that's great. I'm fine with listening to it, but that's just how I feel.
View. There's just some things I just think that look, when you fuck up, you got to get square with the house before you can redeem yourself. Everyone knows that. Sure. I've had to do it. People I know have had to do it.
Yep.
Mental health is tricky. Now, saying you want somebody just fired because you just want to see them burn at the stake, watching somebody systematically self-destruct before your eyes, if you find that entertaining, I think you're wrong. But at the same time, I think if someone's mentally unstable and they're going through some shit, you got to take something away from them to incentivize that they get that help. And if this is Ezra's job, then it's his job, because you wouldn't let somebody acting this way fly your plane from Florida to California. You wouldn't let a pilot get behind the wheel and keep his job. You know, you wouldn't let a cop be unstable and work on the job knowing he might flip out and go. That's the only thing I just like. Other than that, I'm not going to, I can't judge this guy. I can't bring myself to judge this guy, but I think that they're going to have to force him, because now it's to the point where you can't just put it under the rug and be like, oh, poor Ezra.
No, no. Oh, absolutely not. And the only thing I would say about that, Chris, is like the two things that you just brought up there. You're talking about jobs where like people's lives are in somebody's hand, right? Like if you're an airline pilot, right, you obviously, you can't do certain things because people's lives are in your hand. If you're a cop, you can't do certain things because people's lives are in your hand. Like,
yeah, those are a bit extreme,
you know what I mean?
But
Like,
also there's a lot of money in what he does.
I get what you're saying. I absolutely get what you're saying. I don't want to downplay what you're saying. Yeah. But what I'm saying is, like, acting in a movie is not somebody's life isn't in somebody's hand. You know what I mean? It's the same thing of yeah, you would let somebody go back to most people would go back to their jobs. You know what I mean? As long as they're not like life-threatening situation, like where you're working with machinery that you could hurt somebody or hurt yourself, or you know what I mean? But like you're working at Subway, guess what? You're gonna go back making sandwiches while you're dealing with this stuff. You know what I mean?
Well,
unless you attack somebody at Subway.
I mean,
I don't know. I'm just saying.
There's this thing to an extent where Chris is somewhat right with that analogy, because you don't want an unstable person on your set, because there is heavy equipment that you don't know what
well, not just that, you could lose millions over bad behavior. You know? Sure. And that may trickle down later on down the line to where somebody else loses their job for some shit that wasn't their fault.
But what I'm saying is that person. Yeah, no, it's and you don't want an unstable person on your set.
What's
because
funny is all these people on the internet are acting like that. They're like taking it personal, like Ezra did it to them.
Yeah.
Look, you can look at the little dude and tell whatever's going on, it's not good. Something's eating away at this kid. And instead of saying, man, that's messed up, man, everybody should get together and figure out how to help other people. No, man, they just want to watch somebody get eaten. That's all they want, dude. That's all they want. I don't
And the thing too is that like with jobs like this, okay, with jobs in general, you do have to be careful because people with disabilities, with mental disabilities even, they're protected. Their jobs are protected. Even if they're an actor, it's still their job. They're in a union. Like you know what I mean? So it's like you have to be very careful with how you handle these things, and you have to make sure that you're offering that help. That's my concern. Is I don't know that Warner Brothers is actually doing their job as a.
Oh, they don't care.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think that they're doing their job as an employer, like just leaving him out there to just keep doing things.
Well, the thing is,
that's what I was going to jump. Well, yeah, sorry, go ahead, Caden.
Well, to get because continue my point is that is that people, there's many things that happen on set, and to have one little chip in your window is not a good thing, in any situation.
Yeah.
And also I disagree with the fact that he should be put in jail, and I also disagree with the fact that he shouldn't be put in a position where he is out and about just rampant being free. I think he should be in rehab and in therapy. And like you said, you can't have people surrounding him that just sit there and watch him do this. He has to be surrounded by people who want to have him to get help. And for that energy, because if you just have like one or two people in your like group of 5 people who want you to get help, that's not enough positive energy for you to get help, to push you to get help. You need everyone surrounding you to push you to get help and want to get help, even if it's your employer or your friends and family. They all should want you to get help.
Yeah.
And if one of those things don't want you to get help, or is just sitting back and watching, then drop them.
But see, here's the thing. Here's the thing, man. Is this dude lives literally like a he lives a different life, man. It's not like
he loves spending money.
He does not have a bunch of family around him.
Yeah, I cannot relate to this dude at all, Enosh, because I wouldn't even know where to begin. I can relate to my own personal shit. Yeah. And I'm telling you, when you're messed up, you don't know you're messed up. You don't know, or you don't believe. You may know, but you're in denial about it.
Yeah,
okay?
and the dude is literally running around like sleeping on people's couches that like he just met. So it's not like he's got people like who are like permanent people in their life,
people that he knows.
Yeah, it's not like people who have like these vested interests in Ezra's life. It's literally people that like he just meets, and then he sleeps on their couch, spends a week, on their couch or whatever. And then they get into an argument and it heats up and, and then it goes someplace else, And so I don't know that there's somebody right now in his life, because I agree with you, Caden. Like his family, somebody should be reaching out to him at this point, right? And like trying to set him straight and trying to say, hey, we love you. But here's the thing. I will tell you this too, dude. I was taken away from my own mother, and my mom would always say, I just want you back. I want you back. My mother blamed my grandmother for taking me and my sisters away from her because she didn't understand what she had done even. She was in such denial. My grandmother was just an evil witch, okay? Was just a horrible, evil person. My grandmother was the salt of the earth. My grandmother took in 3 kids in her mid-40s and didn't work a job, but like, she didn't work an outside job. She worked skin and bones, man, alone. I can't imagine doing that. Like, I'm taking over that church right now in my mid-40s, ironically enough. But I have the support of my family and my wife and everything. She did all this plus taking on 3 small children. And my mother would hit her. My mother would beat her. My mother would throw things at her. My mother would threaten to kill her and tell her that she was going to break in the middle of the night and kill my grandmother and steal us kids. My mother you want to know the real crazy? My mother would go around. We had to go, me at 10 years old, I'm sorry, I had to go for a psychological evaluation that lasted 8 hours because my mother told lies about my grandmother that she sexually molested me. Okay? And we had to go through this nonsense.
Crazy.
She literally, we were literally sitting at a church function one time and she yelled at my grandfather who was just newly like Ed was like a dad to me growing up, and he eventually married my grandma. Ed was the sweetest man you would ever meet. He was a good Christian guy who loved Jesus and loved his family and loved others and never treated anybody badly at all. And all of a sudden, you know what she screamed at him, Caden? In front of everybody at the event, at the church and everything, she started screaming about how he had R-word both of my sisters.
Wow.
Okay? And that he had tried to kill her.
Oh my
okay,
gosh.
and literally started to get up over nothing. Literally, we were sitting there and he moved a cup across the table. She goes up and starts going off on him saying, you bitch, you did this to my daughters. You did this to my family and I will kill you. Okay? Like 0 to 100 right now. And that dude just sat there like, what? And she was going to pick up a coffee cup and hit him over the head until we restrained her. And then she went screaming off tonight. She ended up going up the stairs of the church, going outdoors, and we didn't see her for like another week.
Damn.
I'm just saying, like judging people. Like I get what you're saying. Like that somebody needs to come, but dude, we tried so hard to get my mother help over and over and over again. But the system fails these people over and over again. They literally toss these people right back out on the street. And especially if they look like and appear like they're sane and like everything's okay, they don't care. They literally process them. And I see this process going through right now because how do you get arrested 10 times in a week without somebody raising an eyebrow?
No, 10 police calls.
10 police calls. How do you get 10 police calls, a couple of arrests and all these things? And it's just, there's no.
Well, the thing is that
I tell you how, because I've seen it.
Well, it's a failure of the policing in our. This happens all over the states, like where, and it's the fault and the flaws of our policing in our nation because police don't know the difference between a mentally unstable person and someone who's just like effed up and is trying to cause chaos. It's a blurred line for them. And so and the same with people that sit at the desk file the police reports, the same people, like, so it's all blurred lines. No one like in that industry understands that. Like, even if they do, it's like one of like 10 cops and one of like 50 commissioners or whatever. So it's like there needs to be this mental health awareness in that industry, because there isn't. And
look at some of the craziness that we've seen.
The system is broken.
Look at some of the craziness that we've seen from some celebrities over the years, right? Like some of the strange behaviors, some of the absolute crazy things that like we just go, oh well, they're just eccentric, right?
Yeah.
Here's the problem: you take somebody who's had these kind of issues, and now you give them money.
Yeah.
You're loading a gun.
That's the thing. Like, I'd say, like, although like I just. Like, I'm very vocal about this. I said this last time we talked about this, and I said it on Matt's streams. I said it probably on Max's streams as well. That I do believe that there should be, some sort of like something taken away from him, and that something and like you said, like giving money to this person like him is giving an unloaded gun, bullets to fire.
Yeah.
And I think if you start say, hey, we are going to let you go, but we are going to put you in this place because you need this, and this is going to benefit each other because I'm your client and you're my client, and we need to work together on getting you better.
Yeah.
So even though even though he's not well, he still needs to realize that he's doing something wrong, and he needs to be like helped, and at the same time there needs to be some sort of punishment.
Yeah.
Because what he's doing, and the span, like what we said, in the span of 2 weeks, he's had craziness. And one time it was, like lunging at people at bars, whatever. And then we learned it was
Well,
like,
now it's escalated to second-degree assault.
and well,
So-
yeah, like this
Okay,
Tuesday
guys,
morning, it's
Caden.
escalated.
Caden, when you're done, can I speak here for a minute? I've got something I need to say about this.
And honestly, like from my point of view of this, and from what Enosh just said, like putting it all together, he clearly needs help. He needs like everyone to surround him and give him help. And at the same time, I think there should be some sort of like, be like, hey, we're gonna give you help, but we're gonna take this away because this is not helping clearly.
Here's where I agree with you, but I feel like this situation is different. And I'm going to send it over to Thade, because if he's dealing with some of the things that I think that he's dealing with, Caden,
yeah,
punishing my mother would have never helped her, and it didn't, because people tried to do it. People tried to take things away from her and do all those things. That never helped her. That never motivated her, because she didn't understand it. She wasn't even in a mental capacity to even understand. Her kids were taken away from her. Okay?
All right.
Like as punishment, okay? She was literally like destitute, where like she didn't have anything. She was kicked out of home. She was kicked out of different places. My grandmother had to kick her out of the house many times, because we were always tried to be there for her. But when she would get violent like that, we couldn't handle it. And there was no other place for her to go or anything for there to be done. I mean, it doesn't get much worse than having your kids absolutely taken away from you and your parental rights absolutely stripped completely away, where you're never going to get your kids back again. Okay, it doesn't get much worse than that. There ain't much worse punishment than that. She spent some nights in jail, sure. She did those kind of things. But the problem is when you're dealing with somebody with a mental issue, they don't understand punishment like you and me. If I go do a crime, and I plan on doing a crime, and I do something bad, and then you come and arrest me and you say, Enosh, you did this bad thing, right? Okay. And then you put me up for trial, and I know that I did a bad thing. Even if I try to defend myself or whatever, I still understand the concept of I did a bad thing here, right? And you're punishing me for this. The problem with people with these types of issues, Caden, is they don't recognize that they even did anything wrong. And that's hard for me and you to understand, because we're not dealing in that capacity. Right? There were many times, you got to understand, I was angry. I was so angry at my mother, because I felt like my mother just left me and just abandoned me and put me through hell or whatever. And I treated her like she understood what she was doing.
Yeah.
And it took her, after her death, for me to actually talk with my sisters and other people and realize my mother didn't have the capacity to even understand that what she was doing was wrong. She literally thought she was doing something okay. When she would give me alcohol and marijuana at 3 to 6 years old, it was, hey, he's high strung. He's this, hyper 5-year-old, right? So I'm just calming him down, right? And then they would think it was fun. Like, they'd sit in their group and they're thinking it's funny. When they took me away from her, she didn't understand why. She didn't even, dude, that's what I'm saying. She was giving drugs and alcohol to her 6-year-old when I was taken away, and had for 3 years, and did not understand in any capacity why I was being taken away from her. She blamed my grandmother for trying to destroy her life. Because they asked me, Caden, where I wanted to live.
Mm-hmm.
My dad lived up in Washington, and my grandma I knew was in Michigan. And I knew that I'd be safe with my grandma because I hadn't been around my dad a lot. And so I said, my grandma, she's in Flint, Michigan. And they looked her up, they found her, and 2 days later I was on a plane to her. My grandma wasn't petitioning the court for me. My grandma wasn't fighting to take me away. My grandmother actually was trying to get me to go back with my mother until the time I was 13, when I looked at my grandma and I said, I am never going to live with that woman. You will literally have to kick me out of the house. And if you don't want me anymore, which was never the case, but my grandmother always felt guilty about, having her daughter's kids, somehow. And I said, listen, I will go live with anybody else but her because I am not safe there. Because my mother honestly did not understand even how to take care of her basic needs. My mother would answer the door absolutely butt naked. Didn't matter who was there. My mother would try to have sex with anyone. There are stories of in the neighborhood of my mother propositioning some of my friends and their brothers and sisters brothers at least when I was a teenager. So you're not dealing with somebody who understands, well, we're going to take this away from you. We're going to punish you. They're not going to look at it as, hey, I did something wrong and you're punishing me and this is something that I need to learn from. They're going to look at it as, this is unfair to me, and it's just going to make them angry. That is why you have to get them the help that they need. You can't just punish them like you would a normal person who just goes and does something wrong, and you go, hey, you did something wrong. And they're like, yeah, I did. Or they're like, oh, no, I didn't, and fight it, And I get it. Sometimes it gets blurry there. Like we talked about that, right? That it gets blurry between like people who like claim to be, crazy or,
Blurred
or like
lines.
whatever.
Yeah.
But the thing is when we see people who are obviously doing things that are not normal, and that's what I've been pointing out, none of this situation has been normal. This is not normal behavior where you see video of like, hey, we're all fine. I'm buying drinks. We're all happy and everything. And then the next thing you're hearing about like all this craziness, and it's going on and on and on and on. So obviously there needs to be some help there. But the problem is that us as the public who don't have access to him and we don't have access to, like, we're not there, right? We're not there experiencing it. So we don't know what he's going through. We don't know what he's doing through. We're not in his private circle and we're not the law enforcement. I'm sorry, but there needs to probably be, if they're going to do something, punishment, I don't think is the right word. What I think is the right word is you get that person mandatory help.
Right. It should be an incentive.
Yeah, it should be an incentive to say, hey, look, we're here for you to try to help you understand this and get you back on your feet. You see, it's all in the way that it's protected. But the problem is I see everybody just wanting to just be like, oh, get rid of it. Like everybody's so angry, like what Chris said, that like people are acting like he did something to them.
Yeah, just you have to look. Just don't take away all your kids' toys. Just put them in a timeout and incentivize the help. Because otherwise, you can't tell somebody. The more they used to tell me you got to get help, the more I wanted to tell them to fuck off.
Right.
It's a mental thing. You don't know, and then you add substance. You add a substance, so you already don't know what you're doing. Yeah. And Ezra hasn't. Here's one thing that is weird. Before Thade says anything, I hate to keep jumping. Everyone's going, but we don't even know what really happened. You're right, we don't. But here's what we do know. Okay, when things like this happen to any celebrity or just some Joe Schmo off the street, the first thing they do is they step up and they deny it. Ezra has not put any denial out there. He's pled no contest. He's just, that might be the first step. Yeah, that might be the first step in him knowing, like, I'm messing up. All right, I gotta stop messing up. Because because he hasn't tried to deny it at all, which is why I go, yeah, that's messed up, man. He hasn't even, not even his agent has came out and said, Ezra Miller would like to deny all these charges, and this is not what happened. He's not saying anything.
That's true. Real quick here, and then I'm going to give it to Thade, because Thade has been very, very patient. And also, I want to welcome Max. Hey, Max.
Hey, I just wanted to check on you, see how everyone's doing. I can't stay long because my dogs are being crazy again. I can only stream for so long before they start going nuts. But I want
to hear from you on this too. Real quick, Peter Rabbit's Defender, $9.99 super chat. I'm going to try to translate this. Thank you for your statement, Enosh. I'd like to retracting from the thing I said. I don't hate Ezra Miller, just disappointed and tired of him. And dude, that is absolutely understandable. That is absolutely fine. Look, I felt the same way about my mother for years. And I was angry at my mother. And there was a time, like, if you had asked me as a young person, I would have probably said I hated her because she put my life through hell. Like, she put my life in a bad place, right? But then as I got older, I started realizing she didn't even understand what she was doing. She was like a child herself, throwing a tantrum. So thank you for that, Peter Rabbit. Says also, I'm sad that he's going to be another Shia LaBeouf, which makes me aware that how many times that we go
gonna give a chance to them.
You know what? I don't know the answer to that, man. Like, I don't know the answer. Like, how many times you give somebody a chance? You know, I do know this. I think that if people react in the right way, in the positive way, and the people around Ezra and whatnot act in the positive way, and like Chris just said, like, you can either beat your child into submission, where they just hate you and they're not learning anything, or take everything away from them and just be angry, just make them angrier, or you can sit down and have conversation and do that. But sometimes you got to get your child to that point. And the problem is people with these issues, unfortunately, they think like children. They're not thinking like a rational adult. Fade, you got the floor, bro.
First of all, I'm gonna
wait.
say,
Thade, one thing though, Thade, but just between you and me, we know what this is like, right? Because we share a Brodan.
Yeah.
So we know what this is like. You have to babysit someone. He's gonna be mad as shit that I said that. All right, go ahead.
Okay. Well, first of all, I'm gonna say, go ahead and let Max have the floor because he said something about needing to go.
Oh, thanks, Thane.
Not a problem.
I just Bezos, please. I just wanted to say I'm glad I was concerned about you, Enosh. I'm glad you're out of the hospital and hope you're feeling all right.
Thanks, man.
I do differ in opinion with this Ezra thing. I do think even for his benefit that you can't continue with projects with him. Ezra is not stable enough to continue. I think they have to make a change. I do feel that they're going to release the product as is and maybe make small adjustments, hopefully, because it's not just, even though it's called Flash as the title, there's so much talent involved and it's very important. And I do wish Ezra the best, but I don't see how you could go forward with new projects.
I get that.
Yeah,
I get that. I mean,
but
you don't have to go forward.
Yeah, but
I'm talking about the people who are like saying, "Hey, reshoot the whole movie."
No.
That would be $400 million.
Well, John Campia gave the worst take today, which some people will agree with. That's, to me, my subjective opinion. Subjective.
Well,
but John Campia said you can't release this film. I'm like, are you crazy? You have to release this film. You got to do good PR and you got to be proactive.
Yeah.
I did a thing on that I was just ended streaming. Like, I think that WB has to be working with the public and saying we're trying to handle this. It's a sensitive situation while respecting Ezra privacy, and say we want to release this product and be transparent with it and say we do take these things seriously. I think there has to be some, I want something from WB, and that's a question I would love to hear you guys too. I'm going to head out soon, but I want to hear, don't you think WB should handle this better than they've had in the past?
Look, I don't want to keep jumping in front of Thade, Max, but here's where I'm taking issue with all this stuff. First, I don't give a shit what Warner Brothers thinks. Warner Brothers don't owe me shit, okay? And two, I'm more worried about Ezra himself than anything that's going to happen in the fucking Flash or whether Michael Keaton gets his fucking moment.
Well,
I don't care about none of that shit.
Listen, I care about Ezra, Chris.
I think that's where we should be.
I don't want to cancel Ezra, but this doesn't just involve Ezra. Ezra is making it everyone's problem.
Oh no!
Regardless of
you're right about that. We shouldn't use that word.
There's other people. There's other people.
Again, movies are a collaborative effort.
Yes, it's not. So when your actions affect someone else, then you have to consider everyone. This is jobs.
I just said that, Max. I just said that. But what I mean is, like, when it comes to like the actual mental health part, what has Warner Brothers got? A bunch of money and some lawyers. That's not going to help Ezra. That's not going to help him. And from what I can tell, they're doing a real fucking bang up job so far, helping him. That's
I know RJ's was giving good criticism earlier. For you as a consumer, you want. I believe, RJ, I don't want to speak for you, but earlier on your stream, you were saying you feel that this should be addressed in some way with WB not just leaving it as and just not saying anything, just go and release the film. This is too big to just ignore.
Needs to be said. Yes,
well,
it has to be handled
with a lot of tentacles. There are a lot of things going on. I understand.
Yeah, but
at the core, it's this man's mental health. This person's mental health, whatever he goes by. I'm not even sure what he goes by.
You have to address it in some way, and I think some type of damage control PR.
Doing nothing's not an option. That's the thing.
And there are consumers that actually care about accountability over entertainment, where they respect what's happening to Ezra. They want him to get help, or want Ezra to. I'm sorry, I keep doing that. They want Ezra to get help. They care about, but honestly, more work is not going to help Ezra at this point. Helping Ezra has to accept the help of Ezra's self. But
absolutely, he's got to be putting a time out. He's got to run some damage control.
I think some consumers are. I know people use entitled as a dirty word, but entitled to something going on. Like we obviously, my opinion is they should obviously say we take this type of situation very seriously. Our universe of superheroes, we want superheroes. That means something special, and we want people to feel confident in this, and we want
Max,
to move forward.
That's not how it works out there.
Yeah, but I would expect
they distance themselves from stuff like this, and that's exactly what they're doing. That's why they're not saying anything.
I think MCU would say something, or they.
Well, Kevin Feige would never been put in a situation like this either, though. To be fair.
Yeah,
he will talk to people behind.
But yeah, as far as canceling,
hold on. Whoa.
That's not a good thing.
Kevin Feige may be the god that Todd Fayer thinks he is, but even Todd would probably have to admit, Kevin Feige cannot control the actions of somebody who has mental disorders.
No. What I'm
even
saying,
if you hired them to be in a movie, because let's be honest about this. As much as I'm proud of Robert Downey Jr., right, and this is where I disagree with RJ a little bit. Because RJ said, well, I've heard you say before that, like, well, yeah, but Robert wasn't doing that, like, since he's been Iron Man. But he was absolutely a star and in Hollywood and an important figure. Like, Iron Man was a comeback for him. But the reality is he was absolutely a top-tier star. He was Robert Downey Jr. for a reason. And the thing is he was literally coked out, like breaking into people's houses, and like people would come downstairs and find him in their house and didn't even know who the guy was.
No, it was bad. It was bad.
So what I'm saying is look, I would never wish this upon anybody. I'm not saying this is, anything about Robert Downey Jr. I'm just saying, based upon that past, right? Feige can't control if somebody has a relapse. Feige can't control none of these producers or any of these people. So I'm just saying that statement, though, that like that wouldn't happen.
What I'm saying
is the MCU.
What I'm saying is he would never downplay that and act like nothing's going on and not do anything.
We don't know that though, because who's his boss? Who's his boss? RJ, Disney's his boss. Disney's his boss, and if Disney wants to keep something quiet, Disney ain't gonna. Look at all the Disney girls who, like all the Disney kids who've come through with all kinds of issues, and Disney has kept all of that quiet. They haven't talked about any of that stuff.
What I'm saying is that I don't think that they would ever put themselves in a compromise to have such a bad public PR in an upcoming movie like this. What I'm trying to say. I just think because stronger management, leadership. That's the thing that Warner Brothers lacks. I think helped hurt the situation as well.
I can't believe.
Well, like I said, I know Dave's been trying to talk for like forever, so I want him to be able to talk.
Yeah.
When's the movie coming out? When's the movie slated for release?
Like next summer,
June 23rd.
It's probably
18 months. That's the last thing anybody should be worried about right now. They got plenty of time to worry about what to do with that movie. Hollywood can make magic in 90 days, man. And people
I think Chris, I respectfully disagree. I think you're underestimating the how much people care about this story. Even if you think we should be more concerned about Ezra's health, people are really concerned about also how this impacts the property in the movie and whether they're supported. And that's their right. There's lots of people that when you talk about, yes, we care about Ezra, but when you add the violence angle and threats of violence, people cannot roll with that regardless of the mental illness. And there's lots of people with mental illness that don't.
I get that, Max. But here's the thing: if it's any other disability of like somebody raging out or whatever, people would not be acting like this. I totally understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I want to make clear. I understand that.
Yes.
But the reality is if Ezra is dealing with something that is out of his control mentally, as much as, yes, we would all like to be able to sit back here and go, well, yes, we need to talk about that because he's wrong for doing this and he's, whatever, because it's this physical thing. Yeah, well then, you know what? Then the court should be mandating that if the court, and this is where it lies, because it's nothing that we can do. We can't mandate that he does it. WB.
Well, Enosh, am I wrong? Am I wrong in saying that Ezra? Ezra has got to be pointing true north before any of this works out.
Exactly. But the thing is, here's the thing. Ezra's been through the court system how many times in the last month?
6 that I 6.
Okay. So guess what? Somebody in the court system then should recognize what's going on and should make mandatory counseling,
the system
mandatory
is broken.
something instead of hitting him with. If they really think it's that bad, they're the ones who have all the information, right? They're the ones who showed up. They're the ones who arrested him. They're the ones who took him downtown. They're the ones who booked him. They're the ones who done all these things, right? They're the ones who've showed us this, right? And detailed all the stuff that he did. And they're the ones who let him go with a $500 fine. And gave him a slap on the wrist and said, "Go home." And
this incident he wasn't let go with.
I know. I understand that, but I'm saying up to this point, he's gotten a $500 fine, and there's nothing else going on. If the people with all of the information, much more information than we have, are not putting this as a high priority for this, then one of two things is either happening: either he's slipping through the cracks of the system. We don't have all the information of what's actually happened and what the interactions are, because I'm telling you right now, if somebody comes after me or I get in a fight with somebody, if I get in a fight with Caden in a bar and Caden comes after me and I go after him, but like Caden missed or whatever with his swing and I connected with mine or something like that happened. I'm not saying that that's what happened. I'm just saying there are instances where things can happen that don't get reported, right? So like if Caden comes up to me in a bar and he's like, "Enosh, I think your Poindexter Lounge is stupid." And I'm like, "Okay, man, we'll just, leave me alone." And he's like, "No, I'm not going to leave you alone. I think you're stupid. And I think that this, and this, and I don't like the fact that you're a Christian. And I don't like who you are. And you're getting up in my face." Right. And then we get into an interaction, but Caden ends up, getting hurt because, let's be honest.
So you're saying
Caden takes a punch, or Caden, or like Caden takes a push or something like that, and Caden's like, "Well, I'm going to call the cops on Enosh." Well, then the cops come out and they're like, "Well, who pushed who?" Well, Enosh pushed the guy, or Enosh hit Caden. So okay, well, would you want to press charges? Yeah, we want to press charges. We're taking Enosh down. But there's been absolutely nothing in any of this stuff about the interactions at all, right? I mean, like everybody's just like, "Well, maybe he's just an a-hole." Well, maybe the people attacking him are an a-hole. I don't know.
Right.
Who knows?
Well, from this situation, we know that the homeowner was asking to leave, and he retaliated by throwing a chair towards her, and yeah.
Whatever. So what I'm just saying though is like if they're just slapping him on the wrist, right? Then
they're not just slapping him on the wrist. They also still gave him a restraining order.
Okay, but again, that doesn't help anything, right? So don't go back to that place. Okay.
Right? Yeah, he's been ordered not to go to certain places in Hawaii now.
Okay. So what, right? That's not getting him any help. So if the people who have all this information that you and I don't have, that literally have arrested him, booked him, know everything, took all the testimony and stuff, then if they're not doing more, there's one of two answers. Either there's more to the story, that it's not as bad as we think it is, or he's slipping through the cracks and they need to be held responsible for getting him mandatory help.
Yeah,
also just looking at
his guys where
his mugshot.
Everyone knows you have to be systematic with something like this. What's your biggest problem? The biggest problem is what you deal with first. Max, I'm not saying it's not a non-issue. It's definitely an issue. The consumers do have certain rights. And things like that, and people wanting to know what's going to happen later on down the line. But right now, that's not the biggest problem. The biggest problem is that we are watching a human being systematically self-destruct in front of us. Now we can either, and even us, we're just people on the internet. We have no say-so, period. Exactly. But you know what I mean when I say we. You can either step in and try to help, or you can just watch the comet burn out completely.
Now,
I think that holds precedence over, Michael Keaton's moment in the sun.
That's true.
Or,
okay.
Batgirl.
Okay. Now I've got to do this because we have totally taken away from him He may have even forgotten what he was originally going to say, and I apologize to Thade for this because I really wanted to hear from Thade. Thade, please.
After Thade, may I go, please? Because I have a lot to say.
Yes.
No.
Yes. No, we're done.
No, you cancel.
No, RJ, you have a fucking channel, RJ. I'm just kidding, RJ. Of course I want to hear what you have to say, but I'm waiting for Thade now.
Okay. First of all, I'm going to say this. I very rarely take a hard line on anything. Most of the time, I'm pretty even-keeled. And for what I'm about to say, I ask two things. For one, forgiveness. If I disappoint or hurt anybody's feelings with what I'm about to say. And also, I ask that you give me a moment to, like Enosh did earlier, tell my story, because I think you might understand after I do why I come at it like I do. Okay? Without any further ado. Max, I understand your concerns about this movie. I do. RJ, I also understand your concerns. I get it. I understand what you're saying about WB needs to say something. Great. It's a wonderful opinion. But it doesn't matter one fucking bit. Not ultimately. And why I say that is WB, Ezra Miller, anybody on this panel, anybody in the chat, and anybody on this planet doesn't owe any of us a damn thing. Not one damn explanation, not one damn thing. The only person he has to face, the only people he has to answer to at this moment is whatever the court decides to do with him in this situation. And I say that because I was in Ezra's shoes less than 8 years ago. I have mental illnesses. I've been living with my whole life. I was also addicted to drugs really bad. And my family had the ability and the means, just like Ezra, to get me help. And I'm going to say, Enosh, I appreciate your story, man. I do, because it resonates with me. It resonates something deep, man. Because people telling me I needed help didn't matter to me. People telling me that I was doing things wrong didn't matter to me. People telling me I was going to have to face the consequences really didn't matter to me because I didn't give a shit what they thought. My family, the people who raised me, who told me my whole life, no matter what you do, son, even up to and including murder, I'll love you anyway, and I'll stand by your side. Even if that's standing by your side in a jail cell. And when I really needed them, when I really needed that help, you know what I got from those very same people? People that I'd gone to bat for, people that I'd given my time, my sweat, my tears, and my heart to. You know what they told me? Can't help you. Won't help you. Do it on your own. You're out. My family cast me out because ultimately, doesn't matter what you say. It's all just words. Ezra needs help. That's quite fucking clear. And I agree with Chris. You're going to have to incentivize the man to get help because at this point, from what I can see, he probably doesn't think much is wrong. The jail time, the couple hours here and there, the overnight visit, whatever, being asked to leave, it's all just distractions and incidences that have happened in his life. Nobody's incentivizing the man to get help. Nobody's going, "Hey, Ezra, you gotta look at this, man." Nobody sat him down that I could tell. All of the fans, all these YouTubers, all these people crying out for his blood. Oh, he needs to be jailed. He needs to be fired. This and that. Like Enosh said, have any of them reached out? I doubt it. I lost my home. I lost a wife. I lost access to my kids. I ended up on the street. And I was really close to ending it. I was really close to just not caring anymore because nobody else cared about me. And I walked into the ER of a hospital, of our local county hospital, broken, didn't know what I was going to do. And I said, something's wrong with my head. I can't get my shit straight. I can't get off the dope even though I know I need to. I don't know how to help myself. And maybe Ezra doesn't know how to help himself either. You know, suddenly becoming a star in a major franchise, in a couple of major franchises, it can be very distracting. It can be very overwhelming. And when you have a mental illness, things that overwhelm you, they make it worse. Sometimes you're wearing rose-colored glasses. Sometimes you don't think what you're doing is wrong because your chemicals in your brain aren't right. And like Enosh said, you get on medications and then, you can't stay awake. Some of those medications make you sleep all the time. Some of those medications make you a zombie. I'm on the highest dose of lithium they can give a person. And there are days where I just have no compunction to do a damn thing. Even though I know I have to take care of myself. I have to do all the general things that people have to do. It's hard. Even now. And I'm well balanced now. It's hard. There are days where I sit there and say, man, I wish I just didn't have to take those pills. Makes it hard to face the day. Makes it hard to function when these medications are making you so drowsy and crazy and yeah, they help. Yeah, I'm balanced, but the physical repercussions, I'm taking a medication that's a salt-based medication. I have to go and get my blood checked twice, 3 times a month because this medication can wreck my kidneys, especially the dose they put me on. And all I get is, well, nothing else seems to work, so you're just going to have to deal with this for the rest of your life. These are all consequences of being born with a difference. And mental illness is a disability. Regardless of what people want to see or want to say, it's not just acting out because you want to act out. It's acting out because you don't know what's right and wrong. It's acting out because you don't feel or understand those consequences, even if you've been taught those consequences from a young age. There's a part of your brain that goes, no, we can continue on like this, even though it's crazy, But I walked into that ER and I told the people up front that were checking me in, I said, if you guys don't help me, I'm going to be dead by this time tomorrow. And the fucking sweetest thing ever happened. That nurse reached out, put her hand on my shoulder and said, we'll do what we can. We'll listen to you. Has anybody really listened to Ezra? I don't know. I don't know his personal situation right now, aside from what we're hearing in the media. But if it hadn't been for that nurse that I'd never got her name even, reaching out and touching me on the shoulder and saying, we'll help you, I wouldn't be here talking to you people right now. Life's a bitch, man, and there's real things going on in the world, and we're all bitching and worried about a goddamn movie. We sit in judgment on Ezra Miller for what? What does it prove? And like Enosh said, what the fuck do you win? In the end, what do you win if you're right? You don't win anything. You see another man spiral down the goddamn drain. Enosh reached out. Other people have reached out, according to what Enosh has said. That's the good thing to do. Has he hurt a person? Yeah, probably a couple. And yeah, it's probably going to get worse before it gets better if we don't stop throwing consequences at the man before we get him help. This is real life, folks. This is pain. This is disgrace. This is a man crying out for help, and he doesn't know how to ask for it. It's hard. It's so fucking hard. But I got help. They got me. They put me in a mental hospital for 60 days. It took them weeks to get my shit regulated. I was up and down all over, DTing and all sorts of bad shit. Almost died a couple of times just because of the chemicals and lack thereof. But I got through it. I went to rehab after I got out of the mental hospital. I ended up in a homeless shelter and had to fight my way off the streets. Took me 3 years. But I made it. And I've been 6 years sober and clean. Live in my own place, got a job, and I take care of myself, and I do the best I can every day of my life. So do I defend Ezra a little bit? Yeah, because I've been there. I've been there when everybody in your life is going, let's party, let's go do this. Yo, you don't need help, man. You're good. And then the other people that are supposed to care about you tell you they don't want you. People ever ask, do people ever want to know why he sleeps on other people's couches? That's something you need to ask. Anyway, I've rambled on enough. I don't know if what I've said has affected anybody. I noticed Max left. I'm sorry if I upset you, Max. Wasn't trying. But this is real life, people, and that's what you need to think about. People dying every day from this shit, man. Every day. It's not easy. Thank you guys for letting me talk.
RJ, he stepped away and said that but yeah, like what Thade said, I think thank you for your story, Thade, and I really appreciate it because it's really put, with Enosh's story, your story, and what's going on with Ezra, it's definitely important to hear everyone's stories on and experiences on what they go through and how they are affected and how they affect people because it's important because we need to know these stories and we need to know these experiences because then we know at least have some sort of idea from a perspective how people see things and how people handle things and how people talk about things. Because especially from a person from, especially like I said before, from Thade and Enosh's experience, they have a very interesting insight on this Ezra thing that I don't have, that RJ may not have, that Arkham Gaming may not have, that Anthony Beltran might not have, that Jalen might not have. But I know that I know I said his name, but I know that based off of what he has said in both the private chats that that he himself has gone through something before. RJ, I know you have something to say. So yeah.
No. It's all good. Yeah, no, I appreciate both you, Thade and Enosh, sharing what you guys had to say. Obviously, like I said, I have my own bouts with mental health issues as well. Not to the same level of severity, but it's there. There's stuff I've gone through in my own life. Just in regards to the whole thing, just going back to like the actual thing with Ezra, just for a moment. I mean, again, it's a shame. They clearly need help. All I can do is hope and pray that they're able to get that help. I'm but one person. I mean, I could send a message on Instagram and stuff and hope that it's reached and hope for the best and obviously do what I can in that regard. But, it's a very sensitive situation, obviously. And mental health is a very serious thing that I wish got better support and that people took more seriously. To me, on the surface, I feel like the system failed Ezra in a lot of ways. I think they've fallen through the cracks a lot and not been provided the adequate resources and emotional support necessary. I feel like if there's no one in their life helping them, I can only pray and hope that someone does step up and act in that role and helps Ezra and does something, hopefully. I would just say this, though, in regards to, what Ezra did, I take that very seriously because I was someone who was a victim of abuse and assault. My mother was someone who was a victim of abuse and assault. It's a very serious thing to me. So that's a bit of bias speaking in that regard, but I genuinely, he did something really messed up, and
RJ, can I add something to what you just said? And it's something I did forget to say.
Mhm.
Even with everything I said, I do agree with you and what you just said. It doesn't excuse his violence.
No, of course, yeah.
It doesn't excuse the abuse that you faced. Doesn't excuse any of it. And just because I ask that he, be made to see he gets help. If there are consequences he has to face from the court, then by all means, because what he has done is wrong. And I didn't make that clear, and I'm sorry. But see, this is a very difficult situation. Because I did time for some things that I did while I was out there and not getting help. So, I have faced those consequences. And I get it. I do. And I'm not forgiving his discretions, not by any amount. Sometimes you have to take a hard line. But I would say compassion before consequence in every situation.
No, I get that. I mean, again, I don't know what's going on exactly. I would like to hope that maybe they get some court-ordered rehab going. I would just say this much, though. Again, I take assault in any form very seriously, as you just mentioned as well. At this point, and I've said it before, Ezra needs help, and something needs to be done. At this time, just again speaking as a fan, just from a business perspective, just to go circle back around to that. I know it's not exactly what we've been focusing on, but just to kind of go back to that whole thing. As a fan and just as a human being, until I know that action's being taken by the studio and just, that he's getting the support and help that he needs, I don't feel comfortable supporting this Flash movie in its current state. Just going to keep that 100, keep it straight with that. I'm not. Hopefully things can change to where I can feel comfortable actually being a fan of his work and seeing that film. But in its current state and what's going on, I just can't comfortably support it until I know something's being done to support him.
So you're not supporting the movie?
No. And I've been pretty clear about that. So, and in addition to that, I honestly don't think it's a good idea right now for Ezra to be in that role whatsoever. Being the head lead in a major blockbuster franchise, two of them, being the person who has to be at the forefront of a marketing campaign and a PR campaign. It's a lot of pressure mentally and emotionally. It's an exhausting process. I think it's clear Ezra's not in a place where they can be capable of doing that, which makes all the sense in the world. And they need to get the help they need first. So in regards to what happens to their future as the Flash, I'm pretty confident in saying I feel like it's pretty much done at this point. And the difference is he should not be canceled. They should not be able to work in Hollywood again. But for right now, things got to be put on pause. I feel for the woman who was hurt as well. And I I feel for everyone surrounding him as well, because I know this is a very difficult situation to be put in the limelight like that. You know. So yeah, I mean, like I said, I appreciate everyone sharing their stories. Obviously, I can only offer my own perspective, and again, like I said, is what it is. You know.
Yeah. No, I appreciate everybody's opinion.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm just not at a point where I feel like I can be comfortable supporting this film at this point.
And that's fine. And that's fine. And look, everybody has to come to their own place with that, right? I'll tell you, I've really had, with the Flash movie in general, I've had to come to some interesting places and decisions because of people involved in the movie and
7 years later,
beliefs that I have about, some of the executives behind the film and whatnot, right? I absolutely appreciate your perspective, RJ, and I also appreciate the perspective of somebody who says, look, I don't see Ezra as the only person doing this. I'm not going to this movie or any movie for that matter for the actor. I'm going to watch a movie that is a character.
Yeah. Like I said, it's an evolving process. If something changes that makes you feel more comfortable supporting it,
absolutely,
then I will.
Absolutely. I just think I just think like, and I'm glad that you're not doing this, but I mean, like, I also know that there are people like who will draw lines in the sand, and act like anybody who has a different, and I'm not saying you're doing this, RJ. I know you're not doing this, but like saying that basically anybody who doesn't come to the same conclusions that I'm coming to, that somehow you're supporting this or you're
no, of course. I mean, like I said, I have my own opinion on it.
Yeah, I know you're not, RJ. I just know that there are people out there because I've seen them. They're all over Twitter. They're all over the internet. Saying these things. They're making YouTube videos that basically if you support this thing in any way, now you're.
Well, I want to clarify something too, just real quick too. Like the reason I feel like a lot of people at least talk about things from like the fan or business perspective is because again, it's very difficult to have those mental health conversations, and plus two, I don't know Ezra personally. I mean, I'm not there with them in Hawaii. I'm not seeing what's going on. I can only judge things based on what I'm seeing, right? And I don't make, I'm never going to make a personal attack or insult towards the guy because I don't know him. And it'd be unfair for me to judge his character. I can only look at it from the perspective of that and talk and discuss it from that perspective because it's like the only fair position I can approach it from.
Sure. No, and look, that is absolutely a like I said, that's fine. I just think that I'm just saying exactly what I've always said. I think we need to take some things into consideration before we take to the internet and we just bash anybody. I don't care if they're a celebrity. I don't care if they're the person down the street from you. I don't care. And here's the thing: a lot has been brought up. Well, there's violence involved. Yeah, there was violence involved. My mother attacked me. My mother attacked my grandmother. There's violence involved.
No, and that's also one of the things that's so bad about this is that to see that it's escalating. It's escalating to where it's getting to a level of violence.
The thing is though, it took me a long time to realize and understand that I could be angry at her and I could want justice, and I could want her to be, punished, or I could realize she had no idea what she was doing to me or her. And that's what we don't understand, because those of us who are in our right mind, who don't have that issue, we don't understand what it could be like to operate without your function of knowing right and wrong, or even understanding what you're doing to somebody, and that's the problem, because if that's what's going on here, then the people who say to me, well, you're going to show mercy or compassion to Ezra Miller when he's violent against somebody. If the man is suffering, or if they are suffering, I mean, he goes, listen, at this point, he's been known, Ezra has been known to go by pretty much every, I mean, I've tried so hard to address him properly.
No, I know.
It's not disrespect. Even there, I just did it. So I've tried to address Ezra properly. You know, I'm trying, but there's all kinds of different stories about what Ezra prefers to go by. So okay, and I know at one point, the last I had known, Ezra was fine with male pronouns as well as they, them, whatever. Regardless, the point is that if that is what Ezra is dealing with, yeah, then we should have some compassion, even on the man or even on the person who is enacting violence on somebody, because they are not doing it out of their own mind. They're not doing it.
Well,
out of their own...
I share compassion for both of them. The person who was hurt.
No, and that's fine. Yeah. And that's what I was saying. I'm just making that point because people have like tried to throw that back at me in the last 2 days. Like, well, you know, what if he kills somebody? Okay. Yeah, there are people who have done that. And if they weren't getting the help that they needed, that's another problem. But if they're not getting help and they have that issue, well, then you have to address that issue. I know it's hard. It's a hard discussion. I'm really glad that we had this discussion tonight because I really feel like we had a really good heart-to-heart on this. And I want to thank all of the panel. I want to thank everybody who's been in the chat tonight for being able to state your opinions, your stance on this in a very professional way, in a very meaningful way, and not just get all bent out of shape and emotional about it. But again, like I said, I've had people, you know, come at me like they didn't care what was going on. They just, you know, they just wanted to be right about this. And throwing up like, well, you know, yeah, you know, how can you have compassion on somebody who enacts violence on somebody? If that person is not in their right mind, I don't know. That's how do you hold somebody accountable for that? We actually have laws that pertain to that. That you don't judge somebody the same way who is enacting something, a crime even, without all their faculties. Right? So the question, I think that what this really goes back to is the people who are arresting Ezra Miller.
The police officers.
Not just the police officers, because the police officers, listen, the police officers have a hard job of having to assess something when they arrive, figure out what's going on, interview people, figure out what they're saying, you know, what the charges are, whatever, bringing them in.
What you say, the system?
The system. Because when Ezra is brought in to the system, and there are these things, and obviously there's more than one thing that's going on. There's multiple accusations. There's multiple things. The system should be looking into what this person is going through then, right? Are they just an a-hole who just like gets drunk and gets violent? Because if they are, then guess what? You bring the hammer down on that, right? Just like somebody who has their full capacity, but yet they drink and they drive and they kill a family or whatever, injure a family, you bring the hammer down on that. But if you have somebody who is suffering from bipolar, who does not have control of their emotions, then what do? Then the court should look at that and say, we're going to do court mandated. You have to get help. You don't have a choice anymore. Sometimes people slip through that. And it's very unfortunate. But again, I say the same thing that I've always said. I don't have the whole story. We don't have the full story. I've never defended one bad thing that Ezra Miller has ever done. I've said, let's get the whole story and let's pray to God that somebody gets the man help or that he gets help. That Ezra wakes up and understands with the situation going on, this is what's going on. Like Thade was talking about, you wake up and you do it, finally. You know? Or whatever else the circumstances are around all of these crazy incidences that maybe we find out something else later that, like, you know, It's just random stuff. I don't know. But I think it shows our society right now, where our society just goes from one tabloid thing to the next. And we act like we act like it's Roman sport. We all go to the Colosseum and we want to watch people fight to the death. You remember, you guys watch South Park. Those of you who watch South Park, you remember the Britney Spears episode where they followed her around in the show as sacrifice for harvest?
She had like half a head. That was crazy ass.
Right? They put the paparazzi and the people pushed her so far in the show to where she tried to unlive herself, and it didn't work, and so she ended up with like half a head, and so they're like going around like, and the reality was like everybody, just society, needed to sacrifice her for their own good. An episode of South Park, but you know what? I'll be honest with you. I watch a lot of South Park. A lot of South Park, man, is a great mirror for us to look at sometimes what we've become as a society. And I'll be honest with you, we're dealing with a lot of that when it comes to this. So there you go. And if you don't get that, look, you know what? If you don't understand the difference between mental illness and being an a-hole and whatever, that's on you. I don't have to tell you that. I hope that you never have to deal with that. If you've never had that experience, you've never had the experience with that I have in my family, if you've never had the experience that Thade has had or others on this panel have had, you know, and you want to trivialize it and just be
real
like,
quick, I just want to just
be like, oh, you're just supporting Ezra and you're just doing this and like you're making this about some cape crap, you know, that like, oh, we just like a movie. Then I'm sorry, but you know what? Screw you. Because you obviously don't get it and you haven't heard a word we've said. And if you just chimed in, you know what? Go back and listen to the last 2 hours of this show where you've heard people speak from their heart. Because that's on you. And I got nothing else to say to you. If that's your attitude. And if you think that, oh, Enosh is blindly supporting Ezra, then screw you. Because you don't know. Oh, you just want to see the Flash movie. Screw that.
You just want an interview?
I just want an interview. Screw you. Yes, I will use the harsh letter F you. Okay? Because you know what? No, you don't know what I've been through. Don't sit here and talk to me about all this nonsense, about all that crap. I've already shared a part of my story. So, I don't have to defend myself to anybody. Nobody on this panel has to defend themselves, whatever. And that's just it. That's just it. We're done. And just another geek, I would tell you, go back. You obviously haven't been here. If you've been here and you're saying that, well, then I'm sorry for you.
Well, I was
go back and watch the last 2 hours.
The Joss Whedon comparison, I don't
doesn't even stand. That doesn't even stand. The Joss Whedon comparison and whatnot. You're talking about two different things. You're talking about people. You're talking about people who literally are in a completely different situation, in a completely different thing that needs to be held responsible for, as opposed to people with possible mental issues. No, I'm sorry. It does not. You're talking about people who had power and authority over other people, as opposed to what's going on here. No. Sorry. Nope. Two different situations. So there you go.
How about just watch the stream 3 hours ago and you understand better? Thank you very much. There you go.
Just another geek. Listen, man. This is all I'm going to say to you, and please just understand, we've already been down the street. If you have not heard the last 2 hours of stream, you just need to go back and watch that, because we've already addressed all this. We've literally already heard all this. We've already talked about all this. We've already discussed this. We're not going to start it all over in the stream. The stream is now 4 hours and 40 minutes. So you need to understand that we have already discussed this. I'm sorry if you have not been here for that, but we've literally covered this. And we are absolutely in defense of the people that have been hurt by Ezra Miller. We are absolutely in defense of those people, and we are absolutely in defense of Ezra getting the help that he needs. Don't know how to tell you any clearer than that. I could sum up the last 2.5 hours of this stream by telling you that. That's where it's at. So there you go. Okay. I'm glad. I appreciate you respecting my opinion, but I would say that if you if you just came into this discussion, which it sounds like you did, you need to go back and watch the rest because it'll make a lot more sense to you. You'll have a lot more clarity on where everybody's coming from because everybody here has been very good, and we've said over and over again that there needs to be retribution for what he's done, but how we do that is not so simple when it comes to somebody who is suffering from mental illness or whatever he's suffering from.
Mm-hmm.
It's not as simple as just throw him in jail or punish him or whatever. I mean, like, you know what I mean? Like it's just not that simple to just say that there's like just one thing. Let's just do this. So,
well, yeah. I mean, I'll ask the question because I'm just curious what you have to say. I mean, where things stand right now. I mean, I know it's the least of everyone's concerns, so I'm just going to bring it up. I mean, like, you feel like you feel like Flash is still gonna come out? I mean, like,
yeah,
it's still like okay. If we're going to now start talking about the Flash repercussions and stuff, I will say this is that, and there's 3 options that I've said this also with you and Matt on last night's stream, is that there's 3 options. There's one that clearly is the least of likes, is that they sweep this under the rug. That's like the least of likes. Like, boom, whatever. Another one is that they use this opportunity to have like a redemption of Ezra Miller and have a comeback story and during the PR run of this movie. And during the press run of this movie is that they're like, oh, look at, just a year ago, look at what he was doing. And now look at him. He's like helping the community. He's had rehab. He has therapy. That's another story. Another one is that they offer the help. He says no. And they don't, and they like, okay, we offered it, cut ties with you. We're not renewing your contract, and we are going to not reshoot the whole movie, reshoot the ending where it has a new actor. That's the 3 options. And as I said, it's those 3 options, and the most likely one is they try to get him help and at least do something with that, and after that it's all up to them and him, or both his clientele and their client, and how they handle it. And like Enosh and everyone said, wish them the best and wish that they do get help. And I just think that that obviously I think there's different opinions on the fact how they should handle this, but I think we're all in the same. I think everyone in this community is in the same regards of he needs help in whatever manner that help is. Of course, there's rehab if there is substance abuse, and there is therapy if there is mental health issues, which it seems there is.
Yeah.
So yeah.
By the way, I would say this: if you're coming here to troll at the very end, golf clap. Like, what are you trying to accomplish?
Congratulations, you play yourself.
Hey, at least they know I'm a pastor. There you go.
Well, wait, what? Yeah, what did they even say?
I don't know. I timed them out. We're not even talking about them.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. They have no power in this dojo.
And then
are you making a joke, Enosh?
I am.
Well, can we treat this? This is genuinely serious, man.
It is genuinely serious, and I just don't give an F. So there you go.
But as I was, and also with, and then if they do decide to stop marketing Ezra Miller and stop marketing him as the star of this movie,
angry. I'm not angry. I'm just telling you, I'm exhausted by this point. We've literally been. This is like we're coming up to the 5-hour mark. We didn't just. This isn't like a stream that we just started at midnight. I mean, like our normal stream.
This is started at 8:30. Up here till 7 in the morning.
We started at like 8:30 this evening, and it's now 1:30 in the morning. So Just saying, like we've been here a while. That's why. So don't take it as I'm being angry. I'm not. I'm saying like if you come in at the end, just go back and watch the beginning of the show. That's all.
And like with marketing wise, if they of course, like I said, if they do this whole redemption arc of Ezra, they're obviously not going to market him right that second. They're going to wait until that whole redemption arc of him happens. But the two people that you already know that they're going to be marketing, and I think they'll be marketing even more now, will be Michael Keaton and Sasha Calle. And those two people will be.
And Ben Affleck.
I don't think, since he has such a small role in this movie, I don't think they're marketing.
Well, he'd be in the beginning of the movie, though. That's
I don't know, because the people, you honestly, to be completely honest, if you have Michael Keaton in this movie, you market him, and you.
But does the kid know some Michael Keaton?
Well, no. Well, a 15.
We know Michael Keaton.
I know, but
you only need to know Michael Keaton. You just know that's Batman. Like that's it.
Unless they watch Homecoming and be like, oh yeah, that's Michael Keaton. Can't wait to watch him again.
Yeah, either way, it's but regardless of that, I think to Caden's point, it's just they have a lot of questions going forward about. Again, we're having the conversation about the movie because I know it's not really been about that.
Question here from Rational Skeptic and Galliot. I'll get to your super chat in just a second. It says, honest question, Enosh. By the time the Flash film releases, do you think general audiences will even care that Ezra did these things? They'll probably forget and watch the film. So here's a couple things. I kind of agree with Caden. I agree with Caden. It depends upon how things go, right? So and also this is another reason why I'm saying that people need to be really careful the way they start reporting all this crap, right? Because like the thing is things get out in the general public. I literally have a friend who was sitting there arguing with me the other day saying that it's literally like Mandela effect crap, where like the dude is sitting there telling me that like he has seen released by the Associated Press on the news. That's what I said. Video from the bar where Ezra's supposedly assaulting all these people. This guy was arguing with me, sent me a text today just to try to say like, look, well, he got arrested again, right? And this is somebody that like I'm literally having to have this conversation with. Like,
he's your friend.
You're my friend, dude, but you don't like. He doesn't watch the show on a regular basis. He doesn't pay attention to what's going on. I'm like, dude, you don't know how much research we've done into this. You don't know how many like hours we have put now into this discussion. If that video existed, the haters alone, if there was video out there that showed Ezra Miller assaulting people in the bar, the people who want to grill him alone would be all over that, and that's all we would see. And believe me, if him just getting arrested or him breathing on a Tuesday, like, gets me a lineup of people in my DMs and tagging me and everything else, I would absolutely know about that. We've looked; it doesn't exist. But the thing is, the general public, all this stuff starts to spill into the general public. Now, I agree with Caden. If he goes through some stuff, some rehab, some counseling, whatever, if he's able to show that, this movie still has a year and a half before it comes out, almost a year and a half.
June 23rd, 2023.
Right? Yeah. So the thing is that's a long time.
Gives them time to think about what they want to do too.
Yeah, and
if they want to make decisions.
It absolutely. And so the thing is if they're in a position where they're able to help Ezra decides that he wants to get help, and they do that, and they can show that. Guess what? This could be a comeback story thing by the next year, and be like Caden said, like, look where he was a year ago, look where he is now. You know what? He's paid his penance. He's done whatever. He'll be on some talk show.
He'll be like on
mental health.
Good Morning America and like The Talk with like Whoopi Goldberg, talking with Whoopi Goldberg, and them be like, oh, like Whoopi Goldberg be like, oh, a year ago you were doing this in Hawaii, and now you're serving the community of Hawaii and like having fundraisers about
and talking about mental health and talking about addiction and whatever it is that it ends up being, right?
And it's like a big celebration story, be like, oh my god, and then you have, but of course, like
you got again,
an RDJ effect. You have the RDJ effect.
Yeah, exactly. So so the thing is I think that we just have to wait the year, in a couple of months to see what ends up happening, because
it's
I
really
don't
good.
have a crystal ball.
Yeah,
I know none of us.
I think in the
can
next
know
couple
exactly.
months, though, we'll tell a lot about where things go from here.
Oh, sure, he's got to stay out of trouble. He's got to stay out of trouble, or it's just going to get worse. And that's the reality.
I mean, it's already. I mean, this is pretty much like really, really bad. I mean, I would hope and pray it can't get worse from second-degree assault.
Yeah, I hope after this.
God forbid. No, I know it can get worse. My point is, I hope to God it doesn't get worse.
I hope after this he stay quiet.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, stuff like saying the words, second-degree assault, always sounds really bad, right? And but there's a lot of things too that can, entail too, right? So I don't know. It's just like you said. I agree with you. Like, there's a lot that still has to come out, and we'll have to see. Now, real quick, Galliette Productions here with a $5 super chat says, "Sup, gang? Good show today. Thank you, Galliette. Appreciate it. I felt like we did have a really good show. And again, I want to thank everybody for all of their input and for just being really great. You guys are really awesome tonight, and I think,
of course,
kudos to this panel. Kudos to everybody watching. Please drop a like on this video if you would, and I hope this puts to rest where I stand, where others stand. Why we feel the way that we feel. It ain't about all this other stupid stuff that we have, reasonings behind that. But he says, "Great show today. Hope to come on in the future and troll Enosh." Well, that's what we got Jalen here for. But
I forgot Jalen was here. So,
I've just been listening. That's
and
then I got and then I got hold on a second. I got a couple here that I got to share real quick.
But I do want to say that.
So there's a 14-month super chat here from That Dude Vince. Wow, man, 14 months. Is glad you were back up and running, Enosh. Thank you so much.
Yeah, real quick, Vince. That Dude Vince kept asking. He just wanted to ask you real quick. Is this going to be like the new start time for the overnight streams, or what's going on with that?
No, not necessarily. It's just that I actually got to get up in the morning, and so I just needed to be able to end this before 4 a.m. So I'm still up here at 4:30 in the morning, so because we're committed to the craft, man. We're committed to our work here. We're going to be here until it's done, So no, it's not necessarily that this is the new start time. I mean, if this works for everybody, who knows? It might be. I don't know, but depends upon what I end up doing. But no, I don't think we're going to be, no, because we got other shows that go on, in the evening. Don't forget Tiffany's new show, Babes in Toyland, is going to be starting here soon, and so that'll be we don't know what day, but probably Fridays. But along with Sci-Fi Center Live, so we got that, and then Zeno here, Zeno XXL, member for 12 months. A year ago, Zeno surprised us and dropped that whole membership thing, man, and that was awesome. Just wanted to see how long I've been a member. A year. You get that year badge. So and you guys too can join the membership. It's really easy. It's for as little as $1 you can join the membership. And like I said, I'm going to figure out something. I got to figure out something because right now the giveaway, it was just going to be Optimus Prime. Okay. But I got a matching Megatron statue to go along with it. So we got to figure out a better way, because I feel like they should both go to the same home. Don't you guys? Like, I could do them as two separate ones, but I feel like they should go to the same home. I don't know.
They are brothers, after all.
Maybe I'll put it up as a poll or something. I don't know.
Hey, they are brothers after all. Maybe they should go to the same home.
That's what I'm saying. They're brothers separated, so. Megatron is just misunderstood, Well, killing all those Autobots and everything, trying to take over.
Genocide is a misunderstood craft.
Just saying.
Well, here's my message to end the night on a positive note. Go watch a good movie or TV show. Moon Knight episode 4 was really good. Go watch that.
There you go. So good stuff. Let's see. You know what I feel like we should. You know what we should do? Because it just feels like that kind of night. I feel like we should share one more Betty White-ism.
There you go.
How about that? Okay. Here we go. Ooh. Maybe 2. Life Lessons from Betty White. Stage fright is not a show business exclusive. We just abuse the privilege. It is there for everyone who walks into a new job, a new date, or new in-laws. And keep busy and don't focus everything on you. That wears off pretty fast. It's not hard to find things you're interested in, but enjoy them and indulge them. So
that's a good quote.
Yes, it is. So we won't make everything about us. I want to thank all of you guys again. Thanks to everyone who gave super chats tonight. You are appreciated for sure. Thank you to everyone who supports the channel by just watching. We're glad you're here. Thanks to all the haters for giving us a couple extra watches. We appreciate that. And hey, if you would, before you leave tonight, give us a thumbs up. If you would, give us a thumbs up and let YouTube know that you enjoyed the content tonight, as Mike Zero would say. All right, I think we've said all that needs to be said. Is everybody good?
I'm good. I'm gonna go watch Moon Knight finally.
Awesome.
It yet.
Yeah, I'm good.
I do want to say a special thank you to Thade for sharing something very personal, on the show tonight. That means a lot. And
you're welcome, man. You're welcome.
Thank you for being very transparent with everyone.
And thank you, Enosh, too. I think Enosh, like with you, Enosh, you always share something about your life every day that I think is very insightful on who you are and who you've become, and it's really great to know who you are.
Yeah, give yourself more credit, man. It's very brave to both you and Thade for being so open and honest about what.
Because some people just say, like, I went through this and won't say anything about what they went through and just be quiet about it.
Yeah.
And you've been very open. You and Thade have been very open of what you guys been through, and you've always been talking about how you cherish your grandmother because of who she was to you, and cherish now how you have just now started your relationship with your father again recently, and how that whole thing, and you've always like shared that with us, and I've been very grateful for that, because it's been teaching me lessons that there are other people out there that have different things going on that I'm not privy to, because and so very, very thankful for you, Enosh, and thankful for you, Thade, for being in our lives and being in this community and being very open.
Thank you, kid.
Oh my gosh, shut up, Anthony Cheese, man. Just shut up. Just shut up.
That means a lot. That means a lot. So that's all we can be. And listen,
By the way, you can F off if you're trying to be a dick.
I know there's a lot of YouTubers who try. I know there's a lot of YouTubers who try to act like very stoic, or they act like they want to keep this persona up, right? I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to I try to be transparent with everybody who watches, because I want people to know me. I don't want people to know a persona. I don't want people to know a stage act. I want people to know me, and that's what the Poindexter Lounge is about, and that's why we appreciate
as for Chris, he pretty much knows how I stand on things. Him and I have talked about a lot of things, and I pretty much say what I mean. I'm a little quiet at times. I get that, but something's been putting it on my heart to say something, and I knew we were going to end up having this discussion eventually. Yeah. But something put it on my heart that I needed to, because I've been very conflicted about Ezra, based on my experience, because what he's done is wrong, and there's always a certain part of yourself that goes, okay, yeah, he has to face the consequences, but it's very much more human and very much more compassionate to look past the obvious and try to look at what really is causing what's going on with somebody.
No, and that's why I wanted to say to you, Thade, real quick, because I know you want to make sure I wasn't upset. I just want to let you know I appreciate you offering perspective, because sometimes, again, it's important to recognize that it's more than just a movie or something. Sometimes, again, I just want everyone to know I never like looked at it just for that, only for that. I simply kind of just looked at it for like what it was, to like kind of just
Yeah.
from the perspective that only I could offer in that regard. But no, I appreciate you offering that perspective and like how we kind of should like also be looking at it too. Because some of the people can often miss.
Tonight's show not brought to you by
what is that
by Rockstar because right now with my heart palpitations
yeah, you know, no Rockstar, that's for sure.
No Rockstar tonight. So tonight brought to you by Gatorade Zero, not Propel, even though apparently Anthony Cheeseman wants to kiss all the Propel off.
And you want to kiss his ass.
Yeah, well, you know what? He could kiss all the Propel. We got
Gatorade.
We got Gatorade Zero.
Gatorade
Although I
Zero.
do like Propel as well. Propel
He
is
wants
one of my
he wants to
my
kiss you
favorite
on the
things.
mouth, Enoch.
Oh.
Yeah,
So you're saying Anthony Cheeseman is asking me?
I'm gonna come on you like nobody's ever come on you before. Just you and I getting it on like two men should do.
Probably.
Exactly.
Well, hey, DM me, and we'll see what we can make happen, man. Hey, I always have a seat right next to me here at the Point X.
What are you doing, Enosh? You can't play that drop. You get in trouble.
Oh no, that's not the deadly drop. I would not play that drop because this is genuinely serious. So
don't laugh. Don't laugh.
Don't laugh. Do not laugh.
Enosh?
Whatever you do.
Nah, man, don't be a pussy. Drop the name,
Yeah,
Anthony. I wonder who he's talking about. I'm just gonna be honest before I leave. I love you guys. I want everybody to sign my petition to get rid of that Sweet Shot of Mine bullshit off the Thor trailer. And I do not like you, Anthony Cheeseman. I've never liked you. I think you're a shit stirrer. I wish you would just fuck off for good, bro. But anyway, I love the rest of you guys, and I'm leaving. I'm out of here.
Holy shit.
Wow.
Night, brother.
Well, that's a good message.
Well, hey.
Wow.
Is he drinking Fruitopia or is it Propel?
Also,
'Cause I thought it was
this is
Propel.
a really random question, Enosh. Just really quick. When are those hot toys supposed to ship?
I don't know. I mean, as soon as they get here, they'll get here. So, like, hey.
Yeah, because I know, like, Hot Toys, you pre-order them, like, 2 years in advance. It's like, oh, it got here, finally.
Right.
Yay!
Yeah, it's been about a year. It's been about a year now. I think they're supposed to come sometime in the next couple of months, though. Is what I remember.
Oh, and Enoch, all I have to say about your drop, and I meant to say this a couple of minutes ago, is what it is, what it was, what it shall be.
Yeah, Vikram. Let's see, Vikram here. No, Vikram. Yes, right now technically I am an AFib, which means that my heart is not beating in rhythm. So it means like the top part of your heart beats at a different than the bottom of your heart.
That's bad,
So,
right?
yeah, it's not good. It's not good, but it's something that a lot of people go through. It can be very much associated with sleep apnea. Again, I tell you
And
all,
stress.
and stress. And I tell you all this because I've had sleep apnea for many, many years. If you snore, if you just snort, that is not normal. Okay?
It's not?
It is not normal. It is not normal for us to snore. It means there is an obstruction and you should go get it checked out. Honest to God, sleep apnea will kill you.
I second this because I also have apnea.
It will cause you to have high blood pressure. It will cause weight gain. It will cause heart issues later on, and it can absolutely cause atrial fibrillation.
Even if like
AFib.
you're young and you snore?
Oh yes, very much so, dude.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
very much so.
What do you do then? Do you just get
Yeah, you go to the doctor, you talk to them about the fact that you snore, because people don't understand that when you're snoring, it's an obstruction, and so what can happen is you can stop breathing in the middle of the night. You can have little just small moments of that, whatever. And so what they'll do is they'll do a sleep test on you, and they'll nowadays it used to be that you'd go for a sleep study, and some places you still like stay the night, someplace like and they watch you as you sleep, right? And they monitor how many times you stop breathing or your snoring patterns or whatever. Now a lot of times they just give you this device that like you just strap around these like wires around you and you put this thing in your nose or whatever, and it monitors that at home. And the thing is, they can monitor that. And then if they give you a machine, the number one thing is, I know a lot of people who get a sleep apnea machine, they get a CPAP machine, and then they don't use it because they're like, I feel uncomfortable. I don't like it, whatever.
My poppy uses it.
It will keep you alive. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm very much a proponent of use the thing. Here's the deal. 5 years ago, I had AFib because my machine, and if you have a machine, make sure it's calibrated.
Yep.
Yes, you have to go in and get it recalibrated every once in a while because it will literally put you in AFib because of the breathing patterns not being correct. And so the thing is that 5 years ago, that was one of the problems that I had because I used my machine constantly, but it was not calibrated correctly apparently, and I ended up having an issue and ended up in AFib. I ended up in the hospital for 5 days. That being said, with this one, I'm almost sure what I did because I've taken medication for the last 5 years to keep me in rhythm, but I haven't had a resurgence of this at all. And there hasn't been anything that has shown that I would need to keep taking the medication. And I talked to my doctor actually just like 2 weeks ago, and they gave me a new cardiologist to go see too, because my heart is fine. It doesn't really have anything to do with your heart. It can eventually cause you to have heart problems. Okay.
Right.
But the thing is that the AFib is not necessarily that your heart is bad. It's the fact that your timing gets off because of these other issues. And so, anyways, I was literally just talking to my doctor about going to see another cardiologist to get taken off of this medication that I've been taking. Problem is leading up to Easter, the last couple of weeks, I have not slept well. I have fallen asleep on the couch many, many times without my CPAP machine, which is really bad because then I'm in all kinds of weird positions or whatever, because I've fallen asleep literally sitting up doing work for the church and stuff, and then for other things too, because I've had a lot of other legal stuff. I mean, I've had to sell my grandmother's house. I've negotiated a few other deals that were going on in my personal life, and so. So I've fallen asleep taking care of all that, plus doing stuff. I've had to do stuff the old-fashioned way for church. Nowadays in churches, they've got like programs that like you can just input songs. It just draws from the internet and like automatically inputs it. No, we don't have the money to do that at our church. So I'm doing old school. I'm inputting everything into PowerPoint, man. And it takes time, and you got to edit that stuff, and and so it's like. It's a lot, and so I've just been I've been very much that way, and so
I think you need to go to the hospital.
Yeah, well, so the thing is
because I apparently have really bad snoring and like breathing issues in my sleep, and I didn't.
Let me just say something about that, RJ.
RJ.
I don't want to sound new agey or anything, but I went to medical school, and I myself have apnea.
Yeah, I'm a heavy snorer. I thought snoring was like whatever.
I will say this, not to sound new agey or anything, but you have to remember your body is an engine, and just like your car engine, if something's out of tune, it's not a good thing. So get yourself checked, RJ. You're too young to have those problems.
Yeah.
Especially.
And
I say that because I care about you, man.
Especially if you're young. Because it's just not worth it. It causes you so much more problems later, and it's very, very preventable. And I know where I got off. I'm very much the type of person, like if I have a medication I'm supposed to take, I take it on time every day, whatnot. In the last week,
I always assumed it was also partially like a weight thing too. Like you lose a lot of weight.
There are people who like weight absolutely can affect sleep apnea, and most people who are overweight have sleep apnea, but it's not just something for people who are overweight. You can be skinny. I know a guy who was very, very athletic, abs, whole 9 yards, but he had extra skin and caused him to snore. The thing is, he had sleep apnea. He ended up getting it taken care of, but he had a CPAP machine for years. And this was like an athlete guy. I mean, this guy was an athlete, was really good at sports, very, very trim, very, very healthy.
I had an ex-roommate in college that he was 6'8", well-built, was an athlete, and he ended up having, like, he was probably 18, 19 when he got a CPAP machine because they diagnosed him with apnea. It's really bad. So yeah, please, RJ, for the love of Christ.
My dad snores too, and I know for a fact he has sleep apnea, but I think they did a sleep test on him, and like they didn't really he didn't really do anything with it. Like I don't know, he's like I don't want to do a CPAP machine.
Most people don't, and then a lot of people they get the machine and then they don't use it because it's uncomfortable.
I don't think even wants the machine is the thing.
And I'm just telling people like use your freaking machine. Like literally, it will prolong your life. It will keep you.
Is it well, you said it is an issue of comfortability though. Like you can't really sleep good.
Well, sometimes people don't like it because there's something on their face. But there's all kinds of different masks, right? There's some people that the only way that they can use it is a mask that goes over both their nose and their mouth, right? And then there's some people like for years I did ones with just nose pillows, right? It just like a strap that comes around here and went right up to my nose, and just these two little nose pillows that went in my nose, and that was it. What I ended up coming at now is I like this thing that's a cup that goes over my nose, and it kind of suctions over here because the nose pillows seem to like sometimes for me they would pop out or something like that, you know. It's like right there on my nose, and I'm fine. But you just got to find the one that works for you, right? And you got to talk to your doctor about that, right? And say like, hey, this one didn't work for me. You know, can I try this other mask? Because there's all kinds of different masks. And now they got these little things too that you can get that can help as well. So there's all kinds of different machines and different things. But here's the thing. For me, what it came down to is I don't care what it is. I'm going to learn to live with it. I'm going to learn to breathe with it. And because I don't want the other health issues that come along with it. You know what I mean?
And the things that sleep apnea can cause, besides the arrhythmias and the AFibs, the worst probably thing that I can think of is the exhaustion.
Oh, you're exhausted all the time, yeah.
When you know, like this is just my experience. When I first got diagnosed with apnea in my 30s, I was working a whole lot. I was exhausted all the time. I was a bad snorer. Wasn't exactly in the best of shape because I didn't let myself get out of tone. But when they did my sleep study the night because I had one of the stay overnight sleep studies at the hospital. We're talking 15 years ago, you know. But the night that I stay after, they told me that I woke up 60 times in an hour, which meant I was roughly waking up every 40 seconds. My body would wake itself up because I wouldn't be able to breathe. And the thing about your body is, it will do that. When your body detects that it can't breathe, it will wake you up out of a sleep. And that's why you become exhausted. And what actually forced me to go and have this test, because I kept denying it, was I was so badly exhausted that I ended up in a really bad car wreck. And it's just not good. And, you know, you can make all the excuses you want of burning the candle at both ends, doing too much or whatever. But a lot of the time your exhaustion is caused by things that are going wrong with your body or that aren't in balance. So it's very imperative that, you know, physical once every 6 months. That
probably explains a lot.
It's very imperative that you get a physical every 6 months. I know a lot of men, especially, we don't like hospitals. We don't like doctors. But
I'm 45. I got to deal with a bunch of stuff that you youngins don't have to deal with yet.
I'm 47, Enosh. I know.
I know. Like, trust me, when the doctor looks at you and goes, all right, hey, you're 45 now.
Yeah. You got to go visit the Rear Admiral.
Just saying, I gotta go collect poop samples just for no reason, just because, man. You got to do what you got to do. You got to take care of yourself, you know, and that's the most important thing. But RJ, yes, especially as a young man, especially look, and I can relate as somebody who was overweight when I was young, you know, dude.
I know I'm a heavy snorer, so it's just like
snoring and
RJ,
for anybody who snores.
RJ, I'm just gonna be real with you, man. I was heavy at your age too, okay, and I go through things now that were caused by being heavy then, and that's not shaming you, man. That's not that's all the love in the world for you, man.
No, of course, no, I know.
And you just need to. It's hard, I know. But you just need help. Get yourself help, man. That's all I'm saying.
Just get it checked out. Just get it checked out, man. Get it checked out. Talk to your doctor, man, and and that goes for everybody here, man. Just take care of yourself, and if you have loved ones or whatever who are going through stuff, you know what? Look out for them too, and look out for each other. Be good to each other. That's what we always are about. That's why when people come in and try to troll us, you just make yourself look like the a-hole, because you know what? We actually care about people, and we're good to people here, and that's just the point. So if you don't like us, that's on you. We know who we are, and we're very, very happy with that. So, like I always say, till next time, don't let anybody tell you that your fandom doesn't matter. Don't tell anybody that their fandom doesn't matter. But you know what? Seek to have.
And I want to add something to that as well, Enosh.
What's that?
Be good people. Plain and simple. Be good people. It's not that hard. It's not that hard.
It's not. Just treat everybody well.
Wait, it's not hard being a good person?
No.
It doesn't have to be.
Doesn't have to be.
Hendrix and Nord doing?
It's really hard for me to be a good person.
Do you really want to know? Do you really want to know?
Yes, we want to know.
I'm good.
I think he wants to know. I think he wants to know. So I got a couple. You know what? I didn't send those over yet, but you know what? We'll talk about it. I'll get those up at another time. But he's always looking for screen time.
I'm enjoying some screen time.
There you go.
Wow, I've never been surrounded by so much ass before. Isn't that funny, guys?
Wow.
There you go. That's what Andy Signore is doing right now. So, all right, guys.
Oh, Jesus. Degrassi Knowles, really? I'm always exhausted because my bed shaking, creak, rattling farts wake me up. Oh, Jesus, man.
That'll do it.
Get that checked out. That's serious, brother.
That's a whole other thing. I farted live tonight again. So there you go.
What?
Like I always say, don't let anybody tell you that your fandom doesn't matter. And don't tell anybody that their fandom doesn't matter either. But seek to have good conversations and treat each other with respect. And if you do that, there'll always be a place for you here in the Poindexter Lounge. Until next time.
Peace, everybody.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Good night.